Some stories aren't just told. They're born from the shadows of our digital age, where the past can vanish and then reappear with a single swipe. This is a third-person retelling of Missing You by Harlan Coben, a story inspired by the author's observations of midlife friends navigating heartbreak on dating apps, and the haunting question, what if the fiancé who disappeared years ago suddenly matched with you online? First published in 2014, it comes from the author whose books have sold more than 90 million copies worldwide. Harlan Coben, the award-winning master of suspense known for gripping thrillers like The Stranger and Stay Close, delivers another pulse-pounding tale. The story later captivated millions when it was adapted into a Netflix miniseries in 2025. This retelling is told from my own narrative perspective. The visuals created by today's technology might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they'll help you visualize the story, so bear with my request. By the end of this journey, you may find yourself questioning the secrets that lie just one swipe away in your own life. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. Kat Donovan spun off her father's old stool at O'Malley's pub, already turning toward the door when Stacy's voice stopped her cold. The words carried a warning edge that made Kat freeze mid-step, her pulse kicking up with sudden unease. What now? The tone alone held her in place. She turned back, tension tightening across her shoulders as she waited for whatever was coming. Stacy's gaze darted around the bar, avoiding hers. That evasion sent a ripple of distrust through Kat's chest. She pressed again, needing answers. A low exclamation escaped Stacy as she spotted something behind Kat. Kat pivoted, right, scanning the crowd until her eyes landed on the target. There he was. Sunglasses at 11 o'clock at night, indoors, in the dim glow of the old cop bar. Kat took him in, the crisp suit, the calculated stubble, the overmoosed hair, and felt the familiar contempt rise. Another poser in what had once been her grandfather's and father's sanctuary, now overrun by these soft, smirking types chasing faux authenticity. The man lifted his glass in their direction with a slick smile. Kat sensed Stacy shift beside her, amused. Stacy turned back, but Kat caught the flicker of disappointment crossing the man's glossy face over her shoulder. Men always reacted that way to Stacy. Weak-kneed, foolish. Stacy's striking beauty hit them like a force, leaving most too intimidated or too stupid to approach. Kat, by contrast, drew them in like a signal they couldn't ignore. The guy started gliding toward them on what looked like pure entitlement. Stacy fought back a laugh, clearly anticipating entertainment. Kat fixed him with flat, unwelcoming eyes and a dismissive frown, willing him away. It didn't work. He approached with an obnoxious rhythm only he seemed to hear. He opened with a line that made Kat wait in silent judgment. Stacy erupted in laughter beside her. He pressed on, undeterred, layering more clumsy compliments that painted Kat as small, cute, and available for his amusement. Kat finally cut in, questioning whether any of it ever succeeded. Undaunted, he pulled out his phone and delivered another rehearsed gem. Stacy was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Kat asked for his name, keeping her voice level. His reply dripped with sleazy confidence. She suggested an alternative, opening her blazer just enough to reveal the weapon on her belt as a clear deterrent. His response was crude and immediate, gesturing downward. Kat ordered him to leave, her patience thinning. He doubled down with a revolting comparison that left her staring in genuine horror. When he checked if he crossed the line, Kat confirmed it with disgust. He seemed almost proud of the novelty. She repeated her demand for him to go. He hesitated, questioning if it was some kind of test, then finally started to turn. Spotting Stacy, he tried his luck there instead, delivering yet another tired line while eyeing her up and down. Stacy played along for a moment with mock enthusiasm before shutting him down flat. He glanced back at Kat, who rested her hand pointedly on her gun. He raised his palms in surrender and slunk away. Kat turned to Stacy, the irritation still simmering. Why did these types always think they stood a chance with her? Stacy answered lightly, attributing it to Kat's cute, perky appearance. Kat pushed back. She wasn't perky. Stacy insisted the look came across anyway. When Kat asked if she really seemed that much of a loser, Stacy offered a blunter truth. The damage showed on her like an irresistible scent to the wrong kind of men. They both sipped their drinks in a brief lull. Kat circled back to the original warning. Stacy glanced toward the retreating figure, expressing mock sympathy and joking about throwing him a bone. Kat warned her not to start. Stacy crossed her long legs, still smiling in the man's direction, and asked whether her skirt seemed too short. Kat shot back that it looked more like a belt. Stacy clearly relished the attention, as always, part thrill, part professional habit from running her entrapment-focused private investigation firm with her equally striking partners. Kat pressed once more for the real revelation. Stacy finally handed over a slip of paper while still teasing the distant figure. Kat stared down at the username and password scrawled there, her initials and badge number paired with something embarrassingly suggestive. She asked what it meant. Stacy explained it was for an upscale online dating site, complete with a year-long subscription she had purchased. Kat's face twisted in disbelief. Stacy assured her it wasn't a joke, citing her own work connection to the company and reminding Kat that she needed someone she wouldn't find lingering in a bar like this. Kat sighed heavily, rose from the stool, and nodded to Pete behind the counter. He returned the gesture, silently noting the drinks would go on her tab. Stacy offered an optimistic note about possibly meeting the right man. Kat headed for the door, muttering that it was far more likely to be another version of the one they'd just dismissed. Later, past midnight in her quiet apartment on West 67th Street, Kat sat at her keyboard with a glass of red wine nearby. She typed in the website address, entered the username and the mortifying password, then frowned at the profile heading Stacy had selected for her. Cute and perky. She muttered under her breath that the damaged part had conveniently been left out. Sleep had never come easily to her, especially not tonight with her father's murder weighing fresh on her mind. The spacious old-world apartment in the Atelier, once home to artists and intellectuals, now her refuge thanks to her father's clever real estate deal, felt both too grand and too empty around her. A lifetime of plans had gone sideways. The NYPD scholarship that funded her Columbia years had been meant as a stepping stone to law school and a clean break from the family's police legacy. Instead, here she remained, carrying the badge and the ghosts. She drank too much. She knew the cliché all too well, but late-night decisions under its influence often turned sloppy. That was why she usually powered down her phone and avoided email after 10. Yet tonight the wine sat beside her as she scrolled through the dating site. Stacy had uploaded 4 photos, all cropped from group shots. Kat studied the main profile picture with detached discomfort. The woman staring back looked hesitant, her smile fragile, as if braced for disappointment. Every image carried that same half wince. She shifted away from her own page, the wine glass cool in her hand. On the job, she only encountered other cops, and she wanted none of that life for herself. She had seen the toll up close, her grandfather crumbling under his wife's illness and ultimately ending it with his service revolver at the kitchen table. Her father's benders, the false cheer from her mother, the cycle of disappearance and roses that everyone pretended was normal. Now here she was, cute and perky Kat Donovan, on an internet dating site. She raised a glass in a wry toast toward the screen and took a long swallow, the wine burning a familiar path down her throat. Kat Donovan reflected on how the world had grown inhospitable to finding a true life partner. Casual encounters came easily enough, expected even, yet she knew from experience that tumbling into bed too soon usually doomed any chance of something lasting, whether that was fair or not. She passed no moral verdict on it. The pattern simply existed. Her computer chimed with a notification. A bubble appeared announcing matches and prompting her to click through to someone who might be perfect. She drained the last of the wine and paused, glass in hand, weighing another pour before deciding against it. In that quiet moment, she confronted an admission she rarely voiced even to herself. She wanted someone in her life. A man, a partner, a presence beside her in the dark. Independence was her armor, but she had never been built for solitude. She started scrolling through the profiles, telling herself she had to participate if she hoped to connect with anyone. The exercise felt pathetic, yet necessary. Many candidates she dismissed in a single glance at their chosen photograph, the one image they had curated as their first controlled impression. A fedora meant instant rejection. Shirtless, no matter the physique, automatic pass. Bluetooth earpiece signaling self-importance, soul patch, vest, wink, hand gestures, tangerine shirt, or sunglasses perched on the head, each a clear disqualification. Profile names that screamed overcompensation earned the same swift exit. She opened a handful that seemed approachable at first look. A weary sameness blanketed every write-up. Every man claimed to love beach walks and fine dining, exercise and exotic travel, wine tastings, theater, museums, staying active, taking chances, grand adventures. Yet they were equally happy with quiet nights in, movies, coffee and conversation, cooking, reading, or simple pleasures. Each insisted the most vital trait in a woman was a sense of humor, and every one listed his preferred body type as athletic, slender, and curvy. The personal statements ranged from treacly to try-hard. Some opened with grand metaphors about life as a blank canvas. Others repeated claims of honesty as if volume made it true. A few aimed for sincerity, others for depth or flair, but most simply reeked of desperation. The constant talk of soulmates felt off-putting. In everyday life, no one could even secure a decent second date. Yet here, everyone seemed convinced the site would deliver the person they would wake up beside for the rest of their days. She let the cynicism sit for a moment, then stepped back and felt something sharper pierce her. Behind every cliché and carefully posed photograph was an actual human being who had paid money, filled out forms, and logged in with the fragile hope that this time it would be different, that this time they might find the one person who would matter most in their life. The realization settled over her like a weight as she clicked faster, the faces blurring together in a rapid stream of strangers who had all arrived here searching for the same elusive connection. Then one photograph stopped her cold. For a heartbeat, her mind refused to register what her eyes had registered. Her finger lifted from the mouse. The scrolling images slowed and halted. She drew a slow breath, staring. It could not be him. She had been moving too quickly, her thoughts drifting across the broader sea of lonely hopes, rather than focusing on any single face. That same habit served her well on the job, letting her glimpse possibilities and hidden dangers. But it also meant she sometimes overlooked what sat directly in front of her. She clicked the back arrow once, then again, moving through a blur of unfamiliar faces until the image reappeared and held. A small sound escaped her. The old pain slammed back into her chest as though no time had passed, as though he had walked out the door only seconds earlier instead of 18 years ago. Her hand trembled as she reached out and touched the screen. Jeff? He had aged in the way she had always imagined he would. handsome still, the gray at his temples only sharpening the effect. She traced the line of his jaw with a fingertip, a tear slipping free. She forced herself to breathe, to steady the spinning room, but her pulse refused to slow. She clicked to enlarge the photograph. There he stood in a flannel shirt and jeans, hands tucked in his pockets, those striking blue eyes unchanged. Trim, athletic, still capable of stirring something deep and immediate inside her. For the briefest moment, her gaze flicked toward the bedroom down the hall. She had lived here when they were together. Other men had come through that room since, yet none had ever matched what she had known with him. It had never been about technique or anything physical. It had been the absolute safety she felt in his hands, the trust that let her come completely undone without fear or self-consciousness. She swallowed hard and opened his full profile. His personal statement was brief and unassuming, an open suggestion to simply see what would happen, free of pressure or promises. Her eyes dropped to the status line. Widower. The word landed like another blow. She tried to picture it. Jeff married, building a life, then losing that woman, and the image refused to form. One child, the profile noted, with no further details on age or gender. The revelation rocked her again. He had lived an entire existence without her. Fathered a child, buried a wife. Their own ending had been abrupt and inevitable, his departure sudden, yet she had always known the fault lay with her. Now he had resurfaced among hundreds of strangers she had scrolled past tonight. She sat motionless, the question pressing in, what would she do about it? Gerard Remington had been mere hours from proposing to Vanessa Moreau when everything went black. The plan had been precise, every detail researched and timed. He had selected the ring, 2.93 carat princess cut, VVS1 clarity, F color, platinum with halo setting, from a small booth in Manhattan's Diamond District. Their JetBlue Flight 267 would leave Boston's Logan at 7:30 a.m., land in St. Martin at 11:31, then connect by small plane to Anguilla by 12:45. They would settle into a 2-level villa at the Viceroy, overlooking Meads Bay, swim in the infinity pool, make love, shower, and dine at Blanchard's at 7. He had arranged her favorite wine, Chateau Haut Bailly 2005. Afterward, they would walk the beach barefoot. Exactly 218 yards along the sand stood a thatch-roofed hut. A local florist would line its porch with 21 white calla lilies. A string quartet would wait for his signal to play Somewhere Only We Know, their song. Then he would drop to one knee and ask her to marry him. In his mind, he could already see her gasp, her eyes filling, hands rising to her face in joy. He had still been refining the exact words when darkness swallowed him. Every sentiment had been true. Vanessa had been the first thing in his ordered life to bring real happiness. Science had always satisfied him. The blackboard and chalk in his lab at Benesti Pharmaceuticals, the smell of dust, the ease of erasing mistakes. People disappointed. Formulas did not. But Vanessa changed everything. She understood his need for precision, even celebrated it as the mark of a great scientist and caring man. With her, every feeling intensified tenfold. Now Gerard opened his eyes to the same darkness. The air felt far too cold, nothing like the steady 71.5 degrees he kept at home. A strange, damp, musty smell surrounded him, like fresh soil. Panic surged. He tried to raise his hands to his face, but couldn't. Thin wire bound his wrists. His legs were tied together and struck wood when he swung them. A belt cinched his chest. He bucked against the restraints, terror rising. Where was he? Where was Vanessa? He shouted for help, voice echoing back at him. A scraping sound came from above. Footsteps. The cold, the dirt smell, the wooden barrier inches above his face. The truth hit him with sick clarity. He was underground. Gerard began to scream. Kat passed out more than slept. Her iPod alarm pulled her awake at 6 with bulletproof weeks. She lay in the same bed she had once shared with Jeff, the dark wood-paneled apartment still resembling the inside of an old boat, complete with porthole windows. Love had once made the quirky space feel charming. Now it simply fit her. She considered rolling over for more sleep, but Aqua's yoga class started in 15 minutes. The eccentric instructor tolerated no excuses short of death. Besides, Stacy might be there, and Kat needed to talk through the Jeff discovery. She pulled on yoga pants and a tank top, grabbed her water bottle, and headed for the door. Her eyes caught on the computer. A quick look couldn't hurt. The dating site still showed the home page. She logged back in with her username and password. New messages waited. She ignored them and went straight to Jeff's bookmarked profile. Her fingers hovered over the reply button. Nothing? Not yet. She needed to think. She shook her head, stood, and left. As on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, she jogged to 72nd Street and entered Central Park. Gary, the Strawberry Fields performer, was already arranging flowers on the Imagine tiles earlier than usual. He handed her a rose. "Morning, Gary." She passed Bethesda Terrace, the fountain spray glittering like beads over the still lake, then veered left toward the Hans Christian Andersen statue. Tyrell and Billy sat in their usual spot, playing gin rummy. "Ass-looking good girl," Tyrell called. "Yours too," Kat answered. Tyrell laughed, stood, and did a quick twerk, dropping his cards. Billy scolded him to pick them up. Tyrell asked if she was heading to class. "Yep. How many people?" 8. "Stacy walked by yet?" At her name, both men removed their hats and placed them over their hearts. Billy murmured, "Lord, have mercy." Kat frowned and kept moving. Kat heard Tyrell confirm that Stacy had not walked by yet. She continued along the path, circling conservatory water where model boats already raced across the surface. Behind the Curbs boathouse, she found Aqua seated cross-legged, eyes closed in perfect stillness. He noted she was late without lifting his lids. When she asked how he managed that, he called it a yogi master secret known as peeking, and told her to sit. A minute later, Stacy arrived and took her reserved spot against the wall. Aqua offered her no rebuke. He had moved the class to this hidden female-only spot after Stacy's public flexibility had begun drawing too many male spectators. The lesson unfolded through its familiar sequence of asanas. Aqua guided them with quiet precision, adjusting poses with the lightest touch that somehow realigned everything inside her. Most mornings, Kat lost herself completely here, her breathing steady, her mind emptying of the job's toxins and her own bad habits. Today, the poses refused to take. Jeff's face, the one from 18 years ago and the one on the screen last night, kept resurfacing. Aqua noticed the distraction and spent extra time correcting her form, but he said nothing. When the class ended in corpse pose, Aqua's voice eased them into deep relaxation, then wished them a blessed day before slipping away. Kat surfaced slowly. The other students rolled their mats in silence. Stacy fell in beside her as they walked past conservatory water. Stacy asked about the man she had been seeing. Kat remembered him as Patrick and recalled that he had seemed sweet. Stacy explained she had ended things after learning he took spinning classes, joking that Kegels would probably be next. Kat rolled her eyes but felt the familiar ease of walking beside Stacy. The usual stares and catcalls simply faded into background noise. A muscular man with slick-back hair stepped in front of Stacy and commented crudely on her chest. Stacy stopped, dropped her gaze to his crotch, and returned an equally blunt remark. They kept walking. Stacy asked what was bothering her. Kat admitted she had visited the dating site the night before. Stacy seemed surprised at the speed and asked if she had already hooked up with someone. Kat said not exactly, then told her she had seen her old fiancé. Stacy halted, eyes widening. She repeated the word fiancé in disbelief, confirming there had been a ring and everything. Kat reminded her they had been friends for 10 years and that she had been only 22 at the time. Stacy confessed she felt blindsided. She had always assumed Kat was a cynic about love just like her. Kat replied that was exactly how she had become one. They found a table at Le Pain Quotidien and ordered coffee. Stacy apologized for stirring painful memories, admitting she had signed Kat up, mainly so she could get laid. Kat answered dryly that it was quite an apology. Stacy pressed for the full story, insisting she was dying to hear it. Kat told her everything. Meeting Jeff at Columbia, falling deeply in love, the effortless sense that it would last forever, his traditional proposal after speaking to her father, the way everything shifted after her father's murder, her own withdrawal, and how Jeff had finally walked out. She had been too weak or too proud to chase him. When she finished, Stacy sat stunned. Kat sipped her coffee in the quiet that followed. Stacy asked if Jeff was single. Kat confirmed he was a widower. Stacy's voice filled with quiet excitement as she pointed out that both of them were free now. Both had been through hell. Both carried the kind of realism that came from real damage. She leaned in, eyes shining, and said this felt like fate, like the chance for the fairy tale they had once believed in. But this time with eyes wide open, appreciating the cracks, the baggage, and what they had each ruined before. She reached across the table, took Kat's hand, and insisted it could be something truly good. Kat stayed silent. She did not trust her voice. She would not let herself imagine it yet. But she knew exactly what Stacy meant. When she got back to her apartment, she would send him a message. As Kat stood under the shower spray, her mind churned through possible messages to Jeff, each option feeling more awkward and juvenile than the last. She hated the nervous high school flutter in her stomach, the ridiculous sense that she was still passing notes in lockers. Hadn't they all outgrown this? Stacy's words echoed in her head. The fairy tale, but real. She dressed quickly in her usual jeans and blazer, stepped into a pair of Toms, and pulled her hair into a tight ponytail. She had never found the nerve to cut it short, but she liked it this way, off her face. Jeff had liked it this way too. Most men preferred it loose and flowing. Not him. He had always said he loved seeing her face clearly, those cheekbones and eyes. She forced the memory away. Work waited. She would figure out the message later. The computer monitor seemed to taunt her as she passed it, the screensaver looping its pointless animation. She checked the time. Get it over with, she told herself. Kat sat down and logged into youarejustmytype.com. She ignored the new matches and went straight to Jeff's profile. His simple statement stared back at her. Let's see what happens. She wondered how he had managed to make something so effortless, so inviting, so free of pressure. She opened the message box. The cursor blinked, waiting. She typed, "Yes, let's see what happens," then immediately erased it. A few more attempts followed. "Guess who? Been a long time. How are you?" Each one deleted in turn. They all sounded forced. Maybe it was impossible to sound smooth when you were hunting for the love of your life on a dating site. A wistful smile touched her lips as she remembered Jeff's love for cheesy 80s music videos. Before YouTube, they had to hunt for VH1 specials. She pictured him now, probably searching out clips by Tears for Fears or Spandau Ballet or Paul Young. John Waite. The old MTV video for Missing You rose in her mind, still strangely affecting. John Waite wandered empty streets, insisting he wasn't missing her at all, his voice thick with pain that made the lie obvious. He drowned his sorrows in a bar, flashed back to happier days, then went home to headphones and missed the knock at his door when she finally returned. The great love walked away, leaving him broken and still claiming he felt nothing. It had become their private joke. When apart, even briefly, Jeff would tease that he wasn't missing her at all. When he wanted to be serious, he would simply sign notes with the song title. Her fingers moved almost on their own and typed, "Missing you" into the box. She stared at the words. Too heavy against his light. Let's see what happens. She deleted it and tried the chorus line instead. I ain't missing you at all. Still wrong. Too flippant. Another deletion. Enough. An idea struck. Kat opened a second window, found the ancient video link, and copied it. The thumbnail from the bar scene appeared. Without letting herself overthink, she pasted the link into the message field and hit send. She stood quickly and hurried out the door. Kat lived on 67th Street on the Upper West Side, so her walk to the 19th Precinct on the East Side took her straight across Central Park. She cherished the short commute. The squad room sat on the third floor of the old Renaissance Revival building. Real detective work no longer broke down into neat TV specialties like homicide. Those units had largely vanished as murder numbers dropped sharply from the year her father was killed. As she passed the front desk, Sergeant Keith Inchierka jerked a thumb toward the stairs. Captain wants to see you pronto. She took the steps 2 at a time to the second floor. Captain Stagger rarely summoned her, despite their personal history. She knocked lightly. Come in. His small gray office felt suddenly airless. Stagger sat bent over his desk, head lowered exactly as it had been 18 years earlier when he had brought her the news that split her life in two. She remembered the bright, sunny day, her plans for the Columbia Library and a paper on the Marshall Plan, and the way Stagger had stood in her doorway with his head down. She had first mistaken his visit for something personal, a shy crush, until she noticed the blood on his shirt, and he spoke the 3 words that destroyed her world. It's bad, Kat. Stagger was nearing 50 now, married with 4 boys. Family photos covered his desk, including one of him with her late father, homicide detective Henry Donovan. You wanted to see me, Captain? When he looked up, his face was ashen. Kat felt her stomach tighten. What is it? She asked. Monty LeBurn, he said. The name emptied the room of air. LeBurn was serving life for murdering her father. What about him? He's dying. Pancreatic cancer. How long has he had it? I don't know. I just found out myself. I've been trying to visit him, she said, voice sharper than intended. She gestured an apology. Stagger nodded. He used to allow it. Lately... Silence stretched. Is he still at Clinton? She asked. The remote maximum security prison near the Canadian border had always felt like the loneliest place on earth. No. They moved him to Fishkill. Closer. How long does he have? Not long. Stagger started to rise, perhaps to offer comfort, then stopped. This is good, Kat. He deserves it. He deserves worse. She shook her head. No, I need to speak to him again. I figured you'd say that. I already made the request. He refuses to see you. Too bad, she said. I'm a cop. He's a dying, convicted murderer sitting on a big secret. Even if he talked now, he wouldn't live to trial. We can record a deathbed confession. Stagger looked unconvinced. I have to try, she insisted. Can I borrow a car from the pool? He closed his eyes for a long moment. Please, stagger. So much for professional distance. Your partner will cover? He asked. Sure, she lied. Of course. He sighed in resignation. Fine, go. As Gerard Remington finally saw daylight, the sudden burst of light detonated in his eyes like a supernova. He clamped them shut, tears streaming, desperate to shield them, but his hand stayed bound behind him. A figure stood directly overhead. The man ordered him not to move. Gerard obeyed. He heard a sharp snap as bindings were cut. Hope surged through him. Maybe this was rescue. The man told him to stand, his voice carrying a faint Caribbean or South American accent. He warned that he had a gun and would kill and bury Gerard on the spot for any sudden move. Gerard's parched throat forced out a hoarse yes. The man climbed out of the box-like space. For the first time, Gerard saw where he had been held. A buried bunker, roughly coffin-sized but larger, 4 feet deep and wide, 8 feet long. He stood and found himself ringed by dense woods. The man, actually closer to a teenager, heavily muscled with short, tight curls and what might have been a Brazilian lilt, wore torn jeans and a T-shirt stretched tight over his arms. A gun was in his hand. The man ordered him out. Gerard climbed into the open air. In the distance, a chocolate lab trotted up a path. When the man sealed the bunker lid, the entrance vanished, leaving only 2 metal rings, a chain and a padlock. Gerard's head spun. He asked where he was. The young man told him he stank and pointed to a hose behind a tree, ordering him to wash, relieve himself, and change into the camouflage jumpsuit he thrust forward. Gerard said he didn't understand any of this. The man stepped close, flexing his pecs and triceps, and threatened to kick his ass if he refused. Gerard turned toward the hose. His knees buckled from prolonged confinement, but he reached it and drank greedily, the stale hose water taste irrelevant. He scanned the woods, nothing but trees, no roads, no sounds. Where was Vanessa? Still waiting at the airport, confused but safe, or had they taken her too? He stepped behind the tree, stripped off his soiled clothes under the man's steady gaze, and felt a strange flash of modesty he hadn't experienced since high school gym class. He reminded himself to stay rational, to cooperate, to keep his wits. He was smart. He had the woman he loved, a good job, a future. This armed brute was no match for his intellect. The man told him to hurry. Gerard hosed himself down. When he asked for a towel, the man said no. Still dripping and now shivering from fear, exhaustion, and cold, he pulled on the jumpsuit. The man pointed to the path the dog had taken and ordered him to follow it to the end. Any step off it and he would be shot. Gerard obeyed, counting strides, his usual 81 centimeters, until 200 steps brought him roughly 162 meters along the trail. 12 more steps and the woods opened into a clearing. Ahead stood a white farmhouse with dark green upstairs shades and no visible electrical wires. A long-haired, dirty blonde man in sunglasses and work boots leaned against a porch post, arms crossed. He beckoned Gerard inside, then slipped through the door. Gerard approached, noting the barn to the right, the chocolate lab sitting patiently in front, the corner of a gray horse buggy, and a windmill. He filed every detail. He climbed the porch steps, hesitated at the open door, then entered. In the living room, the long-haired man sat in a large chair, sunglasses now removed to reveal bloodshot brown eyes and simple tattoos on his forearms. Another man, hippie style, dashiki, knit cap, pink-tinted glasses, entered, sat at a corner desk and opened a MacBook Air. Gerard spotted the small piece of black tape on its lid, exactly like the one he had placed on his own. He frowned and began to ask what was happening and where Vanessa was. The long-haired man cut him off with a sharp hush. The man at the laptop nodded that he was ready. The long-haired man turned back, his smile the most terrifying thing Gerard had ever seen. They had some questions for him. Fishkill Correctional Facility had begun life in the 1890s as the Matiwan State Hospital for the Criminally Insane. It had served as a hospital for the mentally ill until the 1970s, when court rulings curtailed arbitrary commitments. Now it operated as a medium-security prison, holding everything from work-release inmates to a maximum-security S-block. Kat arrived in Beacon, New York, the old brick building still looming between the Hudson River and Fishkill Ridge. Razor wire and decay, giving it the look of an Ivy League campus crossed with something far darker. She used her gold detective badge, number 8115, once her father's, and professional courtesy to clear most security checkpoints. An elderly nurse in a full white uniform and vintage cap stopped her at the hospital wing. Her makeup was garishly bright. She smiled sweetly and informed Kat that Mr. LeBurn had requested no visitors. Kat showed the badge again and identified herself to Nurse Sylvia Steiner. The nurse asked why she had come. Kat answered that LeBurn had killed her father. The nurse asked, without judgment, whether she wanted to watch him suffer. No, Kat said. She was here to ask him questions. The nurse led her to a room with 4 beds, 3 empty. In the far corner lay Monty LeBurn, eyes closed. Once a big, beefy bruiser used for intimidation and violence in loan sharking, extortion, and union work, he had later become a mid-level hitman after a rival beating left him less useful with his fists. The nurse said he drifted in and out. Kat asked for privacy. The nurse refused with the same sweet, melodic tone. Kat placed a hand on LeBurn's shoulder and gave a gentle shake. His eyes opened and slowly focused on her face. His body stiffened in recognition. He told her she was not supposed to be there. Kat reached into her pocket, drew out a photograph, and showed it to him. This was her father. As Kat held up the photograph of her father, LeBurn kept his head flat on the pillow. He had seen it on every one of her visits. She wasn't sure why she kept bringing it. Maybe to reach him, maybe to steal her own resolve, maybe to keep her father close as backup. She asked again, who had wanted her father dead. XIII, wasn't it? LeBurn asked why she kept repeating the same questions. Because he never answered, she said. He smiled with peg-like teeth, his breath carrying the stench of decay. He asked if she expected a deathbed confession. There was no reason not to tell the truth now, she told him. Sure there was, he replied. His family. Stay silent and they would be cared for. Talk and they would be killed. The ultimate carrot and stick. Kat had nothing to offer in return. Death had already settled deep into LeBurn. His body looked sunken, ready to vanish into the mattress. She stared at his gun hand, veins bulging like old garden hoses, the IV line taped near his wrist. A fresh wave of pain hit him. He gritted his teeth and told her to go. No, she said. Her last chance was slipping away. Please, she added, trying to keep the desperation from her voice. She needed to know. He told her to get away. Kat leaned closer. This was just for her, she explained. 18 years had passed. She needed the truth for closure. Why had XIII ordered the hit on her father? Get away from me, he repeated. I'll say you talked, she threatened. The moment you die, I'll arrest him. I'll claim you gave a full confession. LeBurn smiled again. Nice try. No one would believe it. He looked past her to Nurse Steiner. And I have a witness, don't I, Sylvia? The nurse nodded. I'm right here, Monty. Pain twisted his face. He told Sylvia he was tired, that it was getting bad. The nurse moved to his side, took his hand, and began pressing the IV pump to release more narcotic. She told Kat she was leaving now and gave her a baleful look. Kat started to protest, but the nurse pressed more buttons. LeBurn's eyes fluttered, and soon he was unconscious. A waste of time. Kat had expected nothing else. Cozone knew how to keep mouths shut. Take care of the family if you stay quiet, destroy them if you talk. There had never been any leverage, and there was none now. She turned toward the exit when the nurse's sickly sweet voice stopped her. "You handled that very poorly, dear." Kat turned. The nurse, in her vintage uniform and garish makeup, offered her help. "Pardon?" Nurse Steiner said LeBurn had no true remorse, only empty words for a priest to bargain his way into heaven. She asked if he had murdered many people. He had confessed to 3, Kat said. There were more, including her father, who had been a police officer like her. The nurse made a sympathetic teesk-teesk sound and told Kat to follow her, stay out of sight, and let her handle it. Kat caught up. "What are you going to do?" Nurse Steiner asked if she knew about twilight sleep. She explained it had once been used in childbirth with morphine and scopolamine, leaving mothers awake but amnesiac. She questioned whether pain or any experience truly happened if you didn't remember it. She described how mothers sometimes babbled under the drugs, confessing secrets they would never recall. She met Kat's eyes. Morphine wasn't so different from sodium thiopental, truth serum. People under it could be questioned and would forget everything. There was a reliability problem, though. Patients sometimes spoke convincingly about things that weren't true. "Shall we continue?" the nurse asked. Kat hesitated. She had grown up in a cop family and knew the dangers of bending rules, but she had no other choice. "Go ahead," she said. The nurse warned that LeBurn's defenses would rise if he heard Kat's voice, so she would handle it. She asked for details about the shooting. It took 20 minutes for her to add scopolamine, check vitals, and adjust the drip with practiced ease. Kat sat low in the corner, out of sight. LeBurn woke, head lolling. He began calling the nurse Cassie, the name of his dead sister. He said he wanted to see her when he died. The nurse led him gently. "Oh, you will see me, Monty. But there could be issues with the people you killed." "Men," he corrected. "I only killed men. Never women or children. Bad men." The nurse glanced at Kat. "But you killed a police officer." "Worst of 'em all," he said. "Cops ain't no better. Don't matter, though." "I don't understand." The nurse pressed. "Explain it to me." "I never killed no cop, Cassie. You know that." Kat froze. The nurse cleared her throat. "But, Monty..." He began to cry, apologizing for not defending Cassie when their father hurt her. He said he protected everyone else but not her. He had learned to protect his family now. The nurse gently steered him back. "But you said you never killed a cop. What about Detective Henry Donovan?" He said. "They'll hear. It was easy. I was toast anyway." "What do you mean?" "They already had me for killing Laszlo and Green. Dead to rights. Life sentence coming. What's one more if it provides?" A cold hand gripped Kat's heart. The nurse struggled to keep her voice steady. "Why did you shoot Detective Donovan?" "Is that what you think?" "I just took the fall. I was already done. Don't you see?" "You didn't shoot him?" No answer. "Monty?" She was losing him. "If it wasn't you, who killed him?" His voice drifted far away. "Who?" "Who killed Henry Donovan?" "How should I know? They visited me the day after I got arrested. They told me to take the money and the fall. Who? Monty's eyes closed. I'm so sleepy. Monty, who told you to take the fall? He slipped back into memories of failing his sister, crying again about what their father had done. Monty? The nurse tried once more, but he was gone. As Kat pressed for the name, Monty LeBurn murmured that he was so tired. Then he slipped back into sleep. On the long drive back to the city, Kat gripped the wheel with both hands and stared hard at the road. The only way to keep her thoughts from spinning out of control. Her entire world had tilted off its axis. Nurse Steiner had warned her again that the drugs left LeBurn disoriented, and that nothing he said could be trusted. Kat had nodded, understanding the risks of imagination and unreliability. But as a cop, she had learned one thing. Truth had its own unmistakable smell. Right now, LeBurn reeked of it. She switched on Angry Talk Radio, letting the host's simple solutions to every problem wash over her. Their certainty irritated her, yet it kept her distracted. The world was never one size fits all. Back at the 19th precinct, she went straight to Captain Stagger's office. He wasn't there. She sent a quick text, "Need to talk," then climbed the stairs without asking when he would return. She didn't want to draw attention yet. Her partner, Charles Chaz Faircloth, stood in the corner with 3 other cops. He greeted her with an exaggerated drawl and followed it with a lame pun about what the cat dragged in. The others chuckled. She answered with flat sarcasm. He claimed he had been working on his timing. She was in no mood for him. Chaz wore an expensive, glistening suit, a perfectly knotted tie, and shoes polished to a mirror shine. Everything about him screamed self-involved sociopath. The waxy good looks, the supernatural charm, the wealthy Faircloth family that treated policing like a resume line for future office. He whispered something to the group, probably at her expense, and they laughed again before drifting away. He told her she was late. She explained she had been working a case for the captain. He arched an eyebrow and made a smirking double entendre. She asked what they were working on. He gestured at her desk, said he had covered for her, and told her the files were there. Then he checked his oversized Rolex, announced he had to leave, and strutted out whistling some club song. She had already asked their lieutenant for a new partner. Once Chaz learned of the request, he had been stunned, unable to imagine any woman resisting him, and had only turned up the charm. With his back to her, he waved and called her babe. She let it go. Bigger things pressed on her now. What if LeBurn had told the truth? What if they had been wrong for 18 years and her father's real killer was still out there? The thought felt too large to hold alone. She needed to talk to someone who had known all the players, and the first name that rose in her mind, God help her, was Jeff Raines. She sat at her desk and pulled up every file on Monty LeBurn and the murder of Detective Henry Donovan. There was a mountain of material. She would read it again tonight at home with fresh eyes, this time assuming LeBurn might have been a fall guy. Then she wondered whether Jeff had answered her message on youarejustmytype.com. The desks around her were empty. She glanced over her shoulder, no one watching. She typed the site address. A blocked message appeared. Access required a supervisor code. The department restricted personal sites to boost productivity. She had considered installing the app on her phone, but decided it looked too desperate. It would have to wait. Minor cases rolled in. She handled a taxi driver accusing a socialite of skipping the fare, and a woman complaining that her neighbor grew pot plants. She checked her phone. Still no reply from Stagger. She sent another text. Really need to talk to you. His answer came a moment later. Assume this has to do with the prison visit? She typed, yes. The pause stretched. Then, busy until 8. I could stop by tonight or we can wait till morning. She answered instantly, "Stop by tonight." At shift's end, Kat changed into jogging clothes and ran straight across Central Park, past the doorman with a quick nod, up the stairs two at a time, and into her apartment in one smooth motion. The computer was asleep. She jiggled the mouse. The hourglass spun. She needed a new machine. While it loaded, she fought the urge to grab water. Thirst could wait. The site logged her out again. She entered her credentials. The welcome screen flashed 6 bright green words. One response waiting in your inbox. Her heart thudded heavily against her ribs. She clicked. Jeff's profile photo appeared. The subject line was blank. She opened it. He wrote that the video was cute and that he had always loved it. He said men always claimed they wanted a woman with a sense of humor, but her choice had been a clever way to reach out. He added that he was drawn to her photographs. Her face was beautiful, yet there was something more there. It was nice to meet her. No signature, no name, nothing else. The truth hit her like a slap. Jeff did not remember her. She sat motionless, trying to breathe through it. She had changed. Darker hair, shorter, 40 now instead of the bright-eyed 22-year-old he had last seen. The years had been kinder to him. The gray at his temples only improved him. Her profile gave no personal details, no address, no Columbia degree. So on one level, it made sense he might not recognize her. Yet they had been in love. They had been engaged. That video had meant far more than cute to them. A small red heart pulsed beside his photo. He was online right now and open to instant messages from people who had already messaged him. She opened the box and typed, "It's Kat." She hit return before she could stop herself. The cursor blinked. Her right leg began bouncing rapidly, the same restless habit her father had. She pressed her palm to her knee and forced it still, eyes locked on the screen. A typing cloud appeared. Then his reply, "No names, at least not yet." She frowned. The site's rules surfaced in her memory. Don't use real names until you were sure you wanted to meet in person. Her fingers moved again. "Jeff? Is that you?" "It's Kat." She counted 12 blinks of the cursor. The red heart vanished. Jeff had gone offline. Kat's mind snagged on a sudden possibility. Maybe the widower in the profile wasn't Jeff after all. Maybe it was only some stranger who resembled her ex-fiancé. She studied the photos again. They were grainy, mostly taken outdoors from a distance. One in the woods, one on a barren beach beside a broken fence, one on what looked like a golf course. In several, he wore a baseball cap or sunglasses, never indoors. Like her own pictures, he never seemed fully at ease, as though he were hiding or caught off guard. As a cop, she had seen how badly the mind could be fooled by suggestion and desire. Witnesses picked the face. The detectives wanted them to pick. Brains bent easily under simple inducement. What could raw wanting do? Last night, she had been scrolling a dating site for a lifetime partner. Weren't the odds better that her longing would conjure the man who had once come closest to that role? The doorman intercom buzzed. She answered. Frank told her the captain was downstairs. "Send him up." Kat left her door ajar so Stagger could walk straight in, wanting no fresh trigger of memories from 18 years ago. She closed the dating site and cleared her browser history. Stagger entered, radiating deep exhaustion. His eyes were bloodshot and sunken. His 5 o'clock shadow grown into heavy stubble, his shoulders slumped like a tired buzzard. He looked wrecked. She asked if he was all right. "Long day," he muttered. She offered him a drink. He declined and asked what she wanted. Kat went straight in. She asked how certain he was that Monty LeBurn had killed her father. Whatever he had expected, it wasn't this. Surprise flashed across his tired face. He asked if she was serious. She confirmed she was. He guessed she had seen LeBurn that day. She said yes. He pressed whether LeBurn had suddenly denied shooting Henry. Not exactly, she answered. Stagger demanded to know what had happened. She chose her words carefully. Stagger lived by the book. Any mention of Nurse Steiner and the twilight sleep would set him off. She asked him to listen with an open mind. He told her he wasn't in the mood for games. She insisted she wasn't playing any, but asked him to bear with her and go back to the beginning. Monty LeBurn had been nailed by the feds as triggerman on 2 hits. He refused to flip on Cozone. Whether from stupidity or fear for his family, he stayed silent. Meanwhile, the department had only rumors and thin threads on her father's murder. Then suddenly LeBurn confessed. Stagger corrected her. It hadn't been that simple. They had leads, but nothing solid, she countered. So why had he confessed out of nowhere? Stagger said the heat on Cozone's crew after killing a cop had been intense. LeBurn had to give them something. Exactly, she said. LeBurn took the fall while Cozone walked free. A man already serving life picked up one more life sentence. How convenient. They had tried for years to tie Cozone to it, Stagger reminded her. But never could, she pointed out. They could never link Cozone and LeBurn on her father's case. Why? And what about the unidentified fingerprints at the scene? Stagger stared at her, asking what had happened at Fishkill. She played it carefully. LeBurn was dying, she said, no more than a week or 2 left. Stagger asked if he had agreed to see her. Sort of. She had talked her way into the infirmary, flashed her badge, kept it vague. When she reached his bed, he was heavily drugged on painkillers, probably morphine. He began muttering, hallucinating. He mistook the nurse for his dead sister Cassie and apologized for failing to protect her from their father. He cried, saying he would be with her soon. Stagger watched her closely. Then LeBurn said he never killed the cop. Stagger's sunken eyes widened. She continued. He claimed he was already dead to rights for the 2 murders, so confessing to one more made no difference. Stagger called it crazy. It made perfect sense, she insisted. Why not confess to an extra murder when you're already serving life? Suppose the real killer was about to be caught. A ready-made fall guy appears. Cozone could have arranged it, using a man he knew would never talk. They had the murder weapon, Stagger reminded her, found exactly where LeBurn said it would be. Of course LeBurn knew where it was. She shot back. The real killer told him, hit men like LeBurn never kept a gun. They disposed of it. Yet he saved this one? And the unidentified fingerprints. Did he have an accomplice? Stagger put his hands on her shoulders. He reminded her LeBurn had been drugged on morphine and hallucinating. It was just muttered nonsense. She told him not to patronize her. He wasn't, he said. But she had to let it go. The case wasn't perfect, but the questions were routine. If she let them consume her, she would end up depressed, like her grandfather. He didn't say the last part aloud, but she heard it anyway. Your father would want you to move on, he told her. She stayed silent. He insisted he was telling the truth. She knew he believed that, but she couldn't let it go. Her father would have understood why. Later, at 3 a.m, Kat poured another shot of Jack Daniels and began printing her private file on her father's murder. It contained everything from the official case, helped by family friend detectives, plus every rumor and loose thread she had gathered herself. The case had rested on LeBurn's confession and the gun found hidden in his home. The one nagging exception was the unidentified fingerprint lifted from her father's belt, which had never matched anyone. She had never been fully satisfied, though everyone chalked it up to her personal stake. Aqua had once told her she was searching for something in the case that could never be found. Now, with whiskey warming her blood, the first person who came to mind, the one who would truly understand the old cat, the one before her father's death, was Jeff. It seemed like a terrible idea in daylight. At 3 a.m., after several belts of Jack, it felt brilliant. She looked out the window. Manhattan's streets at this hour were empty, a quiet cemetery. Kat wobbled to her computer. It took 3 tries to log back into yourjustmytype.com, her fingers clumsy from drink. Kat checked whether Jeff was online. He wasn't. She clicked the link anyway and typed a short message asking if they could talk. Something had come up and she needed to run it by him. Even as she hit send, part of her knew this was the online dating version of drunk texting. And drunk texting never ended well. She half collapsed into sleep. When the alarm dragged her awake at 6, self-loathing hit before the hangover did, sharp sparks of pain already firing behind her eyes. No message from Jeff. Or from maybe Jeff. She couldn't decide which stung more. She needed extra-strength Tylenol and coffee, not yoga. Yet something stopped her. Aqua was the only other person still in her life who had known her with Jeff, with her father, with the version of herself that existed before the murder. Aqua and Jeff had grown close through her, even roomed together once. She printed the profile, threw on clothes, and jogged across the park, arriving late as usual while the class sat in meditation. "Late," Aqua said. "Sorry." He opened his eyes, surprised. Kat never apologized. He knew something was wrong. 2 decades earlier, they had been Columbia classmates. Aqua had been the brightest mind she had ever encountered. Test scores off the charts, brain racing ahead of everyone else. He burned through knowledge, extra classes, 2 jobs, track. Then the engine simply overheated. Mental illness, chronic and unrelenting. He had been in and out of institutions ever since. Kat no longer knew exactly where he lived. Somewhere in the park, she suspected. Some days he dressed as a man, most days as a woman. Some days he did not recognize her at all. When the others closed their eyes for corpse pose, Kat sat up and stared at him. He stared back, irritation flickering across his face. She was breaking the rules. He told her to relax her face, her eyes, her mouth. His gaze never wavered. Finally, he rose in one silent motion from lotus position. She followed him along a narrow back path heading north. She asked if this was where he went after class. No, he answered. He was not showing her. What did she want? A favor. He kept walking, fists clenched like a child fighting a tantrum. He did not do favors. He taught yoga. Routine kept him stable. Pulling him out of it like this was not good for him. She felt the old weight settle in her chest. They had once been the kind of friends who could talk for hours in the library and lose track of time. He had understood her feelings for Jeff from the first date. The 3 of them had been close. Now, looking at his bewildered face, she felt the full depth of everything she had lost. Not only her father and her fiancé, but this version of Aqua, too. God, she missed him, she said. He walked faster. This was not helping. She knew. She was sorry. He had to go. He had things to do. She caught his arm and handed him the printed pages of Jeff's profile. "What was this?" he asked. She told him to look and tell her. He scanned the sheets. His expression stayed tight, but something sparked in his eyes. Fear edged into his voice. Why was she showing these to him? Did the man look familiar? No, he said at first. Then he started to hurry away. It didn't look like Jeff. It was Jeff. Later that morning, Kat hung up the phone, Monty LeBurn's muttered words still looping in her head, when the computer chimed with a "You are just my type" instant message alert. The tiny profile picture showed Jeff. She had spent the last 3 hours buried in her private file on her father's murder. Henry Donovan had been shot once in the chest at close range with a small Smith & Wesson. That detail had always bothered her. LeBurn's usual method was 2 rounds to the back of the head. Why change it here? LeBurn had also told the nurse that he did not know who killed the cop because they had visited him the day after his arrest and told him to take the money and the fall. Who were they? She had called her old friend Chris Harrop at the Department of Corrections and asked for the visitor log from Monty LeBurn at Clinton Prison on March 27th, 18 years earlier. Harrop joked about sweaty hot sex, then agreed to dig through the old paper records stored in Albany. The moment she hung up, the message balloon appeared. With a shaking hand, she accepted the chat. Hey, Kat. Got your message? How are you? Her heart stuttered. She read it twice more, then typed back that he had not recognized her, she guessed. His reply came quickly. No, he had recognized her right away. Then why hadn't he said anything? He answered that she already knew why. She did not. And why had he said nothing about the Missing You video? Because he was a widower now. She typed that she had seen it and was sorry. He wrote that being on the site felt weird for him. Same for her. It made him cautious and protective, he explained. Did that make sense? She answered that she guessed it did. His next line landed like cold water. He did not think it was a good idea for them to talk anymore. Going back felt like a mistake. He needed a fresh start. Did she understand? For a second, she hated Stacy for buying her this account in the first place. She forced the feeling down and typed that she understood. Take care of yourself, Kat. The red heart icon beside his name kept beating, then slowed, faded from red to gray to white, and vanished. A tear slid down her cheek. Gerard Remington felt his mind fracturing, as if brain tissue were ripping away under some invisible centrifugal force. Most of the time he lived in darkness and pain, yet through the haze a cold focus had sharpened. The muscled man with the accent pointed down the path. Gerard knew the way. This would be his 4th trip to the farmhouse. Titus would be waiting. He briefly considered running, but his body was too weak. They fed him only enough to stay alive. The daily trek through the woods already drained everything he had. He still clung to the faint hope of rescue, even as his strength failed. His eyes stayed open, quietly gathering details. He was somewhere in rural Pennsylvania, roughly a 6-hour drive from Logan Airport where they had taken him. The plain farmhouse, absence of power lines. Titus ran a generator. The old windmill, the buggy, the forest green window shades all pointed to Amish land. The color of the buggy suggested Lancaster County. It made a strange kind of sense. Sunlight filtered through green leaves. The sky was an impossible blue. Beauty, he realized, always hid inside the ugly. One could not exist without the other. As he neared the clearing, he heard a truck. For a moment, he let himself imagine rescue. Sirens, police, Titus arrested, the nightmare exposed. But the pickup truck brought no salvation. In the bed sat a woman wearing a bright yellow sundress. The color looked violently out of place. A tear rose in Gerard's eye. He pictured Vanessa in that same dress, smiling at him, filling his chest with warmth. the image pulled every beautiful memory forward. Ice fishing with his father in Vermont, the way his father's death at age 8 had shattered his mother, the string of awful boyfriends who treated him like a freak, the schoolyard bullying, the attic bedroom that became his escape. The underground box sometimes felt no different. Later, the science lab had served the same purpose. His mother had moved in with him after losing her looks and her men, cooking and doting, until cancer took her 2 years ago, leaving him utterly alone. Then Vanessa had appeared, bringing color and light like that yellow sundress. Soon it would all be gone. The truck rumbled past in a cloud of dust. Gerard? Titus never raised his voice. He did not need to. His calm tone commanded obedience. Gerard turned. Come! Titus vanished inside the farmhouse. Gerard followed. An hour later, he walked back down the path, legs unsteady, body shaking. He dreaded returning to the box. Titus had promised cooperation would lead back to Vanessa. Gerard no longer knew what to believe, but resistance felt pointless. He considered running again. Again he dismissed it. In the clearing, the muscled man stopped playing with his chocolate lab and gave an order in what sounded like Portuguese. The dog bounded away. The man pointed a gun at Gerard. This was the familiar routine. Gun trained on him while he entered the box, door locked, darkness descending. This time, something in the man's eyes was different. Vanessa? Gerard whispered to himself, repeating her name like a mantra, the way his mother had clutched her rosary at the end. This way, the muscled man said, gesturing right with the gun. Where are we going? This way, Gerard asked again. The man stepped close and pressed the barrel to his head. This way. Gerard walked right, past the hose where he usually washed, and changed into the jumpsuit. Keep going. Vanessa. Yep, keep walking. They moved past the hose toward a smaller clearing. Gerard frowned. One more step, and he saw it. He froze. Keep going. He could not move. To his left, beside a thick oak, lay a large pile of clothes. 10 outfits or more, including his own gray suit from the day at Logan Airport. How many of us? The sheer number stunned him, but it was not what stopped his breath. Atop the pile, like a grotesque decoration, sat a bright yellow sundress. Gerard closed his eyes. His entire life, the one he had lived and the one he had almost had, flashed before him. Then the gunshot ended everything. 2 weeks later, Kat sat finishing paperwork at the precinct when Stacy burst in like an approaching storm. Heads turned. Conversation died. Chaz Faircloth, still her partner, straightened his tie and started toward her, only to be halted by one sharp look from Stacy. Lunch at the Carlisle, Stacy announced. I'm buying. Deal? Kat began logging off her computer. So how did your date go last night? Stacy asked. I hate you, Kat replied. Yet you'll still eat with me. You're buying. Kat's first 3 dates from the site had been polite, well-dressed, and utterly forgettable. Last night's 4th date, 2 weeks after Jeff's latest rejection, had started with promise. Walking with Stan toward Telepen on West 69th, he asked if she was a Woody Allen fan. She lit up. She loved Woody Allen. What about Annie Hall? One of her favorites. Stan stopped walking and, in a weak impression, suggested they have sex before dinner so they could relax and digest better. Exactly like the scene in the movie. Kat stared. He was serious. During dinner, she tried steering the talk back to Woody Allen films. Stan admitted he had only seen Annie Hall because it helped him pick up women who loved the movie. The line usually worked. Stacy listened, fighting laughter. Wow, total douche. Yep. You're still being too picky. That second date guy sounded nice. He was, until he ordered a Dasani. Not even a bottle of water, just Dasani. Stacy groaned. Wow, total massingill. Kat let out a loud groan. You're being too picky, Kat. Kat told Stacy she probably needed more time. Stacy asked whether she meant time to get over Jeff, the man who had dumped her 18 years earlier. Kat told her to shut up. They were almost out the door when Chaz called her name from behind. They turned. He beckoned her with one finger while his gaze stayed locked on Stacy. Kat sighed and walked back to him. He turned his back to Stacy and jerked a thumb in her direction, asking who the prime-cut hottie was. Kat said she was not his type. Chaz insisted she looked exactly his type. Kat replied that Stacy could actually think. Chaz looked confused. He told her she had a visitor waiting. She reminded him she was on her lunch hour. He had already told the kid that, but the boy insisted on waiting for her specifically. A kid? Chaz shrugged and said the boy was sitting by her desk. Kat signaled Stacy to give her one more minute and climbed the stairs. A teenage boy slouched in the chair beside her desk, boneless and half melted into the seat, hair hanging in his face like a curtain. She approached. Can I help you? He sat up, brushed the hair aside, and stated that she was Detective Donovan. She confirmed it and asked what he needed. He introduced himself as Brandon Phelps and shook her hand. He said it was about his mom. She was missing, and he thought Kat could help find her. Kat canceled lunch with Stacy, returned to her desk, and sat across from him. She asked the first question that came to mind. Why her? Brandon swallowed hard. He said he had heard she was the best. She knew it was a lie and pressed where he had heard it. He gave a lazy teenage shrug and said it didn't matter. He wanted her, not her partner. She explained that he did not get to choose his investigator. His eyes suddenly glistened as though he might cry. He asked if she would not help him. She assured him she had not said that. But the whole thing felt off. She asked him to tell her what happened. It was his mom, he repeated. She was missing. Kat took out a pen and paper and ran through the basics. His mother was Dana Phelps, unmarried since his father died 3 years earlier. No siblings, just the two of them. Brandon was 19, lived at 1279 3rd Avenue, apartment 8JJ. He gave her his cell number. When she asked for the problem, he said again that his mother was missing. She pressed for details. How long? 3 days. He explained that his mom had said she was going on a trip with her boyfriend to someplace in the Caribbean. A surprise. But he did not believe it. He had called her cell, and she never answered. She had promised to text every day because this was her first trip since his father died. Kat suggested bad phone service or that she was simply busy. Brandon frowned and insisted it was not like her. She asked whether he had called the hotel. He said his mother never told him where she was staying. Had he contacted the boyfriend? No. He did not know the man. They had started dating after Brandon left for Yukon. She asked when his mother had first mentioned the trip. About a week ago. He begged her to look into it. Kat stared at him. Something still felt wrong. She asked what was really going on. His answer surprised her. He asked if she really did not know. Before she could reply, Captain Stagger called her name from the stairway. He told her to come to his office. She started to say she was in the middle of something, but his tone left no argument. She told Brandon to wait and followed Stagger downstairs. He closed the door behind them and did not waste time. Monty LeBurn had died that morning. Kat slumped against the wall. Stagger said he figured she would want to know. For 2 weeks she had tried to reach LeBurn again without success. Now the chance was gone. She thanked him. They stood in awkward silence. She asked if there was anything else. No. He had simply thought she should know. She asked whether there would be a funeral. Stagger said he did not know why she cared. She said there was no reason, but privately she wondered about LeBurn's family. They had changed their names and moved out of state. Maybe they would claim the body. Maybe they knew something. It was a long shot. She left his office feeling strangely numb. So much of her life had become unanswered questions. She was a cop. She liked closed cases. Her own existence now felt like one giant open file. She pushed the thought aside. Brandon was waiting. But when she reached her desk, the chair was empty. A note lay on the blotter. Had to go. Please find my mom. You have my phone if you need to reach me. Brandon. She read it twice. The entire encounter felt even more wrong. She scanned her notes. Dana Phelps. It could not hurt to run a quick check. Her desk phone rang. She answered. It was Chris Harrop from Corrections. He apologized for the delay. The old logs were not computerized, and he had needed to pull them from storage in Albany. Then he had to wait for Monty LeBurn to die, so there would be no rights violation. He had the visitor list for the day, she requested. She asked him to send it. He said he had already emailed it. There was nothing useful on it. The only visitor that day had been LeBurn's attorney, Alex Coelho, plus 2 federal agents and an NYPD cop named Thomas Stagger. Kat stood frozen before Stagger's empty office, her fingers trembling as she typed an urgent text demanding to speak with him immediately. She hit send and stared at the screen for 2 full minutes. No reply came. None of it made sense. Monty LeBurn had been arrested by federal agents on RICO charges for murdering 2 rival crime family members. NYPD had played no role. Days later, the feds linked him to her father's death as the triggerman. Yet Stagger had visited LeBurn the very day after the arrest. Why? A sharp twinge reminded her she had skipped lunch. Hunger always clouded her focus and soured her mood. She hurried downstairs and asked Keith Inchierka at the front desk to alert her the moment Stagger returned. He frowned and snapped that he wasn't her secretary. She pressed him anyway, pleading that it was important. He waved her off. Kat stepped outside for air and spotted a falafel stand on 3rd Avenue. Then she remembered Brandon Phelps's address. Why not check it? She walked north 7 blocks to a plain high-rise. At street level sat a Duane Reade pharmacy and a boutique called Scoop that she had once mistaken for an ice cream shop. The building entrance was on 74th Street. She flashed her badge at the doorman and said she was there about Dana Phelps in apartment 8J. He examined the badge and told her it was the wrong building. No Dana Phelps lived there, and no apartment 8J existed. The 8th floor ran from 801 to 816. Kat confirmed the address. 1279 3rd Avenue. He corrected her. This was 200 East 74th Street. She pointed out the corner location and the 1279 marking above the Duane Reade entrance. The doorman stared blankly and invited her sarcastically to go search for 8J herself. New Yorkers. She circled the block, confirmed the awning read 200 East 74th, then entered the pharmacy and asked the manager how to reach the apartments above. He reminded her the entrance was around the corner on 74th. The realization hit hard. Brandon had given her a false address. Back at the precinct, Google filled in some blanks but raised more questions. A Dana Phelps with a son named Brandon lived in an affluent part of Greenwich, Connecticut, not the Upper East Side. Brandon's father, a wealthy hedge fund manager, had died at 41. The obituary listed no cause and requested no charity donations. Kat searched for other Manhattan residences the family might own. Nothing turned up. She ran Brandon's cell number. It was prepaid, unusual for a rich Greenwich kid. Most prepaid users either had bad credit or wished to stay untraceable, though tracing them was simpler than many realized. Following a hunch, she checked the registered sales database. Brandon had bought the phone at the Duane Reade on 1279 3rd Avenue. That explained his choice of address, at least, but nothing else. She considered his Facebook private. Learning how his father died would take only a call or two, yet what did it matter? The boy had come to her, claiming his mother had run off with some man. If this was all a hoax, it was a pathetically lame one with no punchline. Still, unless Brandon was a sociopath or a gifted actor, his distress had felt genuine. The question lingered. What was really going on? Kat dialed his number. He answered on the second ring. She told him she had visited the Duane Reade at 1279 3rd Avenue. Silence stretched. She asked if he was ready to come clean. His tone sharpened as he replied that the real question was whether she was. She switched the phone to her other ear, ready to take notes, and pressed him again. He insisted she find his mother, the one in Greenwich. When she reminded him she was NYPD and suggested he go to Greenwich Police, he said he had already spoken to Detective Schwartz, who hadn't believed him. He knew her nickname was Kat. Before she could ask how, he hung up. Kat stared at the silent phone. How had he known? Had he overheard someone at the precinct, or did he know far more about her than he should? None of it added up. She weighed calling back or pinging his location when the desk phone rang. Sergeant Inciarca reported that Stagger had just returned. Her concerns about Brandon vanished. She rushed upstairs. Stagger was entering his office with her supervisor Stephen Singer and David Karp. As he started to close the door, Kat blocked it with her hand and forced a smile. She asked if he had seen her message. He said he was busy. She insisted it couldn't wait, and mentioned the visitor's log from the day after LeBurn's arrest, watching his face closely. His hands clenched, his face flushed crimson, clear for everyone to see. Through gritted teeth, he repeated that he was busy. Singer glared at her insubordination, stunned. Kat stepped back. He shut the door in her face. 10 minutes later, a text arrived from Brandon's prepaid phone. I'm sorry. She dialed immediately. He answered on the first ring, voice tentative, and asked her to meet him at the Hunter College bookstore on the corner. She told him she was tired of being jerked around. He promised to explain everything. She sighed and headed over. Brandon sat hunched on a bench outside, surrounded by college students with backpacks and tired faces. He looked young, scared, and fragile, shoulders pulled in against an invisible chill. Kat sat beside him without speaking, waiting for him to begin. He stared down at his hands for a long moment. She let the silence stretch. Kat listened as Brandon described his father's slow death from cancer, how it had hollowed the man out while his mother stayed at his bedside through every hour. They had been high school sweethearts, closer than most couples he saw, always in the same room instead of avoiding each other. His own grief had cut deep, but his mother's had felt like half of her had been buried with him. She kept her questions locked away for now. He went on about how his mother called constantly every day because the two of them were all each other had left, and her terror of losing anyone else drove her to check that he was still breathing. Kat suggested she might simply be lonely after all this time. He agreed, but insisted. The silence now was what had set off every alarm. She pointed out that this was the first time his mother had ever gone away with a man, maybe her cautious way of stepping into something new. Brandon shook his head, saying she knew he wanted her to find happiness, yet he was certain this particular man was a player she couldn't see through. Kat offered that his mother might simply end up with a broken heart, and that she was old enough to risk it. He refused to accept it, frustrated that she still didn't understand. When she pressed him again on why he had gone to the Greenwich police first and then specifically to her, and how he even knew people called her Kat, he stayed quiet at first. Finally, he told her his mother had met the boyfriend online. Kat noted that plenty of people did. Then he muttered the words perky and cute, and a cold spike ran through her as it echoed the exact headline her friend had written on her dating profile. She asked outright if he had been stalking her online. He sat up sharply and denied it, then reached into his pocket and handed her a photograph. He explained it was the man his mother had gone away with, pulled straight from the website. The moment Kat saw the face, her stomach plunged as though the ground had opened beneath her. It was Jeff. Titus had begun his work in the Port Authority bus station, dressed in a crisp suit and tie with a briefcase, horn-rimmed glasses, and neatly trimmed hair. He claimed the same second-floor bench overlooking the south terminal gates below. The locals knew to clear out the moment they saw him coming. From there, he watched the passengers step off the buses, patient as a lion scanning for the limping gazelle. He passed over girls from big cities and waited for the runaways from small Bible Belt towns. Tulsa, Topeka, Des Moines. The ones burning with rebellion against their fathers made the best targets. He never forced anything. If a girl wasn't right, he let her walk. Patience meant casting enough nets until the perfect one appeared. For those who fit, he approached politely with embossed cards from his invented elitism model agency, suggesting she might have modeling potential. He invited her to a portfolio shoot, stressing that real agencies paid the talent. Suspicion made him walk away. For the ones who followed, the routine was simple. Take the pictures, then strike. Knife to the throat, seize her belongings, cuff her, sometimes assault her, always dose her with heroin. The drug hooked fast and never let go. His mentor, Louis Kassman, had reveled in the pain and the filming. Titus cared only about the profit. He turned the broken girls into street workers or higher-end assets, their loyalty forged through fear and addiction. A few ran home or to the police, but their stories carried no weight. That chapter was finished now. Titus finished his afternoon walk alone through the woods behind the barn, the lush green foliage and wide blue sky still surprising him. Raised in the crowded Bronx, he had once believed the city's noise lived in his blood, and that silence would drive him mad. The farm's quiet had felt unbearable at first. Now he craved it. He reached a smaller clearing where Reynaldo, his loyal, thick-muscled guard, played fetch with the dog and gave a nod of greeting. Titus returned it. The original Amish owners had dug 14 root cellars here. Simple holes in the ground, invisible unless you knew where to look. He passed a pile of clothes with the bright yellow sundress still on top and asked how the girl inside was holding up. Reynaldo shrugged that it was the same as always. Titus told him to bring her up at 10 o'clock tonight. When Reynaldo noted the late hour, Titus confirmed it was not a problem. He stared once more at the yellow sundress and gave one final order. Burn every piece of clothing in the pile. Park Avenue seemed to freeze around her. In the edges of her vision, students still shuffled past in distant laughs mixed with car horns, but the sounds felt muffled and remote, as if seashells pressed against her ears. Kat stared down at the photograph in her hand. Jeff on the sand, broken fence behind him, waves rolling in the distance. Numbness spread through her chest while she gripped the image of her former fiancé, willing it to offer some explanation. Brandon rose from the bench. For a split second she feared he might bolt, abandoning her with the picture and a flood of unanswered questions. She shot out her hand and seized his wrist, anchoring him there. He asked if she knew the man in the photo. She demanded to know what was happening. He reminded her she was a cop and insisted on some form of immunity before saying more, claiming he didn't want to incriminate himself. That was why he had kept silent until now. She pointed out that his approach to her had been no coincidence. He admitted it wasn't. When she pressed how he had located her, he hesitated, again citing self-protection. She urged him to stop evading and tell her everything immediately. He suggested the method of finding her might have been illegal. She told him she didn't care. He still wavered. Her glare sharpened. She warned she was close to drawing her gun and forcing the truth out of him. He asked one thing first. Did she know the man? Her gaze fell back to the photograph. She confirmed he had been an old boyfriend. He acknowledged that much, but pressed for more. Suspicion flared inside her as she studied his face. How could he have known Jeff was her ex? The realization hit hard. Had he hacked into something? His expression confirmed it. It all clicked. He had fabricated the story about hearing she was a skilled detective because he couldn't admit breaking the law to a cop. She reassured him that none of that mattered to her now. He seemed surprised, then asked if she promised to keep it between them. She gave her word. He drew a shaky breath, eyes glistening with tears. As a computer science major at UConn, he and his friends had easily breached the dating site, YouAreJustMyType.com, slipping past weak security on everything except the financial data. The logs recorded every click, message, and interaction, including hers with Jeff. She saw the connection instantly. That was how he had learned her name. He stayed quiet, but the pieces fit. She handed the photograph back to him. She told him to go home. Jeff seemed decent, or at least he once had. His mother was a widow, Jeff a widower. Whatever was between them might be genuine. She was an adult. Brandon had no right spying on her. He protested defensively that he hadn't started out spying. But when she stopped calling, she cut in that his mother was simply away with a man and he needed to grow up. He insisted Jeff didn't love her. Why else would he have used the name Jack online? She replied that plenty of people used aliases on those sites. It meant nothing. And messaging multiple women was the whole purpose, searching for the right match. Inside, the old hurt resurfaced. Jeff had spoken to her too, yet lacked the courage to admit he had already moved on, spinning excuses about needing space instead. Brandon repeated that he only needed the man's real name and address. She refused, saying this wasn't her business. And he had no idea how far from her business it truly was. Her phone buzzed with a message from Stagger, Bethesda Fountain in 10 minutes. She stood. She had to leave. He asked where. She told him that wasn't his concern either. This was finished. He should go home. He pleaded once more for just the name. Part of her knew it was a mistake, but another part still stung from being pushed aside. The kid deserved to know who his mother was involved with. She gave him the name, Jeff Rains, spelling the Y, and said she had no idea or interest in where he lived. Bethesda Fountain pulsed at the heart of Central Park, the towering angel statue serene above the water, one hand cradling lilies while the other blessed the surface. 4 cherubs below embodied temperance, purity, health, and peace. The fountain had stood since 1873, surviving hippies, film scenes from Godspell and Hair, and darker days of drugs and fear in the 70s that even her father had spoken of. On this bright summer day, it felt like pure paradise. Stagger sat on a bench overlooking the lake, black baseball cap making him appear younger. His eyes skimmed the water like a skipped stone, while tourists drifted past in rowboats, some struggling with oars before surrendering to the gentle current. Nearby, crowds cheered the Afrobat's acrobatic comedy, and a performer promised guaranteed laughs for $1. Living statues and a ukulele player dotted the terrace. He never turned as she approached. She paused above him, then greeted him simply. He kept staring at the water and asked what the hell was wrong with her, accusing her of barging into his office without regard. She apologized, saying she had meant no disrespect. He called it bullshit. She explained she had finally obtained LeBurn's visitor logs and urgently needed his input. He demanded why she couldn't wait for his meeting to end. She faltered, aware how the crowd roared at a nearby joke. He knew how she was about this case. He labeled it obsession. She reminded him it was about her father. How could he not understand? He claimed he did, then turned back to the lake. When she asked if he already knew what she had discovered, he admitted he did. A slow smile forming. She pressed why he had visited LeBurn the day after the arrest. He offered no reply at first. She pointed out the feds had made the arrest, not NYPD. He had no official role, especially since he had found the body as her father's partner. So why had he gone? He looked almost amused and asked for her theory. She admitted she had none. He faced her directly and asked if she believed he had been involved in what happened to Henry. She denied it immediately. Then what? She wished for a stronger answer, but could only say she didn't know. He asked if she thought he had hired LeBurn. She insisted she believed LeBurn was merely a fall guy. He frowned, dismissing the idea as tired. She repeated her question. Why had he been there? He closed his eyes, exhaled, and turned toward the water again, noting how personal connections destroyed objectivity and clarity. She asked what he meant. He told her it should be obvious, then reminded her to think back. At the time of the murder, her father had been closing in on a major crime figure. Coben, she supplied. Exactly. Then her father was executed. What had been the official theory? She recalled it. Her father had become a threat, so Coben eliminated him. He agreed, adding that bad guys ignored their own rules when profit and survival demanded it. She noted Coben usually avoided killing cops. He countered that her father had been an obstacle worth removing. She summarized that he believed Coben had hired LeBurn. She already knew that part. It still failed to explain his visit. Stagger's explanation cut through the park noise. The feds had collared one of Coben's top hitmen, so of course they had chased the lead immediately. How could she not see that? She pressed him on why he specifically had gone, instead of the lead detectives Bobby Suggs and Mike Rinsky. His smile carried no warmth. He told her he had been exactly like her. Her father had been his partner. She knew what the man had meant to him. Silence stretched between them. He had refused to sit back while NYPD and the FBI fought over turf. LeBurn would have lawyered up, or worse. He had acted on impulse, called a bureau contact for a favor, and pushed his way in. She asked if he had interrogated LeBurn. He confirmed it. He had been a young, reckless cop, desperate to avenge his mentor before the chance vanished. She wanted to know what he meant by too late. He had feared LeBurn would clam up, or that Coben would silence him first. She asked what LeBurn had said. Stagger shrugged, the black cap and the gesture making him look like a schoolboy. He had gotten nothing. LeBurn sat there and stayed silent. Yet later, LeBurn had confessed. Stagger nodded. The lawyer had cut a deal to spare him the death penalty. The Afrobats finished with a final leap over volunteers. Applause rolled across the terrace while the crowd began to thin. Kat and Stagger watched them drift away. She concluded that was the whole story. He agreed it was. She pointed out he had never told her. He admitted it. She demanded to know why. He asked what he could have said to a college student about to get married. That he had visited a suspect and learned nothing? She insisted yes. He reminded her she had been on her own path then. Their eyes met. Something sharp passed between them, and he looked away. She caught the edge in her own voice and didn't care. He said he didn't like the implication. She denied implying anything. He stood, calling her out. She wasn't good at passive aggression. They should lay everything on the table. She told him to do it. He laid out the facts they both knew. LeBurn had insisted to the end that he alone had decided to kill her father. They both understood it was a lie. Coben had ordered the hit, and LeBurn had protected him. They had spent years trying to break him. He never recanted. He died without turning. Justice for her father remained out of reach. The frustration left him desperate. She echoed the word us with a frown. He confirmed it. She accused him of the same passive aggression he had just criticized. He asked if she thought he didn't hurt too. She met his eyes and put her own cards down. For years she had accepted the theory that Coben had ordered the hit and LeBurn carried it out. But she had never fully believed it. When LeBurn, with nothing to gain, had told the nurse he had no involvement, she had believed him. She had been there. Those words had rung true. So yes, she wanted to know why Stagger had visited LeBurn before anyone else. She did not believe his story. Anger flared behind his eyes. He fought to keep his voice steady and asked her to explain why he had gone. She admitted she didn't know and wished he would simply tell her. He demanded if she was calling him a liar. She said she was only asking what had happened. He repeated that he had already told her, then pushed past her. When he turned back, fury mixed with raw anguish and something that looked like fear. He told her she had vacation days coming. He had already checked. She should take them. He did not want to see her in his precinct until he processed her transfer. Kat grabbed her laptop and walked to O'Malley's. She took her father's old stool. Pete, the bartender, approached while she studied the sawdust on her shoes. He asked what she wanted. She ordered a medium-rare cheeseburger, fries, and a bud. He joked about the angiogram that would follow. She shot back that. Next time she would try one of his gluten-free vegan specials. The bar held its usual mix. Suited finance types at corner tables. Quiet loners hunched over their drinks chasing numbness. She had pushed Stagger too hard, but subtlety would have achieved nothing. Still, she couldn't read him. She couldn't read Brandon. She couldn't read Jeff. Curiosity won. She opened her laptop and searched Dana Phelps, Brandon's mother and Jeff's new interests, pulling images and social profiles. She told herself she was simply closing the loop, confirming the boy she had met was really Dana's son and not some con artist. A man with a soul patch and frosted hair slid onto the stool beside her despite 10 empty ones. He greeted her with a cheesy line. She gave a flat reply and kept scrolling. She found a photo of Dana from a Connecticut Society gala. The woman was stunning. Tall, blonde, draped in silver, radiating the kind of effortless class Kat would never possess. The old sting flared. Bitch. She chuckled once. The man mistook it for an invitation and tried again. She told him his face was funny. Pete shot her a look. The line was weak, but it worked. The man left. She drank deeper, projecting a clear leave-me-alone aura. It held. She ran an image search on Brandon Phelps and confirmed he was the same skinny, stringy-haired kid. Damn. It would have been simpler if he had lied about who he was. Tipsiness crept in, the dangerous kind that usually led to drunk texting an ex. She had no number for Jeff, so she did the next closest thing and cyber-stalked him. Search after search turned up nothing. She had expected it. This wasn't her first late-night attempt, yet the blank results still surprised her. A few ads offered to locate him or check for a criminal record. She ignored them. She navigated back to his old profile on youarejustmytype.com. It remained active, status still reading, actively looking. He had probably forgotten to change it in his rush to jet off with the statuesque blonde. Or maybe he kept it open as backup in case Dana didn't work out. The thought twisted inside her. Her phone rang. She answered without checking the screen. Brandon's voice came through. There was nothing on Jeff Raines. Absolutely nothing. She told him she could have saved him the trouble. He asked if she had searched too. She admitted she had drunk Googled him. He repeated that there was nothing. She slurred that they had already covered this. Plenty of people kept low profiles. He insisted no one stayed that invisible anymore. Something was wrong. The jukebox started, "Oh, very young." The lyrics about fathers fading away hit her like a bruise. She said she didn't know what more she could do. He asked for one last favor. She sighed. He had checked his mother's credit cards. Only one transaction in the last 4 days, an ATM withdrawal the day she left. The machine was in Parkchester. She pointed out the route to the airport, went over the Whitestone Bridge. Parkchester was out of the way. He asked why she would detour. She suggested she might have missed a turn or stopped somewhere private. He sounded skeptical. She reminded him she had no jurisdiction and told him to take it to Detective Schwartz in Greenwich. He begged her to look into the ATM charge instead. His mother never used the card. He always got cash for her. Maybe she could pull the surveillance video. She told him it was late. They would talk in the morning. She ended the call, nodded to Pete to tab her out, and stepped into the night air. New York wrapped around her. Faces, lights, movement, exactly the way she liked it. A crescent moon hung above the buildings. She stopped and stared. Tears rose unbidden. She remembered being 6 years old, her father setting up a ladder in the yard and telling her he had just placed the moon there, especially for her. She had believed him for years. She had been 22 when he died. Brandon Phelps had lost his father at 16. No wonder the boy clung so tightly to his mother. It was late, yet Kat dialed the Greenwich Police Department anyway. She identified herself as NYPD and expected to leave a message for Detective Schwartz. But the dispatcher surprised her. "Hold on. Joe's still here. I'll put you through." 2 rings later, Detective Joseph Schwartz answered politely. Kat introduced herself by name and rank. She told him Brandon Phelps had come to see her that day. Schwartz sounded puzzled that an NYPD detective had received a visit from Brandon in New York. She confirmed it. He asked if she was a family friend. She said no. He pressed for understanding. She explained Brandon believed his mother was missing and had asked for her help. Schwartz sighed and asked why Brandon would turn to her. Kat sensed he already knew the boy. She asked if that was true. He confirmed it and repeated his confusion about why Brandon had gone to a New York cop. She kept the details of the hacking and the dating site to herself. She simply said she wasn't entirely sure, but understood Brandon had first asked Schwartz for help. He admitted that much. She acknowledged the story sounded far-fetched, but suggested they do something to ease the young man's mind. Schwartz paused, then told her she had not been given the full picture. She invited him to fill her in. He proposed a better solution. She should drive up to Greenwich in the morning. It was only 40 minutes from Midtown. He would be there until noon. Kat would have gone immediately, but the drink still clouded her head. She slept poorly, waited out the morning rush, then attended yoga class. Aqua never appeared. The students murmured in concern. A thin, older woman tried to lead, but the session fizzled. Everyone drifted away. Kat lingered a few extra minutes with no sign of the instructor. Traffic had thinned by 9:15. She rented a zip car and made the advertised 40-minute drive. Greenwich, Connecticut looked every bit the definition of Tony and Flush. Wealthiest per capita in the country. The kind of place where billion-dollar hedge fund managers were practically required to live. Detective Schwartz offered her a Coke. She accepted and sat across his sleek Formica desk. The entire station felt expensive and barely used. He sported a handlebar mustache with wax tips and wore a dress shirt with suspenders. He asked how she had become involved. She repeated that Brandon had come to her asking for help. Schwartz still didn't understand why. She stayed vague, saying Brandon claimed the local police hadn't believed him. He gave her the skeptical cop stare and asked if the kid really thought a random New York detective would. She tried to shift focus. He had gone to them first, correct? Yes. Schwartz leaned closer. This was a small town in every way that mattered. He needed her discretion. She gave it. He relaxed and explained that the department knew Brandon Phelps all too well. She asked what he meant. He reminded her it was a small town. Brandon had no formal record, but he had been arrested for petty offenses. Breaking into the high school, speeding, vandalism, a little pot. None of it had started until after his father died. Everyone had liked the father. Dana Phelps was solid, salt of the earth. But the kid, something had always seemed off about him. She pressed for details. Schwartz compared him to his own son the same age. Brandon never quite fit in, though. This wasn't an easy place to grow up. Yet a few days ago, Brandon had come in worried about his mother. Schwartz confirmed it, then picked up a paperclip and bent it absently. The boy had lied to them. She asked how. He described what Brandon had told them. Mother met a man online, went away with him, always stayed in touch, but suddenly stopped. He said Brandon had told him the same story, but it wasn't true. Schwartz opened his drawer, offered her a protein bar. She declined, then pulled out Brandon's cell phone records. He pointed to 2 highlighted texts from the same number, his mother's phone. One had arrived 2 nights earlier, the other early yesterday morning. Schwartz confirmed it was her number. Kat felt heat rise in her face. He said when Brandon had visited, they only had the first text. He had confronted the boy who showed it. Something like, "Arrived, having a great time, miss you." She kept her eyes on the sheet and asked how Brandon had explained it. He claimed his mother hadn't sent it. They had tried calling the number. No answer. She asked if he found that suspicious. He shrugged crudely. They figured she was on some island finally getting laid after 3 years. Didn't Kat agree? She said she did. She had only been playing devil's advocate. Of course, he added. That wasn't the only possibility. Dana Phelps could actually be missing. She waited. He let the silence stretch until she asked whether Brandon had mentioned the ATM withdrawal. Interestingly, no. He might not have known about it yet when he spoke to them. Schwartz had considered another theory. That was the real reason he had asked her to drive up. She leaned in. If a troubled teenager reported his mother missing, the text proved he was lying, and then money turned up missing from an ATM, who would be the prime suspect in case of foul play? She nodded. The troubled teenager. Exactly. She had considered it briefly, but hadn't pursued it. She hadn't known the boy's history then, and Schwartz didn't know about the hacking or her personal link. Still, Brandon had lied to her about the text too. What was he really after? Schwartz admitted he hadn't gone as far as accusing the kid of harming his mother, but he hadn't bought the disappearance story either, so he had taken one extra step. He had requested the ATM surveillance video. He thought she might want to see it. He turned his monitor toward her and started the split-screen footage. 2 angles, color, the latest setup to defeat people who blocked the front camera. He asked if she was ready. She nodded. For a few seconds, the screen stayed empty. Then a woman stepped into frame. There was no doubt. It was Dana Phelps. Schwartz asked if she looked distressed. Kat shook her head. Even on grainy surveillance, Dana looked beautiful and ready for a romantic getaway. Her hair was freshly styled, nails manicured, and she wore a bright yellow sundress perfect for a Caribbean trip. A sharp pang of envy twisted through Kat as she watched. Kat reached her apartment building late, but the sight of Aqua pacing out front stopped her cold on the corner. He moved in tight, repetitive 2-step spins, clutching a crumpled sheet of paper and arguing with it under his breath. Pedestrians gave him the usual wide berth New York granted its eccentrics. She moved closer. When she was 10 feet away, she recognized the photograph, the picture of Jeff she had handed him more than 2 weeks earlier. Aqua froze mid-turn and spun toward her, eyes wide and edged with something rawer than his usual agitation, pure pain. He thrust the photo upward and demanded why. She asked what he meant. He cried out that he had loved Jeff, and so had she. She acknowledged they both had. Sobs overtook him. She stepped in and wrapped her arms around him. He collapsed against her shoulder, body shaking with each fresh wave. She murmured soft reassurances, stroking his back. Regret twisted inside her. She should never have shown him the picture. He was too fragile, too dependent on sameness and routine. She wondered how she could be certain he and Jeff had lost touch after the breakup 18 years ago. Jeff might still have reached out. Friends did that, but Aqua had no phone, no computer, no fixed address. The idea felt unlikely. Still, she held him until the worst of the crying eased. She asked if he was hungry. He lifted his tear-streaked face and nodded. She suggested they get something to eat. He hesitated, saying he should leave. She kept her voice gentle and persuaded him to stay a little longer. They started down the block, arm in arm, an odd pair even for the city. Silence stretched between them while he calmed. She couldn't let the moment pass. She told him she knew he missed Jeff. He squeezed his eyes shut, as if trying to erase the words. She said it was all right. She understood. He answered that she understood nothing. She asked him to explain. He said he missed Jeff, then stopped and turned to face her fully. The wild look had softened into something like pity, but not the way she missed him. He started walking again. She hurried to catch up and insisted she was fine. He replied that it should have been the two of them. She said it simply hadn't worked out. He spoke of their lives as parallel roads meant to merge, yet sometimes life forced a different route. She had no patience for the philosophical drift right now and asked directly if he had seen Jeff since the breakup. He tightened his grip on her arm and kept walking. They turned north onto Columbus Avenue. He answered twice. She halted. Twice since then? He gazed upward. Eyes closed the way he once had to let sunlight center him. His face looked older now, weathered by years on the street, the smooth mocha latte skin cracked and leathery. The first time, he said Jeff had returned to the room right after ending things with her. She absorbed the answer in silence, the one she had least wanted to hear. He continued, voice thickening. Jeff had been destroyed. She let a trace of bitterness slip through before she could stop it. He noticed but didn't call her on it. She asked about the second time. March 21st, he said. This year. She stopped again. 6 months ago? He fidgeted, avoiding her eyes. She pressed for the exact place. He told her it had been during her yoga class that day. She had been there, trying hard, even if she wasn't his strongest student. She asked where Jeff had been. Behind a tree, he said, watching her. Invisible pain. He had not joined the class. She asked if Aqua had spoken to him. He shook his head. He had simply taught the session and assumed Jeff might have approached her afterward. She said no, then reminded herself his memory was unreliable. The idea of Jeff hiding in Central Park 6 months earlier, spying on her from behind a tree, made no sense. He apologized. She told him not to worry. He insisted it had changed everything. He hadn't realized it would. She reassured him it was fine now. They drew near. O'Malley's old memories surfaced, how the four of them used to gather there years ago. Back then, the bar had been rough on Aqua, a biracial cross-dresser in a neighborhood full of cops. Her father and his friends had been openly narrow, quick with slurs they called old school. Aqua had shrugged it off, insisting it was how views evolved, and eventually most of them had grown bored and left him alone. At the pub door, Aqua jerked to a stop, eyes flaring wide again. He announced he had to prepare for tomorrow's class. He was a yogi, a teacher. He needed to stay centered. She reminded him class was tomorrow and urged him inside for a quick bite. He shook his head harder, tears returning. He could not go back. She released the door handle and suggested somewhere else. He shouted that she should leave him alone. Leave him alone. She reached for him. He yanked away, voice dropping to a hiss. Then he turned and ran toward the park, disappearing into the night. Stacy met her at O'Malley's an hour later. Kat poured out the whole story. Stacy listened closely, then shook her head, her tone laced with regret as she admitted that all she'd wanted was to help Kat get laid. Kat gave a weary agreement. Stacy stared too long at her beer and began peeling the label, her movements deliberate. When Kat pressed her about what was wrong, Stacy hesitated, before confessing she'd done some investigating of her own. She revealed she'd run a full check on Kat's old fiancé, Jeff Raines. Kat swallowed hard and demanded details. Stacy said there wasn't much, then asked if Kat knew where he'd gone after their breakup. Kat admitted she didn't, though curiosity had lingered despite the way he dumped her. Stacy pressed gently on that point before disclosing he'd headed to Cincinnati. Kat stared straight ahead, the location making immediate sense since he'd grown up there. Stacy continued, explaining that 3 months after the split, Jeff had gotten into a bar fight in Cincinnati, been arrested for a misdemeanor, paid a fine, and that was it. After that, nothing. No credit card activity, no passport records, no bank accounts. He had simply vanished. Kat questioned if the search was preliminary. Stacy shook her head firmly, insisting she'd run everything. Jeff was gone, off the grid. Kat protested that he was still on You Are Just My Type, but Stacy reminded her that Brandon had mentioned a different name, Jack. Kat slapped her hands on the bar, declaring she no longer cared, that it was all in her past. Stacy smiled approvingly. Kat added she'd had enough of old ghosts for one night. They clinked their beer bottles in agreement, and Kat tried hard to push the thoughts away. She mentioned that Jeff's profile claimed he was a widower with a kid. Stacy acknowledged it, but pointed out she'd found nothing after that bar fight nearly 18 years earlier. Kat shook her head in confusion. Stacy checked again if she truly didn't care. Kat gave a firm nod. Stacy glanced around the bar, commenting that the place felt extra douchey tonight, clearly trying to change the subject. Kat noticed the distraction tactic, but didn't mind. The bar did swarm with every variety of obnoxious patron. A guy in a cowboy hat, tipping his brim with a thick Brooklyn accent. The inevitable dancing fool doing the robot by the jukebox, football jerseys on men, and especially women who cheered too loudly to prove their fandom. Steroid-pumped muscleheads preening in tight shirts at the center of the room. Pot-scented hipsters. Tattooed sleeves. Sloppy drunks declaring instant lifelong friendship. And finally a biker wannabe in black leather and red bandana who approached him with a quarter in his palm. He looked between them and delivered his crude line about flipping a coin for head. Stacy turned to Kat and said they needed a new hangout spot. Kat agreed it was dinner time anyway and suggested they eat somewhere good. They quickly settled on Telepan for the tasting menu, with wine pairings, and hurried to leave. Outside, walking fast, Kat's phone rang from Brandon's regular number. She debated ignoring it, craving only the meal ahead, but answered anyway. Brandon asked where she was and insisted they needed to talk. Kat refused, then revealed she'd visited the Greenwich police station that day and spoken with Detective Schwartz about a text he'd received. Brandon claimed it wasn't what she thought and tried to explain that he hadn't exactly lied, just omitted the text. Kat cut him off, declaring she was done and wishing him luck. As she moved to end the call, Brandon mentioned he'd found something about Jeff, something more recent than the old bar fight. Kat paused, asking if it involved his mother. Brandon insisted none of it was what they thought, especially about Jeff, and urged her to meet so he could show her. Reynaldo made certain the blonde woman was securely bound before he started up the familiar path toward the farmhouse. Night had already fallen. He clicked on his flashlight, sweeping the beam ahead. He had learned at 19 that he feared true darkness, the kind found only out here. In the city, light always leaked from somewhere. Here in the woods, blackness swallowed everything. You couldn't see your own hand. Anything might be waiting. When he reached a clearing, porch lights glowed softly. Reynaldo paused, taking in the serene farm that still felt unreal to him, like something from movies rather than life. The happy family stories tied to such places remained make-believe in his mind. He detoured first to the barn to check on his chocolate Labrador, Bo. The dog bounded out as if they'd been apart for a year. Reynaldo smiled, scratching behind the ears and refilling the water bowl. Only then did he head to the farmhouse. Inside, Titus waited with Dmitri, the computer expert in his bright shirts and knit cap. The decor followed plain Amish lines. Sturdy, unadorned wood furniture that radiated quiet strength. A bench press and weights had been moved upstairs from the cellar. No one liked going underground anymore. Reynaldo lifted every day without fail, aided by the performance-enhancing drugs Titus supplied and that he injected into his upper thigh. 6 years earlier, Titus had pulled him from a garbage dump in Queens after a brutal beating by rival hustlers. Titus had cleaned him up, taken him to a gym, and taught him to lift, to use steroids, and to stop being anyone's victim. More than saving his life, Titus had given him one worth living. Reynaldo started toward the stairs, but Titus stopped him. Reynaldo turned back. Dmitri kept his eyes glued to the screen a little too intently. When Reynaldo asked if there was a problem, Titus replied it was nothing that couldn't be solved. He handed over a gun and told him to wait for the signal. Reynaldo tucked it into his waistband and covered it with his shirt. Titus approved with a nod, then sent Dmitri out for food. The young man left quickly, leaving them alone. A flashlight beam soon bounced through the woods and up the steps. Claude entered in his sharp black suit, smiling broadly and asking if they needed him to pick up another package already. Titus answered in his eerily soothing voice that they needed to talk first. Claude's smile faltered as Titus instructed him to remove his jacket, then his pants. Claude protested at first, but complied with forced casualness, handing over the clothes. He stood there in shirt, tie, boxers, and socks. Titus stepped close and demanded details about the last delivery, specifically the ATM. Claude tried to brush it off, insisting everything had gone smoothly and that he'd only broken rules when absolutely necessary. Titus listened patiently, giving him all the time in the world. Claude launched into a nervous ramble about forgetting his wallet at home and needing to stop at an ATM during the drive. He insisted he'd stayed within 20 miles of the house, never left the car, kept the gun trained on the woman, and threatened her child to ensure compliance. Titus asked exactly how much she'd withdrawn. Claude hesitated, then admitted the maximum, $1,000. Titus noted it was a lot of cash for a simple journey and pointed out the needless risk to everyone for petty cash. Claude apologized profusely, claiming he'd meant to confess but forgot, and offered the bill still in his pants pocket. Titus crossed to the chair, retrieved the money, pocketed it with clear satisfaction, and gave the signal. Claude asked if they were square and if he could dress. Titus refused, calmly explaining he didn't want bloodstains on the expensive suit. Reynaldo stepped behind Claude without a sound, pressed the barrel to the back of his head, and pulled the trigger. Brandon waited on a bench near Strawberry Fields, where two guitarists vied for attention with Beatles tunes, one crooning the obvious hit, the other drawing bigger crowds with a walrus number. When Kat and Stacy arrived, Brandon immediately offered to explain the text from his mother's phone. He showed them the message on his screen. It claimed she'd arrived safely, expressed excitement, and ended with "miss you." Kat read it, then passed the phone to Stacy. Brandon insisted his mother never used that phrase. She always closed with "love you," added X's and O's, and signed every text "Mom" like a running joke. Kat pressed whether his mother had ever traveled alone before. He confirmed this was the first time. Kat then described the ATM surveillance footage Detective Schwartz had obtained, detailing how it captured his mother alone in a yellow sundress, looking perfectly fine. Brandon's face crumpled in disbelief. He suggested Kat might have learned the dress color another way and refused to accept it. Stacy cut in, urging him to be relieved that his mother was alive and well. He paced across the imagined mosaic, ignoring a tourist protest, until Kat caught up. When she reminded him he'd mentioned new information about Jeff, Brandon corrected that the name wasn't Jeff or Jack. He pulled out his laptop, explained how he'd run an image search on the profile photos instead of text, scraping through cached and deleted web pages with help from a friend's beta program. The search turned up an old Facebook page under the name Ron Cockman, using the exact same pictures, created 4 years earlier with no further activity. Stacy asked if Kat was sure it was her ex and not a lookalike. Kat nodded, acknowledging it was possible, but knowing better from their prior exchange. Brandon reminded her the man had recognized her instantly online and spoken of needing a fresh start. Kat turned to Stacy, piecing it together. 18 years ago, Jeff had moved to Cincinnati, gotten into that bar fight, and apparently become Ron Cockman. Stacy rejected the legal name change theory after checking databases, noting it wouldn't explain new credit cards or bank accounts. Kat countered that maybe he simply hadn't wanted any. Stacy pointed out the story still didn't add up. She questioned whether Jeff had simply changed his name to Ron, gotten married, had a child, lost his wife, and then started looking for dates online. Kat admitted she didn't know. Stacy decided to run a full background check on Ron Cockman, confident she'd uncover any marriage or child. Brandon agreed enthusiastically and mentioned he'd already Googled the name, finding only a few articles the man had written. Kat's pulse quickened at the word articles. Brandon confirmed that Ron Cockman worked as a journalist. Kat spent the next hour reading every piece she could find. There was no doubt left in her mind. Ron Cockman was Jeff Rains. The writing style, the vocabulary, the strong opening hooks that drew readers in and turned even ordinary subjects into rich narratives, all of it matched. The articles were meticulously researched with multiple independent sources. Ron freelanced for nearly every major publication, both print and online. Yet none of those outlets included a contributor photo of him, and no personal biography listed family, residence, education, or credentials. He maintained no active social media or promotional presence. Jeff had become Ron Kalkman. The only question was why. Brandon sat in her apartment, typing furiously on his laptop. When Kat rose, he asked directly if Ron was her old fiancé Jeff. She confirmed it. He admitted he'd checked databases, but still couldn't pinpoint when or how the name change had occurred. Kat told him to leave that part to Stacy. He nodded, hair falling into his eyes, then addressed her as Detective Donovan before correcting himself at her request. Brandon needed her to understand something about his mother. He described her as a fighter who had refused to let his father give up during his long illness. His voice thickened as he recalled a trip to Maui the previous year when he'd ignored warnings and gotten caught in a riptide. He panicked and tried to push her away, but she had simply closed her eyes and held on, steering them both to a small island. A tear slid down his cheek. He explained that saving him was what she did, and now it was his turn to hold on for her. Kat nodded slowly, saying she understood. Brandon apologized for hiding the text, admitting he feared she wouldn't have helped otherwise. Kat reminded him there had been 2 messages. He showed her the second. It claimed she was having a wonderful time, mentioned a big surprise, poor reception, and ended with, "Miss you." Kat asked if he had any idea what the surprise might be. He said no. Her own phone rang. The caller ID showed her mother. Kat excused herself and stepped into the bedroom. Her mother immediately complained about the caller ID spoiling the mystery, her voice raspy from years of smoking. Kat pictured her in the old kitchen with its yellowed linoleum wall phone tucked under her chin, cheap Chablis in hand, vinyl tablecloth, ashtray, and faded floral wallpaper. Everything took on a yellowish tint around a smoker. Her mother pressed her about attending Steve Schrader's retirement party with the other cop widows. Kat said she was too busy with a big case. Her mother mentioned Tim McNamara's son, the chiropractor, who looked like the guy from The Price is Right. Kat politely declined. After a long silence, her mother asked softly if that man who ruined their lives had died. Kat confirmed Monty LeBurn had passed from cancer. Her mother hoped it had been painful and pointed out that Kat should have been the one to tell her. She suggested they should have sat together at the kitchen table as they once did. Kat apologized and promised to visit soon. The call ended abruptly, without goodbye, as always. Kat wondered how long it would take for anyone to notice if her own mother went missing. She quickly called Detective Schwartz in Greenwich and asked him to send the ATM video. He grumbled about his captain, but agreed to email a secure link good for 1 hour. Kat returned to the living room, apologizing for the interruption, and told Brandon she wanted to show him something. She opened the link and played the video, watching his face more than the footage. When his mother appeared at the ATM, Brandon's expression went slack. He stared without blinking. Kat saw no sign of deception in him. She asked what he thought. He shook his head, insisting his mother looked scared and pale. Kat studied the screen again. The image was grainy, but she noticed something when Dana finished and began to walk away. She paused the video, rewound in slow motion, and zoomed in on a dark figure in the upper right corner. It was a man in a black suit and black cap who seemed to move in sync with Dana. Kat asked how his mother would have traveled to the airport. Brandon said they always used Bristol car service and provided the number. Kat dialed dispatch, identified herself as a cop, and inquired whether a woman named Dana Phelps had recently booked a ride to the airport. The dispatcher confirmed he knew Mrs. Phelps well as a regular and a nice lady. He said she had booked a car to Kennedy about a week earlier, but canceled roughly 2 hours before the pickup. Kat pressed for an explanation. He described her as apologetic yet oddly giddy, laughing on the phone when she told him her boyfriend was sending his own black stretch limo as a surprise. Hoping cooler heads would prevail, Kat reported to the precinct the next morning anyway. Her partner Chaz waited at her desk in a glaringly shiny suit, surprised to see her there. He reminded her the boss had placed her on leave. Kat sat down and tried to pull surveillance footage from nearby cameras along the street outside Dana's ATM, using the Google Earth layout she had studied the night before. The system denied her access. When she demanded an answer from Chaz, he shrugged that she had asked for a transfer by requesting a new partner. Kat insisted she had never requested a transfer. Their exchange sharpened as she listed exactly why she could no longer stand working with him. Her superior singer stepped in and confirmed the voluntary leave, advising her to enjoy the vacation she had earned. Kat understood the unspoken order. Stay quiet, take the slap, and let it blow over. She stood without shutting down her computer and left. On her way out, she glanced toward the captain's office, still wondering why the reaction felt like such overkill. With the day suddenly open, Kat changed subways 3 times and rode the 7 train to the Main Street stop in Flushing. The Knights of Columbus Hall was loud and crowded, its wood-paneled walls covered in American flags, eagles, and every other patriotic emblem. Steve Schrader, retiring at 53, stood near a keg greeting guests like a groom on a receiving line. Kat spotted retired Detective Bobby Suggs at a corner table loaded with Budweiser bottles. As she moved toward him, old neighborhood faces stopped her with hugs and reminders that she looked exactly like her late father. They asked when she would finally find a man and start a family. The air smelled of stale beer and damp sweat while a 4-piece polka band thumped away. Her mother's raspy voice cut through the noise. "Kat? Sweetheart, we're over here." Hazel sat at a table with Flo and Tessie, the 3 cop widows waving her over. Trapped, Kat joined them and kissed each on the cheek. The women studied her openly. Flo declared her too skinny and hoisted her own substantial bosom for emphasis. Tessie told her she looked fine. Her mother asked if that hairstyle really flattered her face. Kat stayed silent. They assured her Tim McNamara's chiropractor's son was handsome and would be arriving soon. Kat deflected the matchmaking and turned away. Suggs was already staring straight at her. He did not look away. Instead, he lifted his bottle in a distant, sad toast. Kat excused herself and crossed the room. They hugged without words. Suggs said he had heard about LeBurn. When Kat told him she had visited the man before he died, and that LeBurn claimed he hadn't killed her father, Suggs gave a small, skeptical smile. She explained LeBurn had been heavily drugged but had freely admitted to other murders, insisting he had only taken the blame for her father's death because he was already serving life. Suggs took a long pull from his beer and reminded her they had found the gun hidden in a false panel under LeBurn's bed. He said the case had been solid. Confession means opportunity, and Cozone's hit. Kat pointed out how strange it was that a killer who always dumped his weapons had suddenly kept this one. Suggs noted again how much she looked like her old man. Kat listened as Suggs explained how these things never fit perfectly. That was why trials existed, and defense lawyers always poked at holes even in the strongest cases. He made air quotes with his fingers on the last word. The band fell silent. A voice took the microphone for a lengthy toast. Suggs turned to watch. Kat leaned in closer. She asked if she could pose one more question. His gaze stayed fixed on the speaker. He replied that he couldn't stop her even if he still carried his gun. She pressed on, asking why Stagger had gone to see LeBurn the day after the arrest. Suggs blinked several times before facing her. He asked her to repeat it. She told him she had checked the visitor's logs. The day after the feds took LeBurn in, Stagger had interrogated him. Suggs considered it carefully. He guessed she had already verified the facts, so there was no point claiming she was mistaken. Had he known about the visit? No. Stagger had never mentioned it? No again. He asked if she had questioned Stagger herself. Stagger claimed he had gone alone, driven by obsession with the case, acting on impulse. Suggs echoed the word impetuous with mild amusement. Stagger had also said LeBurn refused to speak with him. Suggs began peeling the label from his beer bottle. He asked what the big deal was. "Maybe nothing," she answered. They stood together, pretending to follow the toast. Then Suggs inquired exactly when Stagger had visited. "The day after the arrest," she repeated. "Interesting," he said. "Why?" Because LeBurn hadn't even appeared on their radar until about a week later. Yet Stagger had reached him first. "It could have been a strong hunch," Suggs offered. "One that he and Rinsky had missed," she noted. Suggs frowned. He refused to take the bait. She insisted it seemed bizarre. Suggs gave a noncommittal shrug. Stagger had been eager but respectful, leaving the investigation to him and Rinsky. The only task they had allowed him was following up on a fingerprint hit, but by then they already had Leyburn solidly in their sights. A small tingle ran up the base of Kat's spine. She asked what fingerprint. "It was nothing. A dead end," he said. She gripped his sleeve. Was he referring to the print found at the murder scene? Yes. Disbelief washed over her. She had thought they never got a match. Not while the case was active. The identification came months after LeBurn confessed, when the case was already closed. So they had simply dropped it? He looked crestfallen. She knew him and Rinsky better than that. They left no stone unturned. Right. Stagger had checked it out for them. It belonged to some homeless man who later killed himself. A complete dead end. Kat stood motionless. Suggs didn't like the look on her face. "The fingerprints, would they still be in the file?" she asked. "Probably, though the files might now be in storage. They needed to run them again." He insisted it was nothing. "Then do it as a favor," she urged, if only to silence her doubts. Across the room, the speaker finished. Applause rose. The tuba blared, and the band rejoined. "Suggs?" He offered no reply. He left her standing there, threading through the crowd. Friends called out, but he ignored them and headed for the exit. Brandon needed to walk. His mother would have approved. She had always complained about the hours he spent staring at screens, computers, TVs, phones, games. His father had been more understanding, reminding her that every generation faced the same battle. Dad had a gift for perspective, for calming everyone around him. He would have explained it to Brandon by comparing it to past eras. Parents once scolded children for burying their noses in books instead of living life. Then when Dad was young, his own parents yelled at him to turn off the television and go outside or read a book. Dad had smiled telling that story. The key, he said, was balance. Brandon hadn't fully grasped it at 13. He understood now. Too much of anything, even something enjoyable, wasn't healthy. Yet walking outdoors still bored him. The virtual worlds he knew offered constant change and stimulation. The ramble in Central Park felt dull. Trees, flowers, no birds, despite the website's claim of hundreds of species. City streets at least had movement and life. The woods offered only green stillness. He walked anyway. Boredom created space to think, to turn inward when nothing external demanded attention. Certain problems required that quiet focus. He carried his phone. He had tried Kat earlier. The call went to voicemail, so he sent a text asking her to call when she could. No urgency yet. He needed time to process what he had learned. The paths wound through the park. Surprisingly few people appeared. Between 73rd and 78th Streets, he felt almost alone. He had skipped school, but Jamie Ratner, his lab partner, understood. Her previous partner had suffered a breakdown, so she was relieved he wasn't in crisis. His phone rang. The caller ID showed Bork Investments, he answered. A woman asked if he was Mr. Brandon Phelps. Yes. She put him on hold with an instrumental version of Blurred Lines. Then Martin Bork came on. Hello, Brandon. Hello, Uncle Marty. School going well? Fine. Summer plans? Not yet. No rush, Bork advised. Enjoy it while you can. Real life would arrive soon enough. Brandon found the life advice tiresome, but he agreed politely. Bork turned businesslike. He had received Brandon's message. What could he do? The path descended toward the lake. Brandon stepped off it, moving closer to the water. It concerned his mother's account. Silence stretched on the line. He had seen a large withdrawal. How had he seen it? Bork asked, tone shifting. Online? More silence. He had her password. Did Brandon have questions about his own account? No. Then Bork was afraid he had to go. Nearly $250,000 was missing from his mother's account. Nothing was missing, Bork assured him. If he had questions about his mother's account, he should speak with her directly. Had Bork spoken to her? Had she approved the transaction? Bork could say no more. Talk to his mother. Goodbye. The line went dead. Dazed, Brandon stumbled across an old stone arch in a denser vegetation. He spotted a red cardinal and remembered Cherokee lore. Cardinals as daughters of the sun. Flight upward meant good luck. Downward, the opposite. He stood transfixed, waiting to see which way the bird would fly. That was why he never heard the man behind him until it was too late. Chaz, her soon-to-be ex-partner, called Kat's cell as she emerged from the Lincoln Center subway station. The underground smelled of urine. The street carried the scent of cherry blossoms. He had the surveillance video. She asked how he had managed it. He reminded her that he had submitted the request on her behalf. She warned he could get in trouble. Trouble was his middle name, he joked, then asked if she had told her attractive friend he was rich. She pressed him back to the point. He offered to email the video. She thanked him and asked if he had watched it. Yes, he admitted. He was still her partner, after all. Who was the woman? Dana Phelps. Her son had visited Kat the other day. He believed she was missing. No one else seemed to agree. Including her? Chaz asked. Kat told Chaz she was more open-minded than he might think. He asked why. She said the explanation would take too long and could wait. He confirmed that Dana Phelps had indeed climbed into a black-stretched Lincoln Town car. The driver wore the expected black cap and suit. When she pressed for the plate number, he explained the bank camera had missed it because the car stayed on the street. But he had already spotted an XIII station 2 doors farther along the route on Google Earth and made the calls. Their surveillance should have caught the passing vehicle. The footage request would arrive in another hour or two. She exhaled in relief. He promised to phone the moment it came in and offered further help if she needed it. She thanked him, the words catching awkwardly. He teased about getting her attractive friend's number. She ended the call. Her phone rang again. The screen showed Brandon Phelps. She answered, expecting his voice, but a stranger asked whom he was speaking with. She reminded him that he had placed the call and demanded to know who he was. He identified himself as Officer John Glass and said he was phoning about Brandon Phelps. Kat hurried inside the Central Park precinct. She knew the place from her father's stories. The city's oldest, once stabled in an actual horse barn, now gleaming after a $61 million renovation that left it looking more like a modern art museum than a police station. Even the soaring glass atrium was bulletproof, a classic New York touch. Old ghosts clung to these streets. She felt them every time she came downtown. At the front desk, she asked for Glass. The sergeant pointed behind her. A slender black officer in uniform stood finishing a conversation with two elderly men dressed like they had stepped out of a Miami Beach card room. Glass dismissed them politely, thanked them for their help, and turned. He greeted her by name. She didn't recall meeting him, but he explained his father had worked here alongside hers. Her dad had been a legend in the tutu. Legends, she knew, were usually made by dying on the job. She asked where Brandon was. Glass said he was in the back room with the doctor and had refused transport to a hospital. She wanted to see him. As they walked, Glass described the assault. The two old witnesses had been in the Ramble celebrating a 50th anniversary in their own nostalgic way when they heard the commotion. They rushed out and saw a man they described as homeless punch Brandon in the face without warning. One thought he glimpsed a knife, the other wasn't sure. Nothing was taken. It looked like either a botched robbery or a random assault by someone off his medication. Glass opened the door. Brandon sat on an exam table, pale and skinny as always, tape across his nose. The doctor turned and asked Kat if she was the boy's mother. Brandon smiled at the mistake. She felt a brief sting at how plausible the assumption was, then corrected him. She was only a friend. The doctor insisted on hospital evaluation for the broken nose and probable concussion. Brandon refused. Kat promised she would look after him. The doctor shrugged and left. Glass handled the remaining paperwork. Brandon whispered that he had something urgent to tell her. She told him to focus on what had just happened first. He insisted it was random. She wasn't convinced. The timing felt too precise. Outside, Glass walked them through the bulletproof atrium and promised to update her the moment any new information surfaced. Brandon thanked him quickly, already moving. He led her toward the Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis Reservoir, checked his watch, and announced they still had time to reach Wall Street. She asked why. He said someone was stealing his mother's money. Kat did not want to go. As they neared the financial district, the old weight settled on her chest. She had been only 8 blocks away the morning the first plane struck. By the time she fought through her hangover and reached the site, both towers were gone and it was too late to help anyone, especially the fellow officers who had died. The guilt had never fully lifted. She had attended every funeral she could, feeling like a fraud in uniform. Time had dulled the sharpest edges, but the survivor's ache remained. This part of the city still felt like the land of ghosts and power suits, and she preferred to stay clear. Bork Investments occupied a sleek skyscraper on VZ Street beside the Hudson. In the conference room, a long mahogany table waited with a generous food spread. Brandon, starving, began eating. Kat asked how he knew Martin Bork. He explained that the man had been his family's financial advisor and had worked with his father at a hedge fund. Bork entered, gave a crisp good afternoon, then stopped short at the sight of Brandon's bruised face. He asked what had happened. Brandon said he was fine. Kat stepped in, calling it a minor accident and steering the conversation back on track. Bork looked unconvinced, but let it drop. He took the head seat. They sat closest to him, 3 people at a table built for 30. Bork addressed her first, asking who she was. She answered evenly that she was Detective Donovan, NYPD. Bork asked why Kat was involved and whether she was there officially. She replied that it was still informal, not yet official. He pressed his palms together in a prayer-like gesture, eyes avoiding Brandon. He assumed this concerned the earlier call about the $250,000 withdrawal from Dana's account. Kat confirmed they knew about the transfer. Bork asked if she had a warrant. When she admitted she did not, he stated he had no obligation to speak and it would be unethical to do so. She pressed on, noting he knew the Phelps family well and had been close to Brandon's father. Trust, not just skill, had led them to choose him. Bork agreed he cared deeply about them. Kat reminded him how close Brandon and his mother were. Brandon added that she had given him passwords and they kept no secrets. She suggested that if Dana wanted to hide the transfer, she would have used another account. Bork suggested Brandon simply call her. Kat asked if he had spoken to Dana before processing the transaction. He said she had called him. When Kat urged him to call her now to verify, he resisted, asking what that would prove. Brandon broke in, voice tight. He hadn't heard from his mother in 5 days. It felt like she had vanished. Bork gave him a patronizing look and suggested it was time to cut the apron strings. Dana had been lonely for years. Brandon snapped that he knew that. Bork began to rise, citing legal and ethical reasons why he could not help. Kat dropped a polite approach. She ordered him to sit down. He froze, stunned, and threatened to have her badge. She dismissed the threat and pointed at the phone, demanding he call Dana immediately. When he refused, she reminded him this was part of an ongoing investigation into serious crimes. He again asked for a warrant. She bluffed, warning that a warrant would mean searching every file and account in his office. Then she lifted the receiver herself and told him to make the call. Bork hesitated, then used his smartphone to dial Dana's cell. It rang once and went to voicemail. Her cheerful voice invited a message. He hung up and suggested she was probably on the beach. Kat pushed for the location. He refused. She noted the large sum had left the country. Bork admitted as much before catching himself, then quickly added that the transfer was legitimate. His firm had strict protocols for such amounts. He had spoken to Dana personally yesterday. When Kat asked where the call had come from, he said he didn't know, only that it was from her own cell. He asked what she thought had happened. She said she could not reveal details of the investigation. Bork insisted he could not disclose more without Dana's permission. She had demanded confidentiality. Kat asked if that struck him as odd. He said no, not in this case. She played her strongest card. Had he reported the transaction to XIII? Bork stiffened. She pressed that a transfer this size should trigger scrutiny for possible money laundering or fraud. He claimed he had no reason to suspect illegality. She offered to call her contact Max at XIII. When he hesitated, she pulled out her phone, another bluff, smiling as if slightly unhinged. Bork stopped her. He admitted the transaction was unconventional, and they might file a suspicious activity report, though he had 30 days. Dana had asked for time first. Kat leaned in. He looked toward the door and made her promise not to tell Brandon. Dana had specifically requested that her son not know her plans. He revealed that Dana was buying a 5-bedroom beach villa on Costa Rica's Peninsula Papagayo. The man she was traveling with had proposed. Dana had struggled since her husband's death, raising Brandon alone. Now that he was in college, she wanted a life of her own. She planned to break the news in person, not over the phone, which explained her silence. Kat absorbed the words. A proposal. A beach house. A fresh start. The last text Dana sent Brandon had mentioned a great time and a big surprise. It fit. Bork explained the money had been wired to fund the purchase. Due to local complexities, Dana had opened a numbered Swiss account for discretion. It was perfectly legal, though not in her name. Numbered accounts provided privacy while still allowing government oversight for criminal activity. Kat asked for the bank name and account number. Bork warned it would do no good. Even he didn't know the linked identity for certain, and Swiss banks would delay any warrant for years. She assured him she had no interest in prosecuting Dana. When he still resisted, she lifted her phone again, threatening to call Max. Bork wavered, clearly weighing the lesser evil. Kat called Chaz on the way out and gave him the Swiss bank name and account number. He asked what she expected him to do with it. She suggested checking for any new activity on the fresh account. He pointed out the near-impossible odds of an NYPD detective prying information from a major Swiss bank. She agreed it was a long shot, and told him to forward the details to Treasury through her contact, Ali Oscar, in case any suspicious activity report ever surfaced. Brandon rode the subway uptown in complete silence, body slumped, letting the car's sway carry him without resistance. Kat sat beside him, her own shoulders heavy as the truth settled in her chest. Jeff had proposed to Dana. The name Ron still felt wrong in her mind. She pictured the old Jeff in his chaotic Washington Square apartment, mattress on the floor, photos thumbtacked everywhere, pipes shrieking, mess everywhere. She had loved every imperfect inch of that life with him. They stepped off at 66th Street near Lincoln Center, the night air carrying a sharp chill. Back at her apartment, she asked if he was hungry. He gave a small shrug. She ordered a pepperoni pizza and dropped into the chair across from him. He stayed unusually quiet. When she pressed, he said he had been thinking about his father's funeral and Uncle Marty's eulogy. What stayed with him most was the moment afterward in the darkened back office, Bork on his knees, sobbing alone after holding it together in public. Brandon looked at her. He asked if Bork had confirmed that his mother called him before the transfer. She said yes. He asked whether Bork had explained why she moved the money. She told him his mother had insisted on confidentiality. Then Brandon spoke about the man his mother dated 2 years after his father died, Charles Reed, divorced, with kids in Stamford. He admitted he had destroyed the relationship. He acted out deliberately, suspensions from school, slashing a neighbor's tires, telling his mother it was all her fault for betraying his father. One night he had called her a whore. The man left. Brandon asked if he was repeating the same mistake now, ruining his mother's chance at happiness again. Kat weighed the facts with a detective's cold eye. No evidence of crime existed. The limo pickup, the silence, the $250,000 transfer, all of it aligned perfectly with Bork's explanation of a new life and a proposal in Costa Rica. Her own persistence came from unfinished business with Jeff, from the way her past kept resurfacing. She had never truly let him go. They finished the pizza quickly. Brandon, still groggy from the earlier assault, took the pain medication she brought from the pharmacy and fell asleep the moment his head touched the air mattress. Kat tried to read in bed, but the words blurred. She set the book aside and lay in the dark, deciding to drop the Dana and Ron matter entirely. The only truth still worth pursuing was the one about her father's murder. Sleep came fast and deep. Her phone woke her. The clock read 3:18 a.m. Officer John Glass from the Central Park Precinct was on the line. He said they had caught the man who assaulted Brandon, the homeless suspect they had expected. The man refused to speak, but the strange part was that he had asked for her by name. Kat pulled on workout clothes, left Brandon a quick note, and jogged the 20 blocks north to the precinct. Glass met her at the door in uniform and asked why the suspect had requested her. She said she needed to see him first. Their footsteps echoed through the empty bulletproof atrium. In the holding cell, Aqua paced in tight formation, fingers plucking at his lower lip. He wore sagging, beltless jeans, torn flannel, and mud-brown sneakers instead of his usual yoga clothes. Glass asked if she knew him. She nodded. His real name was Dean Vanek, but everyone called him Aqua. She had no idea why he would have attacked Brandon. Glass added that the man kept muttering about someone named Jeff. She asked for a few minutes alone with him as an old friend. Glass shrugged and stepped out. Kat moved closer to the plexiglass and knocked softly. Aqua? He only quickened his pace as if he could outrun her voice. He stopped abruptly and turned toward her. I'm sorry, Kat. She asked what was happening. He insisted she was angry with him. Tears filled his eyes. She knew she had to move carefully or risk losing him entirely. It's all right, she told him gently. I'm not upset. I only want to understand. Aqua closed his eyes and drew a long, deep breath. then released it and repeated the motion. The familiar rhythm of yoga seemed to help him steady himself. At last he admitted it. He had followed her. "When?" she pressed. "After our talk. You went to O'Malley's and wanted me to join you. But you wouldn't go inside." He nodded. "Too many old ghosts waited in there," he explained, shaking his head. She reminded him there had been good times too, yet he replied that those times were dead now and only haunted them. Kat steered him back on track. So he had followed her after she left with Stacy. A brief smile crossed his face as he spoke warmly of Stacy, calling her a gifted student. She confirmed he had followed them. He had changed clothes and waited down the street, wanting either to talk more or simply to make sure she got out safely. "Out of O'Malley's?" she asked, surprised. He confirmed it, even though she pointed out she visited the place 5 days a week. Still, he had tailed them into the park, all the way to Strawberry Fields, where he had watched her talking with Brandon. He had done more than watch. Dressed as he was, he explained, he became just another black man people avoided. Eyes sliding away, even hers. She sat on Elizabeth's bench, the one with the plaque remembering the best days of chocolate chip ice cream and Daddy. Kat felt a sudden sting of emotion as she recalled the Adopt a Bench plaque she had read so often, each one carrying its own quiet story of love and loss. He had heard every word of their conversation. Something dark crossed his face. He demanded to know who the boy was. "His name is Brandon," she answered. He already knew that, he snapped, raising his voice. Who was Brandon to her? Why was she helping him? His hand slammed against the plexiglass in sudden fury. She stepped back, startled by the outburst. This was about him, not her, she insisted. He had attacked Brandon. Of course he had attacked. Aqua shot back. He would not let anyone hurt him again. Hurt who? She asked. He fell silent. She pressed. Who was Brandon trying to hurt? He had been hiding nearby, listening to everything. He had warned her to leave the boy alone. Why hadn't she listened? With eyes still closed, he finally gave the name. He protected me, Aqua said quietly. He protected you. Who, Aqua? Jeff. The name hit her like a physical blow, even though she had braced for it. She rocked back a step. Aqua pressed his face to the glass, glancing left and right to ensure privacy. They had to stop Brandon. He was searching for Jeff. That was why he had attacked. He hadn't wanted to hurt the boy, only to make him stop. Didn't she see? She didn't. What was he so afraid Brandon would find? Aqua's voice softened. Jeff had never stopped loving her. She let the comment pass. Had he known Jeff changed his name to Ron Kalkman? Aqua turned away. So much death, he murmured. It should have been him. He should have died. Then everything would be all right. She would still be with Jeff. She asked what he meant. What had he done? He began to cry harder. It was all his fault. She reminded him he had nothing to do with Jeff ending their relationship. Still the tears came. He started singing softly in his clear falsetto, a warning about things not being what they seemed. The gypsy wind. Beware. It was like that old song about the demon lover, the boyfriend who died, the woman who married another, yet still loved only him. His ghost returned, and in the end, they drove off and burst into flames. She didn't understand. But something in the song felt faintly familiar. He urged her to remember the final lines. After the flames, the warning came. Watch out for people who belong in your past. Don't let them back into your life. After that, Aqua shut down, repeating the same lines over and over in his rich voice. Later, when she looked up the lyrics, the song flooded back. Demon Lover by Michael Smith. They had all seen him perform in a small village venue 20 years earlier. Jeff had gotten the tickets after catching him in Chicago. Aqua had attended with a fellow cross-dresser named Yellow. The song told of a woman who lost her young lover in a crash, then saw his ghost years later after she had married. The clear message: keep past lovers in the past. Whether Aqua's rant came from the song or something deeper, his warning carried weight. Jeff's departure years ago had sent Aqua spiraling further. Whatever trouble Jeff had stepped into, enough to change his name, it was no longer her concern. Despite everything, Aqua remained one of the brightest minds she had ever known. His yoga lessons often carried small, piercing truths. Even now, pulling an obscure song from 2 decades ago, his fractured insight made sense. Brandon was awake when she returned from the precinct, his eyes blackened from the broken nose. She asked how he felt. "Sore," he said. She offered painkillers and handed him cupcakes from Magnolia Bakery. Then she asked a favor. They had caught the man who assaulted him. He was a friend of hers who believed he was protecting her. She needed Brandon to drop the charges. She explained as vaguely as she could. He still seemed uncertain, but finally shrugged and agreed, as a favor to her. She added that she thought it was time to let the whole matter go. He pulled apart a cupcake and ate slowly. Then he asked if she ever followed cop intuition or played a hunch. "All cops did," she replied. "Everyone did. But when a hunch contradicted the facts, it usually led to mistakes." He smiled around another bite. If it matched the facts, it wouldn't be a hunch, would it? Good point, she conceded. Still, she preferred the Sherlock Holmes axiom. Kat finished explaining the Sherlock Holmes warning. Never theorize before gathering the facts, or you would twist those facts to fit the theory instead of the other way around. Brandon nodded, clearly taken with the idea. Still, he wasn't convinced. He reminded her of her earlier words about not ruining anything for his mother. He promised he would step back if this turned out to be true love. She told him it wasn't his place to decide what kind of love it was. His mother had every right to make her own mistakes, even to have her heart broken. Like she had, he suggested. Yes, she agreed quietly. Like her. Jeff had been her demon lover, and she needed to leave him where he belonged, in the past. He echoed the strange phrase, puzzled. She only smiled, reached for a carrot cupcake, and let the subject drop. For about 20 minutes, it felt good to let everything go. Then the first call came from Stacy. Stacy announced she had a solid lead on Jeff Raines, also known as Ron Kalkman. Kat's stomach tightened. She no longer wanted to know. But Stacy pressed on. Jeff had never changed his name legally. She had verified it with every state office. It was a professional fake ID, expertly done. She even wondered if witness protection might be involved, though that seemed unlikely. Men in the program didn't usually advertise on dating sites. No credit cards, no bank accounts, no fixed residence. He was working as a journalist, so taxes had to be filed somewhere. Stacy was chasing that lead through an IRS contact and hoped to have an address soon, unless Kat wanted her to stop. Kat rubbed her eyes. She remembered Stacy had once pushed her toward a fairy tale reunion. Now Stacy reminded her that most fairy tales ended in bloodshed and pain. Still, she refused to drop it. Kat was terrible with loose ends, and right now her former fiancé was the biggest one. They needed to find out exactly what had happened, so Kat could finally close the door on the man who had been stupid enough to walk away from her. Kat managed a weak laugh and thanked her for being such a good friend. Then she told Stacy to let it go. Stacy sounded surprised but asked if she was sure. Kat said she was, even though inside she knew she wasn't. They made loose plans for drinks later, on Kat. Brandon left soon after, feeling well enough. Alone now, Kat began undressing for a long shower and a day of television in bed when the second call came. Stagger's voice was tight. He asked if she was home, then said he would be there in 5 minutes. He arrived even faster, clearly having called from right outside her building. He stormed in without greeting and demanded to know why she had gone to Suggs. She stayed silent. He looked older than she remembered. Hair thinning, jowls heavier, a soft belly forming. His children were no longer little. Disney trips had given way to college visits. For a fleeting second, she wondered if that could have been her life had she and Jeff stayed together. Stagger asked how she could have done it. She shot back that he had to be joking. He stepped close, placed his hands on her shoulders, and made her really look at him. Did she honestly believe he would ever hurt her father? She met his eyes and answered that she no longer knew. The words struck him hard. He insisted he had never lied to her. She countered that he had been lying for 18 years and was still covering something up. He closed his eyes and asked for a drink. She poured them both neat Jack Daniels. He downed half his glass in one swallow. She noticed she had never seen him drink before. He replied that they were both full of surprises. Their bond had always centered on her father. Once Henry was gone, so was the connection. He was her boss now, but they barely spoke. He took another long pull and gazed at her door, remembering the exact moment he had walked through it years ago to shatter her world. He begged her again to let it go. She drank in silence. Stagger swore he had only done what Henry would have wanted. She reminded him her father was dead and no longer had a vote. He insisted the truth would not bring Henry back. Cozone had ordered the hit, and Monty LeBurn had carried it out. When she asked how he had zeroed in on LeBurn so quickly, he said he had already been watching the man. He had known Cozone killed her father because Cozone had never seen Henry as a cop, only as an employee. The words landed like a slap. She demanded to know if he was saying her father had been on the take. Stagger poured another drink and nodded. More than that, he added quietly. She pressed him. He glanced around her apartment, noting how few cops could afford to buy outright on the Upper West Side. She defended the place as small and bought at a discount from someone her father had helped. Stagger's smile held no warmth. She asked why he had visited LeBurn in prison. He explained he had gone not to extract a confession, but to make certain LeBurn never revealed the reason behind the murder. The fingerprint at the scene, he claimed, belonged to some homeless man. She called it nonsense and blocked his path to the door. His theory made no sense. If her father had been corrupt, why kill him? Because, Stagger slurred, Henry had been about to stop taking the money. He had been ready to turn. She demanded the fingerprint's true owner. He repeated that it was nobody's and tried to leave. The alcohol was hitting him fast now. His words blurred. Before he could slip past, she stepped in front of him again. He was still holding something back. He had told her who killed her father, but not what had really happened. Maybe, he said with a strange, drunken glint, she should be asking someone else. When she demanded who, he asked if she had never wondered why her father used to disappear for days at a time. Why no one in the house ever spoke of it. The question froze her. Stagger seized the moment, reached the door, and opened it. She managed only a stunned, "What?" as he stepped through. He paused on the threshold. It wasn't his place to explain, he told her. She wanted the truth, but kept burying her head in the sand. The person she really needed to talk to was someone else entirely. Kat stepped off the B train, switched to the 7, and rode it out to her old neighborhood in Flushing. She walked down Roosevelt Avenue toward Parsons Boulevard on pure muscle memory, every crack in the sidewalk familiar from childhood. Manhattan had been her home longer, yet this place felt deeper, as though pieces of her own DNA remained embedded in the blue clapboards, off-white Cape Cods, cracked pavement, and patchy lawns. She passed the block where Uncle Tommy and Aunt Eileen once lived. Their old house now belonged to a Korean family who had knocked out the back wall, added an extension, and covered it in aluminum siding. The flaking paint of her aunt and uncle's era was gone. Uncle Tommy had retired after 36 years repairing appliances for Sears and moved with Eileen to Fort Myers. Still, Kat felt her own particles lingered here, especially around Thanksgiving memories at their house. The kids' table made from a ping-pong table draped with a king-size sheet, her father carving the turkey with no one else allowed near it, and Uncle Tommy pouring drinks, starting the kids with a spoonful of wine stirred into Sprite, gradually strengthening it until they graduated to a full glass and left the kids' table behind. The houses on her block stood crowded as ever, now even more so with bloated additions. Old TV antennas still topped most roofs despite cable and satellite dishes. Virgin Mary statues, some stone and most plastic, watched over tiny gardens. Occasional McMansions, faded brick monsters with arched windows, looked absurdly oversized, like fat men squeezing into small chairs. Her phone buzzed as she reached her childhood house. The text from Chaz reported a license plate from the gas station video, a black Lincoln Town Car registered to James Isherwood in Islip, New York, an apparently clean, ordinary citizen. Kat typed back quickly, learning nothing useful. It seemed like just another dead end, probably an innocent limo driver hired by her new boyfriend. She pushed thoughts of Dana and Jeff aside. The back kitchen door was unlocked, as always. Inside, Kat found her mother at the table with Aunt Tessie, grocery coupons and playing cards spread before them. The ashtray overflowing with lipstick-stained cigarette butts. The same 5 chairs from her childhood circled the table. Dad's throne-like with arms, the others plain. She had once sat between her 2 brothers, both now long gone from the neighborhood. 2 days in a row, her mother remarked. This has to be a world and Olympic record. Aunt Tessie scolded her lightly and rose to kiss Kat on the cheek, mentioning she had to leave because Brian was visiting and she needed to make him her famous tuna fish sandwich with the secret crunch of potato chips on top. Once alone, Mom offered coffee from her old percolator beside the Folgers tin. Kat declined, though her eyes noted the untouched stainless steel Cuisinart pod machine she had given her last Christmas. Mom insisted newer things never tasted right. She preferred cheaper options in everything. $6 wine over $20 bottles, drugstore knockoff perfume, sale rack clothes from Marshalls or TJ Maxx, partly frugality, partly something deeper. Mom offered to make a sandwich with sliced turkey from Mel's. Kat accepted, even agreeing to white bread and mayonnaise despite her own preferences. Her mother rose slowly, making a show of it with the chair and table for support, clearly seeking comment. Kat stayed silent. As Mom prepared the food with her back turned, Kat asked directly where Dad used to go when he disappeared. Her mother paused only briefly while reaching for the bread. She decided to toast it instead, claiming it tasted better, and denied any disappearances. She suggested Kat was remembering hunting trips upstate with the boys to Jack Kiley's cabin, or fishing with Uncle Tommy on the North Fork, or golf outings with coworkers. Kat pressed, noting she rarely remembered him taking Mom along. Mom grew agitated, spreading mayonnaise with forceful scrapes. She insisted men needed to blow off steam and that Kat was being dramatic. When Kat asked again if Dad had worked for Cozone or been on the take, her mother spun around with surprising speed and slapped her hard across the left cheek. The sharp sound echoed in the quiet kitchen, Tears stung Kat's eyes, but she held still, refusing to flinch or touch the mark. Immediately, her mother's face crumpled in regret. She apologized, but Kat repeated the question about Cozone and whether that explained the New York apartment. Mom denied it, reminding her that Dad had gotten a good deal after saving a real estate magnate's life. Kat challenged the story, unable to recall any such incident and questioning why they had all simply accepted it. Her mother defended the exaggeration as harmless, comparing it to Uncle Ed's war shrapnel limp that was really from falling down subway stairs at 16. She brought the sandwich to the table, cutting it into rectangles the way Kat preferred out of long habit, and spoke softly about how men carried heavier demons. Society pressured them to be leaders and providers, while real life offered only drudgery and broken things to fix. Women accepted a certain quiet endurance men never did. Some drank, gambled, whored, or turned to the church. Her own father used to say that if a man had enough to eat, he'd want to grow a second mouth. Kat reached out and took her mother's hand, an unfamiliar gesture. She asked again what Dad had been doing. Mom admitted uncertainty, maybe small jobs here and there, but she didn't think it involved Cozone. She sat heavily when Kat pulled out her chair. "You always thought it was your father who wanted you out of this life," Mom said, squeezing her hand. "But it was me. I didn't want you stuck here." When Kat pressed further, her mother closed her eyes and told her to eat the sandwich. She pleaded with her daughter not to force her to face unnecessary truths. The past was over. She chose which memories to keep and shape. Kat replied gently that those sounded less like memories and more like illusions. Kat sat back as her mother smiled and reminded her that she had lived in this house too, that even as a child she had been sharp enough to notice her father's disappearances and the forced cheer her mother pasted on whenever he returned. Kat reached for her hand again. She insisted she wasn't looking away anymore and begged her to say where he had gone. Her mother admitted she truly did not know, though Kat sensed she was holding something back. Mom listed her father's virtues. He had provided, taught them right from wrong, worked endless hours so all 3 children could attend college. When Kat asked if she had loved him, her mother busied herself at the sink, rinsing a cup and returning the mayonnaise to the fridge. She spoke of how handsome he had been when they first met, how every girl had wanted him, and added quietly that she herself had not been so bad back then. Pressed again, she answered that she had loved him the best she could, but that it was never enough. Kat left the house and headed back toward the 7 train. School had let out. Kids with oversized backpacks trudged past, eyes glued to their phones. 2 St. Francis prep cheerleaders walked by in uniform, and the sight pulled Kat into a quick memory of her own sophomore year tryout. The old cheers echoed in her head, the repetitive shout of school pride that grew louder until it felt ridiculous, and the quick clap consolation cheer that once promised they would beat the other team anyway, now softened to a more polite, "We're gonna win!" Her phone rang just as she reached Tessie's house. It was Chaz. He asked if she had seen his text about the plate. When she confirmed it felt like a dead end, he told her one detail still bothered him. The registration listed a standard black Lincoln town car, not a stretch limousine. He explained that stretches were custom built by slicing a regular car in half and inserting a middle section. More importantly, the vehicle lacked a livery license, and the boyfriend's name was not Isherwood. Chaz had called the owner's house. James Isherwood lived in Islip but worked for an energy company in Dallas and flew there often. He had left the car in long-term parking. Someone had simply stolen the plate. A cold shiver ran down Kat's neck. Chaz was right. Stealing a plate was cleaner than stealing a whole car. It could go unnoticed for days or weeks, especially from a similar make. She told him they needed everything they could find on Dana Phelps, including phone location and recent texts. Chaz reminded her it was not their jurisdiction. The couple lived in Connecticut. Kat agreed and asked him to email the information to Detective Schwartz at the Greenwich Police Department. She would follow up later. She ended the call, unsettled, and decided it was too soon to contact Brandon. This was not her case. She had enough of her own problems. Tessie stepped out her front door and asked if everything was all right. Kat said it was, though Tessie looked unconvinced and invited her to sit for a minute. They walked through the fence into the backyard garden. Tessie pointed to the struggling tomato plants and blamed the weather, then spread her arms and asked Kat to tell her what was going on. Kat did. When she finished, Tessie shook her head at the mention of little Willie Cozone. She confirmed he had grown up right there in the neighborhood on Farrington Street near the car wash. Her older brother Terry had gone to Bishop Riley with him. As a boy, Cozone had been scrawny. In first grade at St. Mary's, he had vomited all over a nun in class, earning the nickname Stinky. The teasing stopped in 5th grade when he brought a hammer to school and beat another boy to death, prying open the back of his skull with the claw end. The records had been sealed or the case never prosecuted. It stayed quiet. Tessie added that neighborhood pets had begun disappearing whenever Cozone was around, sometimes leaving only a paw in the trash. She reminded Kat that Cozone had lost his entire family to violence. Kat tried not to react. She still could not believe her father had ever worked for such a man. Tessie said she did not know one way or the other. She busied herself retying tomato vines to their stakes, then straightened and admitted she had known about the vanishing axe. Kat's mother had always pretended everything was fine, even to her closest friends, Flo and Tessie. She had no specific knowledge of where Kat's father went, but she had certainly had her suspicions. Tessie paused, inspecting a small green tomato still on the vine, and said she was of two minds on the whole matter. Kat listened as Tessie laid out her two minds on the matter. First, it was none of their business, and had happened long ago. They should respect her mother's wish to let it rest. Kat nodded that she understood. Then Tessie sat beside her on the bench and explained the second. As people aged, they saw more grays. Certainty belonged to idiots. What worked for one person might not for another. Some, like her mother, needed comforting illusions to survive. Others, like Kat, needed answers. Still, any truth Tessie shared would cause deep hurt, and she loved Kat too much to want that. Yet the dull ache of never knowing carried its own pain, perhaps the greater one. Tessie hesitated, warning that her information came only from rumors. A friend of Gary's had told him, Gary told Flo, Flo told her. It could all be garbage. But Tessie believed it was true. She braced herself and told Kat her father had a girlfriend. The words skimmed across Kat's surface without fully landing. Tessie watched her closely. Most married men in the neighborhood had side women, but this was different. The relationship had been ongoing and serious. Her father spent real time with the woman. They traveled together. That was why he disappeared. Kat asked if her mother had known. Tessie thought she probably had. When Kat questioned why she never left him, Tessie reminded her there were 3 children to raise and few options back then. Besides, her mother had loved him, and he had loved her in his way. Tessie added that her own husband Ed had girlfriends too. She had not minded, relieved for the break from constant pregnancy and childcare. Kat absorbed the blow, letting the ricocheting emotions pass through her the way her yoga training taught. Tessie continued. There was more. The girlfriend was black. Rumors suggested she might have been a prostitute her father had busted, though Tessie doubted that part. Kat felt dizzy. She asked again if her mother knew. Tessie had never told her, but recalled the year-long silence between Flo and Mom. Flo had apparently shared the information, and Mom had shut it down. Kat pressed for the woman's name. Tessie said she only knew the street name. Sugar. She had no last name and no idea what had happened to her after the murder. Tessie returned to tending her tomato plants and asked what Kat planned to do now. Kat admitted she was unsure. Tessie suggested sometimes knowing the truth was enough. Kat agreed it sometimes was, but not this time. Tessie nodded and warned that the truth might be better than lies but did not always set you free. She told Kat it was getting late and time to head home. On the subway ride back, the revelation finally sank in. Kat could have chosen anger, betrayal, or disgust. Her father, once her hero who had seemed to hang the moon just for her, had instead abandoned the family to be with a hooker. Yet the dominant feeling was sadness. Sadness for a man so unhappy at home that he lived a double life. Sadness for her mother forced to live the same lie. And a quieter sadness that the news did not shock her as much as it should. Perhaps she had always sensed the ugliness beneath the surface. And perhaps that explained her strained relationship with her mother. She wondered whether sugar had made her father happy in a way his marriage never had. The thought brought no easy answer. Her phone reconnected once she left the tunnel. 3 missed calls from Chaz waited. She called him back immediately. He told her she sounded terrible. When she said it had been a rough day, he replied it might get rougher. He had uncovered something on the Swiss bank account and thought she would want to see it. Titus had grown tired of running the prostitution ring. The work had turned dangerous, unpredictable, and dull. Too many violent amateurs kept forcing their way in, and the mob always demanded a cut. Technology had streamlined the trade, letting Johns connect directly with women online and letting bigger operators swallow the smaller ones, the way Home Depot had swallowed neighborhood hardware stores. His old mentor, Louis Kassman, had vanished years earlier, probably to some South Pacific island. Street pimping had simply become too small time. The risks no longer justified the rewards. When one line of business dried up, Titus found another. He briefly consolidated smaller operations, but sitting behind a screen booking appointments felt too distant and routine. He moved into online romance scams backed by partners in Nigeria. Never the obvious spam, but carefully crafted seductions. For a time, his strongest play was posing as a soldier deployed in Iraq or Afghanistan on social media, romancing lonely women and eventually asking for money for a laptop, airfare, or medical costs after an injury. When cash was tight, he sold non-existent vehicles, wiring payments to third-party accounts. The scams brought in money but required heavy effort for modest returns. Marks were growing wiser. Amateurs flooded the market, and Army investigators had begun cracking down. For Titus, the risks were too high, and the whole thing still felt small time. He had poured nearly all his savings into a new venture, and it was already paying off handsomely. Clem Sison, the replacement chauffeur, stepped into the farmhouse wearing Claude's black suit. It hung a little loose across the shoulders, but would suffice. Titus reminded him the plan allowed no deviations. Clem confirmed he understood. Titus told him to go get her now. Chaz's shift had ended, so Kat met him at his apartment in the upscale Lockhorn building on Park Avenue and 46th Street. She had attended an office party here once when Stacy dated the building's wealthy, preppy owner, a man rumored lately to have withdrawn into total reclusion. Some floors had recently been converted to residences. Chaz Faircloth lived in one of them. Coming from serious money clearly had its advantages. When Chaz opened the door, his white shirt was unbuttoned 1 notch too far, exposing waxed pecs. He welcomed her inside with an easy smile. Kat glanced around and felt surprised. She had expected a typical bachelor pad, but found the space tastefully furnished with antiques, family heirlooms, rich woods, tapestries, and oriental rugs. Expensive yet understated. Chaz admitted his mother had decorated it and that he had kept the look because women responded well to it. He moved behind the bar, lifted a bottle of Macallan, 25-year scotch, and poured 2 glasses. Kat stared at the amber liquid despite herself. She had tasted the 21-year once and remembered its power. He handed her a glass. She took 1 slow sip, eyes closing in spite of her effort to stay focused. Chaz asked how it was. She told him the truth. She might be tempted to shoot him just to keep the bottle. He laughed and suggested they get to business. Kat's mind drifted for a moment to the growing realization that every house on every street was only a facade. She had lived behind one herself and still never truly understood the unhappiness and lies inside her own family. She wanted nothing more than to sink into the leather couch and let the scotch dull everything. Instead, she set the glass down and told him she was listening. Chaz reported that he had contacted her treasury source and asked to have the Swiss account flagged. The watch list was enormous and backlogged, especially with the IRS pressing Switzerland on secret accounts. The account itself was new. Dana Phelps had supposedly opened it 2 days earlier when she transferred the funds. Chaz shook his head. That could not be right. A suspicious activity report had already been filed on it a full week ago. A Massachusetts resident had wired more than $300,000 into the same account. The SAR had come from Asghar Chubak, a partner at the investment firm Parsons, Chubak, Mitnick, and Bushwell in Northampton. Chaz turned his laptop toward her. The firm's website looked every bit as polished and exclusive as expected. Kat asked whether he had told Detective Schwartz. He had not. Schwartz had shown little interest in the stolen license plate. She noted they would never get the firm to cooperate. Chaz disagreed. He had already called. Chubak was willing to meet, working late on overseas markets and available any time that night. The drive would take about 3 hours. Chaz offered to drive her. Kat declined. She still had not shared every detail with him, especially the personal links to Jeff and Ron, and she was not ready for 6 hours alone in a car with him. She would drive herself and asked him to stay available for any follow-up. He agreed without argument and insisted she take his car. The garage was just around the corner. Martha Paquet carried her old suitcase to the door. It predated rolling luggage and had belonged to the days when Harold still traveled, though only for his twice-yearly Vegas trips with his drinking buddies, the kind that earned knowing smirks from everyone else. Harold had taken the fancy Toomey carry-on and nearly everything else of value when he left years earlier, renting a U-Haul and emptying the condo before the divorce was final. He had told her to try to get it back if she could. Martha looked out the window and told her sister Sandy this was crazy. Sandy put an arm around her and reminded her that you only live once and that she deserved this. Their parents would have approved. Martha doubted it. Her deeply religious parents had never been ones for such risks. After years of enduring Harold's abuse, she had moved back home to help her father care for her terminally ill mother. When her healthy father died suddenly of a heart attack 6 years ago and her mother finally passed last year, Martha had stayed on as nursing companion. Her mother had refused hospice or nursing care, and Martha had never suggested otherwise. She had loved her mother too much to leave her. Martha stood listening as Sandy urged her to stop putting her life on hold and finally allow herself some fun. She supposed it was true. Attempts at new relationships after the divorce had always stalled, first because of caring for her mother, then because of her lingering wariness from Harold. Martha never complained. She accepted her lot without protest and rarely asked for more, though the quiet longing inside her never fully disappeared. Sandy pressed on, insisting that it only took one person to change everything, and that person was Martha herself. She added that you could not begin the next chapter while still rereading the last one. Martha knew her friend meant well with these little aphorisms, the kind she posted weekly on Facebook alongside pictures of flowers or sunsets, calling them Sandy's sayings, even though she had written none of them. A sleek black limousine pulled up outside the house. Martha felt her throat tighten. Sandy squealed with delight at how beautiful the car looked. Martha remained frozen in place as the chauffeur stepped out and walked toward her door. A month earlier, after relentless encouragement from Sandy, she had signed up for an internet dating service. To her surprise, she had quickly begun an online flirtation with a man named Michael Craig. The whole thing felt crazy and unlike her. She had initially scoffed at the idea, viewing it as juvenile, yet somehow she had fallen into it. Starting online offered clear advantages. Appearance beyond photographs did not matter in the moment. She could relax without pressure, never seeing disappointment on the other person's face, always imagining him smiling at her words. If things failed, there would be no awkward encounters at the grocery store or local mall. The distance made it feel safe enough to lower her guard. She suppressed a small smile. The connection had grown steadily more intense until Michael finally suggested they chuck everything and meet in person. Martha remembered sitting at her computer, face flushed with heat. She had longed for real physical contact, the kind of intimacy she had always imagined. Loneliness and fear had gripped her for so long. When she expressed reluctance, fearing she might lose what they shared, Michael had gently pointed out that, in truth, they had nothing solid yet, only smoke and mirrors. Meeting face to face would reveal if the chemistry held. She had wanted to postpone, asking for patience, but he reminded her that relationships could not stay stagnant. They either improved or worsened. She sensed him beginning to pull away. Then, while visiting her sister's Facebook page, Martha saw an aphorism posted against crashing waves. One should not regret things done, but rather the chances not taken. The word struck deep. An online bond was not real. It could serve as an introduction, bring pleasure or pain, but it remained role-playing in the end. There seemed little to lose and everything to gain. Now, as she watched the chauffeur approach, terror and excitement warred inside her. Another of Sandy's sayings about doing one thing every day that scared you echoed in her mind. If that defined living, Martha realized she had barely lived at all. She had never felt so frightened, yet so vividly alive. Sandy wrapped her in a tight hug. Martha returned it. After exchanging warm declarations of love and Sandy's tearful wish for her to have the best time imaginable, Martha nodded, fighting back tears. The chauffeur knocked. She opened the door. He introduced himself as Miles and carried her suitcase, addressing her politely as Madame. Martha followed him outside while Sandy trailed along. He loaded the bag into the trunk and held the car door open. Sandy hugged her once more, urging her to call for any reason and promising she deserved this happiness. Martha assured her she would call if anything felt wrong, though Sandy teased through her tears that she would be too busy enjoying herself. Martha slipped into the back seat. The driver closed the door and pulled away, carrying her toward whatever came next. 3 hours earlier, Kat frowned as Chaz drove his Ferrari 458 Italia, painted in a shade he proudly called fly yellow. When he handed her a Superman keychain and referred to the car as the chick trawler, she dryly suggested overcompensation might fit better. He looked puzzled, but she let it drop. When the female GPS voice announced they had arrived at their destination, Kat felt certain it was a mistake. She double-checked the address. 909 Trumbull Road in Northampton, Massachusetts, listed as the home of Parsons, Chubak, Mitnick, and Bushwell Investments and Securities. She parked between a Subway and a beauty salon called Pam's Kickin' Cuts. Instead of the expected small-town financial office, the building resembled a weathered Victorian bed and breakfast, complete with a salmon-pink door and browning ivy on white lattice. An elderly woman in a house dress rocked on the front porch, her legs marked by prominent varicose veins. She offered help. Kat stated she was there to see Mr. Chubak. The woman replied that he had died 14 years ago, then corrected herself upon hearing the full name Ashgar Chubak, calling him Chewy and referring fondly to his late father. She struggled to her feet and led Kat inside, opening the basement door. A brief wish for Chaz as backup crossed Kat's mind. She stayed alert, mentally rehearsing how she would draw her gun if needed. The old lady called down to Chewy. He responded that he was busy. When asked who had come, Kat announced herself loudly as Detective Donovan from NYPD. A large, heavy-set man lumbered to the bottom of the stairs. His receding hair was tied in a small ponytail, his face broad and sweaty. He wore baggy cargo shorts and a t-shirt reading Twerk Team Captain. He invited her down. The old lady offered an orangina, which Kat declined as she descended. Chewie wiped his hands on his shirt before shaking hers with a meaty grip, insisting everyone called him Chewie. He appeared in his early 30s, with a large belly and thick, pale legs. A Bluetooth earpiece sat in his ear. The basement resembled a paneled rec room, with clown paintings, tall filing cabinets, and multiple workbenches arranged in a U-shape, covered in screens and computers. 2 oversized leather chairs on white pedestals dominated the space, their arms lined with colorful buttons. Kat confirmed he was Ashgar Chubak, senior partner at the firm. He preferred Chewie and admitted that Parsons, Mitnick, and Bushwell were simply names of childhood basketball friends used to make the masthead sound impressive. The entire investment firm was essentially just him. He briefly took a call on his Bluetooth, advising a client named Toby about commodities, before hanging up. Kat asked if his mother had been the secretary her partner spoke with earlier. Chewie confessed he had handled that too, using a voice changer, and could impersonate the other partners for second opinions. When she questioned whether that constituted fraud, he shrugged it off, claiming his clients made so much money they overlooked the details. He cleared joysticks and gaming consoles from the large chairs and invited her to sit. Kat stepped onto the pedestal and settled in, noting the chairs looked familiar. Chewie explained they were replicas of Captain Kirk's seats from Star Trek, though he personally preferred Battlestar Galactica. He asked if they were comfortable. She ignored the question and pressed forward, confirming he had recently filed a suspicious activity report on a particular Swiss bank account. He acknowledged it, but immediately asked why an NYPD detective was involved, pointing out that such reports went to FinCEN under Treasury jurisdiction, not local police. Kat explained the account had surfaced in a case she was investigating. When he pressed for details, she refused to discuss it. Chewie then stood and moved to show her out, declaring they were finished. She insisted they were not done and threatened to report his operation. He remained unfazed, stating he was a licensed advisor backed by an FDIC-insured bank and could use any names he wished. He had filed the report out of genuine concern as a law-abiding citizen, but would not betray client confidences without good reason. When she asked about those concerns, he repeated that he needed to know exactly what she wanted, or he would have to ask her to leave. Kat weighed her options. A grown man who insisted on being called Chewie left her little room to maneuver. She revealed she was investigating another case involving a large deposit into the same numbered Swiss account. When he asked if it was the identical account, she confirmed it was. He sat back down, drumming his fingers on the chair's colorful lights, and murmured thoughtfully. She assured him she had no interest in money laundering or tax issues. When he asked what she was investigating, Kat decided to take the direct route, hoping to jolt him. She stated it involved a missing woman. Chewie's jaw dropped in genuine shock. He asked if she was serious and whether she suspected his client of involvement. Kat admitted she had no idea yet, but was exploring every angle. She made it clear she did not care about financial matters. If he protected a client, possibly connected to a kidnapping or abduction, that concerned her. Chewie looked stunned. Kat leaned forward and asked him to share what he knew. He said the situation did not add up at all. Pointing to the ceiling, he noted security cameras recorded everything and asked for her word that she would help his client rather than prosecute aggressively. She gave it without hesitation, knowing the recording held little legal weight. His client's name was Gerard Remington, a pharmaceutical chemist. The name meant nothing to Kat. Chewie explained that Remington had instructed him to transfer the bulk of his funds to that Swiss account, an action that was not illegal. Kat pressed again on why he had filed the suspicious report. Despite that, Kat listened as Chubak explained that Gerard was more than a client. He was his cousin, their mothers having been sisters. With Gerard's mother long deceased, the two men were essentially all the family each other had left. He described Gerard as someone on the spectrum, a brilliant scientist who struggled badly with social cues. The kind of person who might have been diagnosed autistic or with Asperger's in younger years. Chubak spread his arms with a rueful smile, acknowledging how odd the observation sounded coming from a grown man still living with his own mother and working from replica Star Trek command chairs. He recounted how Gerard had phoned and instructed him to wire a large sum into the Swiss account. When pressed for a reason, Gerard had simply replied that the money was his, and he owed no explanation. He had added only that he was starting a new life. A chill raced down Kat's spine at the words. Chubak admitted the request had struck him as bizarre, yet client confidentiality and his fiduciary duty left him little choice but to comply. Still, something felt off. The move was completely out of character. Kat pointed out that he also carried a responsibility to the law. He agreed, and that was why he had filed the suspicious activity report, quietly hoping it might draw official eyes. Now she had arrived. When she asked where Gerard was, Chubak told her overseas somewhere. Another cold prickle crossed her skin. Overseas, the same direction Dana Phelps had gone. She pressed whether he had traveled alone. Chubak shook his head, spun to his keyboard, and brought the monitors to life. The screens filled with the image of a voluptuous woman posed like something torn from a teenager's fantasy, full lips curved in invitation, generous curves impossible to ignore. Kat waited for him to clear the screensaver. He did not. Instead, he nodded, confirming that was the woman Gerard had left with. According to what Gerard had told his mother, they had gone together. Kat felt disbelief rise. Chubak shared the same skepticism. Gerard was a decent guy, but painfully naive. And a woman who looked like that would normally be far out of his league. At first, he had worried it was a con, online predators who lured trusting men into carrying drugs or running scams. Yet Gerard had insisted he was deeply in love and ready to begin a new life with her. The story still sounded like a classic setup to Kat, but Chubak had seen no clear path to intervene beyond filing the report. When she asked the woman's name, he supplied Vanessa, last name unknown. Gerard's house lay only a 10-minute drive away. His mother held a key. Chubak unlocked the front door and stepped inside. Kat followed close, eyes sweeping every corner. The home was unnaturally tidy, every surface and object arranged with museum-like precision, more display than lived-in space. She asked him to point her toward the computer. They checked the desk, then the bedroom. Nothing. Chubak explained that Gerard owned only a laptop and had almost certainly taken it. Kat moved to old-fashioned methods, pulling open drawers and closets. Even these were meticulously ordered. Socks rolled and aligned in perfect rows. Clothes folded with surgical care, not a loose paper, coin, or stray item anywhere. She kept her thoughts guarded. No hard evidence of crime existed yet, only vague financial irregularities and a string of odd coincidences. She still had contacts at the FBI who might dig deeper if she gathered more, but right now the picture remained too thin. She asked Chubak to email her the photograph of Vanessa. He made a lame joke about her interest. She let it pass. A single framed photo on the desk caught her eye, black and white winter scene. Chubak identified the smiling boy holding up a fish as young Gerard beside his father, who had died when the boy was 8. They had apparently enjoyed ice fishing. Chubak added quietly that he could not remember ever seeing his cousin smile that openly again. Kat continued through the drawers. In the bottom one, she found neatly labeled files and pulled the most recent visa statement. The first charge that stood out was $1,458 to JetBlue, likely 2 round-trip tickets, since the airline offered no first class. She photographed it and forwarded the image to Chaz for follow-up. The remaining charges looked ordinary. Cable, cell phone, utilities. Near the bottom, however, one entry stopped her. TMJ services for $5.74. The initials reverse spelled JMT, the discrete billing code for youarejustmytype.com. Just like Dana Phelps, Jeff Rains, and Kat herself. Back in the fly yellow Ferrari, Kat dialed Brandon Phelps. He answered cautiously. She told him she needed a favor and would explain the Massachusetts trip later. Then sent him the photograph of the bikini-clad woman and asked him to run the same reverse image search he had performed on Jeff's pictures. Brandon hesitated, then asked whether this had anything to do with his mother. When Kat admitted it might, he urged her to stop looking. His mother had called him barely an hour earlier. She had finally regained email access, read his messages, and assured him everything was fine. She sounded happy and planned to stay a few extra days. When he questioned the money transfer, she had grown angry, insisting it was personal and none of his business. He had mentioned speaking with Detective Schwartz, but said nothing about Kat. She had promised to come home soon with a big surprise. Kat pulled the car onto the shoulder, mind racing. Brandon guessed the money matter might not be entirely legal and worried that continued questions could cause trouble. Still, she asked him to run the image search anyway. He agreed after a pause. Another call came through before she could reflect further. Stacy asked where she was. Kat told her she was driving back from Massachusetts. Stacy replied simply that she had located Jeff Raines. Titus lay on the grass, eyes tracing the perfect night sky. Before the farm, he had half believed stars and constellations were only fairy tales. He wondered whether they simply never appeared above the city or whether he had simply never bothered to lie back like this. Fingers laced behind his head, and look, he no longer needed the printed map he once carried out here. In his mind, Dana Phelps was already back in her box. She had been tougher than most, yet in the end, the lies, distortions, threats, and confusion had not been enough. Holding up a picture of her child had broken her. She had made the call. One man had tried to warn the person on the other end. Titus had ended the call at once and turned him over to Reynaldo and the dull Amish pruning saw in the barn. 3 days later, the man had begged on his knees to cooperate, every finger gone. Titus heard footsteps, but kept his gaze on the stars until Reynaldo's shadow fell across him. He asked if everything was all right with the new arrival. Reynaldo answered that she was secured in her box and had not brought her laptop. Titus was not surprised. Martha Paquet had been more reluctant than the others. Her supposed trip had not been to some distant warm weather spot, but a modest 2-night stay at a bed and breakfast in Ephrata, Pennsylvania. At first she had seemed ready to refuse, yet she had eventually agreed. Having the laptop would have helped, but most people carried their lives on them anyway. Dmitri could still extract the necessary bank details and passwords once they had the email account. They would check her phone too, though. Titus never left it powered on long. A live signal could be traced. That was why he removed the batteries entirely. The tighter timeline worried him. Martha had little family, only a sister who had pushed her to take this chance. The sister might accept the story of extra days away, but urgency still pressed. Sometimes Titus left new arrivals in the underground box for hours or days to soften them. Other times he used the shock of arrival while it was still raw. 8 hours earlier, Martha had left home believing she was heading toward true love. Since then, she had been locked in a car, assaulted when she resisted, stripped and sealed in darkness. Hopelessness landed harder when it replaced genuine hope. You had to lift something high before you could drop it so it shattered. Titus rose in one smooth motion and told Reynaldo to send her up the path. He walked back to the farmhouse. Dmitri waited at the computer. Titus checked the time, grabbed rice crackers with almond butter from the kitchen, and set a kettle on the stove. He still had about 10 minutes. His method was patience. Over the first few days, he coaxed transfers of around $10,000 apiece into overseas accounts he controlled, then moved the money again and again until it vanished from sight. Just as in the old days watching buses at the Port Authority, he waited for the right marks. People with enough money to make the work worthwhile and too little family to raise alarms. The internet offered an endless supply. Some targets never bit. Others did. Martha had recently inherited from her mother and had told only her sister about Michael Craig. Because the rendezvous fell over a weekend, she had not even notified her bosses at NRG. Once he had her email password, Martha could easily send word that she was extending her time off. Gerard Remington had been simpler still. He had already booked a 10-day vacation honeymoon and cleared his accrued leave with the pharmaceutical company. A lifelong bachelor with almost no relatives, he had transferred the bulk of his account without real trouble. Once the money was drained, the guests became useless. Titus could not release them, the risk was too great. The cleanest solution was a bullet to the brain and a quiet burial in the woods. A living person left too many trails. A dead body left some. But a person who had supposedly chosen to vanish and start a new life left almost nothing for overworked police to pursue. Family might worry later, but the adults in question had given every appearance of consenting adults chasing happiness. No signs of foul play existed. On the rare chance someone pushed harder, the trail was already cold and led nowhere near an Amish farm in rural Pennsylvania, still registered to a man who had sold it for cash years earlier. Titus stood in the doorway. In the darkness, he caught the familiar movement on his left. Moments later, Martha shuffled into view. He kept his expression warm and beckoned her inside. She moved toward the porch, hugging herself, shivering, hair wet, eyes like shattered marbles. He settled into the big chair while Dmitri sat at the computer in his usual knit cap and dashiki. Titus spoke in the calm, soothing tone he had perfected. He told her his name and asked her to sit. She obeyed. Many arrivals still clung to the belief that their new love waited somewhere. Gerard had held out until Titus threatened harm to Vanessa. Martha seemed to grasp the situation at once. Titus glanced at Dmitri, who adjusted his tinted glasses and nodded that he was ready. He told Martha they had questions she would answer. A single tear slid down her cheek. They already knew her email address from the messages she had exchanged with Michael Craig. He wanted the password. He kept his voice low and even. Some people spent hours or days in the box. Others felt a hand pressed to a hot burner until the smell became unbearable. He preferred to avoid scars. Scars meant they eventually had to destroy evidence. If she cooperated fully, she would leave somewhat poorer but otherwise unharmed, and could resume her life as if nothing had happened. 3 months earlier, they had done exactly this with someone she might recognize. That person had given them everything immediately and had been sent home. The promise of hope always helped. Titus rested his hand gently on her wrist. She nearly screamed. He asked again for the email password, smiling, and Martha gave it to him. Kat returned the chick trawler. So she and Stacy met in the lobby of the Lockhorn building near midnight. Stacy wore a black turtleneck, painted on blue jeans and cowboy boots, her hair falling in perfect just mess waves. If Kat didn't love her, she would have hated her for it. 2 women, one petite and lovely, the other tall and flamboyantly dressed, stepped off an elevator. The lobby was otherwise empty except for a security guard. Kat asked where they should talk. Stacy told her to follow. Stacy showed her ID. The guard directed them to a lone elevator on the left. Its interior was velvet-lined with a padded bench. There were no buttons, no floor indicators. Kat shot Stacy a questioning look. Stacy only shrugged. The elevator stopped on an unknown floor. They emerged onto a vast, darkened trading floor where rows of desks stretched into shadow, illuminated only by the eerie glow of computer screens. Kat whispered, asking what they were doing there. Stacy told her there was no need to whisper. They were alone. She led the way to a door with a keypad, entered a code, and pushed it open. Inside was a corner office with a sweeping view up Park Avenue. Stacy flicked on the lights. The room screamed old money elitism. Burgundy leather chairs with gold buttons, a forest green oriental carpet, fox hunt paintings on dark wood paneling, an expansive oak desk, and a large antique globe. Kat remarked that someone had serious cash. Stacy said it belonged to a friend who owned the place. A wistful look crossed her face. The media had briefly speculated about the CEO of Lockhorn Investments after his sudden disappearance, but the story had faded. Kat asked what had really happened to him. Stacy spread her arms and shrugged. He had simply checked out. When Kat guessed a nervous breakdown, Stacy gave a small, mysterious smile and said she didn't think so. The business had once occupied 6 floors. Now, with him gone and the layoffs, it was down to 4. Kat realized she was asking too many questions, but pressed anyway. She noted that Stacy cared about him. Stacy admitted she did, but it had never been meant to be. She described him as handsome, rich, charming, romantic, and a great lover, yet added that no woman could truly reach him. Kat pointed out that Stacy was still there. Stacy explained that after they had been together, he had placed her name on a special list granting access to certain private spaces if she ever needed time alone. When Kat asked how many women were on the list, Stacy guessed quite a few. Kat called him a nut job. Stacy shook her head, accusing her of judging without knowing the person. Kat denied it, but Stacy reminded her of her first impression of Stacy herself. Kat thought, airheaded bimbo. Stacy countered that she had thought Kat was cool and smart. Kat agreed she had been right. Stacy called her out gently. She was asking all these questions to stall. Kat shot back that Stacy was answering them for the same reason. Stacy conceded the point with a touche. She then told Kat that Jeff appeared to be living near Montauk on Long Island. Kat's heart lurched. Stacy offered her a drink. Kat insisted she was fine, but Stacy opened the antique globe to reveal a crystal decanter and snifters of the best cognac. She poured anyway, noting he would be upset if they were there and didn't partake. Kat took a sip and nearly gasped. The cognac tasted like liquid ecstasy. She admitted it was the closest thing to an orgasm she had experienced in drink form. Stacy laughed. When Stacy mentioned Montauk again, Kat quickly brushed aside the memory of a past trip to nearby Magansett, insisting she was over it. Stacy laid out what she had found. 18 years ago, Jeff Raines had left New York for Cincinnati. He had been arrested after a bar fight at Longsworth's, a former firehouse. Kat remembered him taking her to once. He had pleaded down to a misdemeanor and paid a fine. After that, Jeff Raines had vanished from all records. Whatever prompted the name change seemed tied to that night. 2 other men, friends from Anderson Township, had also been arrested. All 3 had been drunk. The fight started when one man was rude and possibly rough with his girlfriend. Jeff had stepped in and told him to stop. The boyfriend had snapped back, and Jeff had retaliated fiercely, breaking the man's orbital bone and 2 ribs. Afterward, Jeff had quit his job at the Cincinnati Post and disappeared. 2 years later, the name Ron Cockman first appeared on a byline in Vibe magazine. All signs now pointed to him living in Montauk with a 16-year-old daughter named Melinda, who attended East Hampton High School. There was no clear record of a wife, though his dating profile listed him as a widower. Stacy handed Kat a slip of paper with the address. Kat asked why she wouldn't take it. Stacy pointed out that Jeff had gone to great lengths to stay hidden. He had created a new identity, avoided credit cards and bank accounts, yet had still appeared on Facebook as Ron Cockman and on the dating site under an alias. Kat acknowledged that he clearly did not want to be found and had told her on the dating site that he needed a fresh start and did not want to talk. Driving to Montauk unannounced would be completely irrational. Stacy agreed. Still, Kat held out her hand for the address. Stacy placed the paper in it, saying the heart didn't know from rational. Kat's bottle of Jack tasted like fish ass after the cognac in Macallan 25. She didn't sleep. She barely tried. She lay in bed instead, letting every possible scenario swirl through her mind. Each time she thought she had sorted through them and found a clear next step, she closed her eyes and the doubts rushed back in, changing her mind again. She rose at 5 in the morning. She could have waited and attended Aqua's class to clear her head, but his recent freakouts might only muddy things further. In truth, she was stalling again. There was only one real choice. She had to drive out to Montauk and find out what had happened to Jeff. A million reasons told her it was a stupid move, yet until she knew everything, she could never let him go. She might resist the urge for a month or two, but the itch would eventually demand to be scratched raw. The decision had already been made for her. She lacked the discipline to stay away forever. There had never been closure with Jeff. There had never been closure with her father. She had let that absence stand for 18 years. No more. No reason to delay. She would drive to Montauk today, right now. Chaz had already agreed to lend her his car. It waited in the garage on 68th Street. She had no idea what she would find there. Jeff probably wasn't even around. They were supposedly moving to Costa Rica. Still, something felt off. She wasn't buying the story completely. She grabbed coffee at the Starbucks on Columbus Avenue and started the long drive. Halfway to Montauk, she realized she had no plan. Would she simply knock on his door? Or wait until he appeared outside? She had no idea. As she drove through East Hampton, streets she and Jeff had once walked together a lifetime ago, her phone rang. She answered on speaker. Brandon reported that he had run the image search she requested. He sounded surprised, asking if she knew the woman personally. She told him no. He described her as a bikini model named Vanessa Moreau. He rattled off her height, weight, measurements, and cup size. Kat kept her grip steady on the wheel and asked if the woman was married. He said the portfolio didn't specify. The photo came from a casting site called Mucho Models. Vanessa listed herself as currently seeking paid gigs only and willing to travel if expenses were covered. No home address. Kat absorbed the information. So Vanessa was her real name. She asked Brandon for one more favor, to break back into You Are Just My Type and check Jeff's communications, specifically whether he was still talking to other women and who they were. Brandon hesitated, noting it would be harder now since the site changed passwords frequently and he didn't want to linger. He questioned whether this meant she still believed something was wrong. He added that his mother had sounded fine on the phone, though not exactly happy. Kat pressed him. Brandon sighed and agreed to try. They hung up. Montauk sat at the far tip of Long Island's South Fork. Kat located DeForest Road and slowed as she passed the address Stacy had provided. The house was a cozy cedar-shingled Cape Cod. 2 vehicles sat in the driveway, a black Dodge Ram pickup loaded with fishing gear, and a blue Toyota RAV4. Neither was fly yellow. She parked down the block and waited. It was not yet 8 in the morning. Ron might still be inside. The bright yellow Ferrari made terrible surveillance, but she couldn't sit idle. She started the engine and rolled forward just as the front door opened. A teenage girl stepped out, waved goodbye to someone inside, and started down the path with a maroon backpack. A ponytail poked from under her baseball cap. Kat drove closer, searching for any resemblance to Jeff in the girl's awkward gait. She told herself it had to be Melinda. The girl wore white earbuds, the cord swinging as she moved. She suddenly turned and met Kat's eyes. Kat called out casually, asking for directions to the lighthouse. The girl kept her distance and gave simple instructions. Get back on Montauk Highway and drive to the end. She complimented the car. Kat smiled and said it belonged to her boyfriend. The girl started walking faster as a school bus appeared ahead. Kat made her decision. She called out, identifying the girl as Ron Cockman's daughter, Melinda. The girl's face drained of color. Panic flashed in her eyes. She broke into a near sprint, jumped onto the bus without looking back, and disappeared as the doors closed. Kat turned the Ferrari around and parked directly in front of the house. She waited a few minutes more. Nothing happened. She got out, walked up the path, rang the doorbell, and knocked firmly. Through the beaded glass, she caught movement inside. She knocked again and announced herself as Detective Donovan from the NYPD, asking whoever was inside to open the door. Footsteps approached. Kat stepped back, smoothed her shirt, and patted her hair. The knob turned. The door opened. It wasn't Jeff. A weathered man around 70 peered out at her. He demanded to know who she was. She repeated that she was Detective Donovan and showed her badge. He took it, examined it closely, then handed it back with clear suspicion. He asked what she wanted, dressed in a brown flannel shirt, Wrangler jeans, and work boots. His sinewy forearms speaking of years spent outdoors. Kat asked his name. He brushed it off, saying it wasn't important. She cut to the point. She was looking for Ron Cockman. The old man didn't flinch. He told her he didn't have to answer her questions. Kat insisted she meant Ron no harm. He replied that if that was true, she should leave well enough alone. She said she needed to speak with him. He countered that she didn't. His eyes held hers, as if he knew exactly who she was. When she asked where Ron was, he said only that he wasn't there, and that was all she needed to know. She said she would come back. He told her there was nothing left for her here. Kat tried to speak, but the words lodged in her throat. She finally demanded to know who he was. He warned that he was closing the door and would call the local police chief if she didn't leave. An NYPD detective hassling residents would not be tolerated. She told him he didn't want that kind of attention. He replied that he could handle it and dismissed her. She pressed him on why he thought she would simply walk away. He said she should recognize when she wasn't wanted, that the past belonged in the past, and that she wouldn't want to cause any more destruction. She asked what destruction he meant. He gripped the door and told her it was time to go. She pleaded that she only needed to talk to Ron, that she meant no harm to anyone, and asked him to pass that message along. He agreed to relay it and ordered her off his property. The farm operated completely off the public electric grid, exactly as Titus preferred. No bills, no meter readers, no outsiders poking around. The Amish used a windmill for their modest needs, but he had added a propane-powered Duramax generator. He kept a mailbox at the road's edge, installed a gate to block vehicles, and never ordered deliveries. Anything required was fetched by him or his men from a Sam's Club 8 miles away. He allowed the men time off the property to keep them from getting restless. He and Reynaldo thrived on the solitude, but the others needed an outlet. They could visit a strip club 12 miles farther than the closer one, once every 2 weeks, always alone, and never cause a scene. Cell service didn't reach the farm, so Dmitri had routed phone and internet through a Bulgarian VPN satellite. Almost no calls ever came in. When his private line rang at 8 that morning, Titus knew something was wrong, he answered. The caller said it was a wrong number and hung up. That was the signal. Titus opened the offline Gmail account they used for secure contact. No new messages appeared, as expected. He clicked into the drafts folder. The unsent message waited there from his man in Switzerland. Stop using account 897871198. A suspicious activity report had been filed by the financial firm Parsons, Chubak, Mitnick, and Bushwell, and now an NYPD detective named Katerina Donovan was following up. He deleted the draft and logged out. SARS had flagged his accounts before. Large overseas transfers always triggered them. Treasury usually dropped the matter once they confirmed no terrorism link. This time, 2 red flags had appeared on the same account, and for the first time, an NYPD detective had gotten involved. None of his recent guests had come from New York. He couldn't see any connection between a Massachusetts chemist and a Connecticut socialite. He could ask only one of them. Titus rested his hands on the desk, then typed the detective's name into a search engine. When her photograph appeared, he nearly laughed out loud. Dmitri stepped into the room and asked what was funny. Titus told him it was Kat. She was trying to find them. After the old man slammed the door, Kat stood frozen on the stoop. She considered kicking it in and pistol whipping him, but the impulse died as quickly as it rose. If Jeff wanted to reach her, she had given him every chance. Forcing the issue now would only strip away the last of her pride. She walked back to the car, tears stinging her eyes, and hated herself for them. Whatever had happened to Jeff in that Cincinnati bar had nothing to do with her. Stacy had promised to keep digging into the brawl, but Kat saw no point. Even if those men had been after him, it still didn't explain why he refused to see her. He had built a life here with a daughter, and this grumpy old man, his own father, had died years ago. He had chosen the dating site. He had chosen to push her away, so why couldn't she accept it? She drove west on Montauk Highway, but turned left after only a few miles onto Napeague Lane. The route still burned into memory after nearly 20 years. She followed Marine Boulevard and parked near Gilbert Path, then walked the wooden boardwalk toward the ocean. Waves crashed against the shore, while the sky darkened with the promise of rain. She slipped off her shoes and crossed the sand to the water's edge. The house looked exactly as she remembered. Sleek, modern, almost boxy, the kind she had grown to love. It had been far beyond their budget, but Jeff's TA connection at Columbia had secured it as a thank you. Every detail of that weekend still lived inside her. The farmer's market, the quiet town walks, the 3 meals at the lobster roll shack they nicknamed lunch, the way Jeff had crept up behind her on this exact stretch of beach and given her the most tender kiss of her life. In that moment, she had known she wanted to spend the rest of her days with him. Tender kisses didn't lie. She frowned, annoyed at her own sentimentality, yet she allowed herself the memory anyway. She shifted a few feet left and right until she stood in the precise spot. A car engine sounded behind her. She turned, half expecting to see Jeff in the silver Mercedes now idling on the road. It would have been perfect. Him following her here, taking her in his arms the way he once had. The longing hit her hard, corny and painful as it was. That kiss had been one of the few perfect moments she kept boxed away for the lonely times. The Mercedes pulled away. She turned back to the churning ocean as the clouds thickened and the first drops threatened. Her phone rang. It was Brandon. He called Jeff a lying, cheating bastard. Kat went still and asked what had happened. Brandon said Jeff, Ron, Jack, whatever his name, was still contacting other women. He couldn't read the messages, but the man had been in touch with both of them just yesterday. She asked how many women. 2. Brandon dismissed the idea that Jeff was simply saying goodbye or telling them about his mother. Those exchanges had run to 20 or 30 messages each. Kat told him to listen carefully and asked if he had the names of the 2 women. He said yes. Kat asked Brandon for the names. He told her one was Julie Whites in Washington, D.C., and the other was Martha Packett in Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. Kat immediately called Chaz and told him to contact both women and confirm they had not gone away with their online match. As she headed back toward the yellow Ferrari, she planned to return to the Montauk house and kick the old man in the balls if he still refused to talk. Something continued to nag at her. The feeling had been there from the very beginning, but she still could not pin it down. Something about Jeff kept pulling her forward. Most would call it the stubborn grip of a foolish heart. She would have agreed. Yet now a sliver of clarity emerged. The unease centered on her own early messages with Jeff on youarejustmytype.com. She had replayed his final words so often. The warnings about protecting himself, the caution, the claim that revisiting the past would be a mistake, his need for a fresh start, that she had barely revisited their first exchanges. It had all begun when she sent him the old John Waite video for Missing You. His response had been that he didn't remember it. How was that possible? He had proposed to her, after all. How could he have forgotten something so central to their relationship? Worse, he had called the video cute, said he liked a girl with a sense of humor, and that he was drawn to her photograph. The word had stung. In her hurt, she had messaged back that it was Kat. A thin man in a dark suit leaned against a yellow Ferrari, arms folded, ankles crossed. Still reeling from Brandon's news, Kat approached and asked if she could help him. He complimented the car. She told him she heard that often and asked him to get off it. He said he would in a second if she was ready. She asked what he meant. The silver Mercedes pulled up beside them. The man ordered her to get in the back. She demanded to know what he was talking about. He gave her a choice. They could shoot her right there in the street, or she could get in and they would have a nice little chat. Reynaldo received the message through the walkie-talkie app on his smartphone. Titus's voice came through. "Base the box. Come in." Reynaldo had been throwing a tennis ball for his 11-year-old Labrador, Bo, who never tired of the game despite his slowing gait and arthritis. Bo still insisted on more throws, whining, and barking if Reynaldo tried to stop. Eventually, Reynaldo would send him up the path to rest on the soft dog bed in the barn, the same bed he had bought after finding Bo wandering by the East River. Bo looked up expectantly. Reynaldo rubbed behind his ear, then told him they would play again soon. The dog whimpered and nudged his hand, tail wagging slowly. Reynaldo felt his eyes sting. He sent Bo off for dinner. The dog trotted away reluctantly, tail still. Reynaldo waited until Bo was out of sight. He never wanted the dog to see inside the boxes, even though Bo could smell what was there. When the target sometimes smiled at the friendly dog, it felt wrong. Reynaldo unlocked the padlock with the key on his belt and lifted the ground-level door. Sudden light made the woman inside blink and shield her eyes. The stench of waste rose from the dark coffin-like space. He was used to it. After days in total darkness, control over bodily functions disappeared. Number 6 took a full minute to sit up, lips cracked, face grimy. She tried to lick her lips, but her tongue was too dry. He had not given her water for hours. He had already dropped a cup of rice through the slot earlier. Some targets tried to reach through the slot. He gave one warning, then crushed their fingers with his boot if they tried again. Number 6 began to cry. He told her to hurry. She moved with effort, her body failing. His only job was to keep them alive until Titus said it was time. Then he would walk them into the field, sometimes make them dig their own graves, press the gun muzzle to their head or neck or temple, and pull the trigger. He had experimented with angles. Once he had shot too low, and the man from Wilmington survived paralyzed, so he buried him alive. Number 6 was broken. He pointed and told her to go over there and change first. She shuffled like a zombie. Without being told, she stripped out of the jumpsuit and stood naked, no longer caring about modesty. A few days earlier, in her yellow sundress, she had been far more attractive. Now she looked primitive, eyes begging for water. Reynaldo sprayed her down hard with the hose. She tried to catch some in her mouth, but he stopped the flow until she stood straight. Her skin reddened under the pressure. He tossed her a fresh jumpsuit. She put it on. He gave her a cup of water, which she gulped greedily. Then another, when he feared she was too weak to walk to the farmhouse. She nearly choked. He handed her a breakfast bar from Giant. She almost ate the wrapper. He told her to take the path. She shuffled ahead while he followed, wondering how much more money they could squeeze from her. She seemed wealthier than most. Titus usually preferred male targets 3-1, but women often yielded higher profits. This one had arrived with expensive jewelry and upper-class confidence. Both were gone now. She glanced back nervously every few steps, surprised he was escorting her. He rarely did. Titus usually made them walk alone. Since this was her second visit today, Reynaldo wondered if it was her endgame, if Titus would soon say it was time. At the farmhouse, Titus sat in his big chair while Dmitri worked at the computer. Reynaldo waited by the door. Number 6 took the hard wooden chair in front of Titus without being told. Titus told her they had a problem, Dana. Her eyes fluttered. He said he had hoped to release her today, but a police officer was now investigating her disappearance. A New York City detective named Kat Donovan, who went by Kat and worked in Manhattan. Did she know her? Dana said no. Titus asked again with sharper tone. She repeated no. He studied her face, then nodded to Dmitri. Dmitri turned the monitor toward Dana, showing a photograph of the woman. Titus asked how she knew her. Dana shook her head. He pressed again. She insisted she did not. Before leaving for her trip, had Kat called her? No. Had they ever spoken? She said no. Kat denied it again, insisting she had never seen the woman and knew nothing about her. Titus pressed once more, warning that this final answer would decide whether she went home to her son or returned to the box alone. How exactly did she know Kat Donovan? Dana broke down, sobbing that she had never seen her. Kat demanded repeatedly where they were taking her. The thin man beside her only smiled and kept the gun trained on her. The driver never glanced back, his shaved head and massive shoulders filling the front seat. The ride proved short. They passed through the center of Watermill, turned left onto David's Lane toward the ocean, then swung onto Halsey Lane in the Ritzy stretch. The silver Mercedes slowed beside an enormous estate screened by a solid wall of high shrubs that ran hundreds of yards before an opaque gate. A suited guard with sunglasses and an earpiece spoke into his sleeve microphone. The gate opened. They rolled up the long drive toward a sprawling Gatsby-style stone mansion with a red tile roof. White Greco-Roman statues and cypress trees lined the approach. In the courtyard, a round pool sent a fountain jetting high. The thin man told her to get out. Kat stepped from the car while he exited the other side. Another dark-suited man frisked her thoroughly, though Smiley had already taken her gun and phone. He nodded when finished. Smiley led her past a lush garden that looked lifted from a high-end magazine. The ocean stretched out ahead, salt air sharp in her nostrils. A man waited for her on the porch lined with cushioned teak furniture. He wore all white, the clothes too tight on his squat, flabby 70-year-old frame. Shirt buttons strained over his gut. Several were undone, exposing a thick line of chest hair. Gold rings crowded his pudgy fingers. His sandy hair might have been real or an excellent toupee. He greeted her by name. After years of reading, every file, every rumor, every scrap of hatred, Kat stood face to face with Willie Cozone for the first time. He remarked that they had finally met and asked if this was how she had pictured the day. She said she had. He gestured toward the ocean and wondered if the setting matched her imagination. She told him no. In her version, he had been in handcuffs. Cozone laughed as though it were the funniest thing he had ever heard. Smiley, now identified as Leslie, stood nearby with his fixed smile but made no sound. Cozone dismissed him. Leslie gave a half bow and left. Cozone offered her a seat and an Arnold Palmer. She refused both and pointed out that kidnapping a police officer at gunpoint was illegal. He dismissed the legal technicalities, saying they had matters to discuss. When she asked what he wanted, he suggested the whole thing might have been a mistake and offered to have Leslie drive her back to her car. She called his bluff, telling him he had brought her here for a reason. He stepped closer. His light blue eyes somehow looked black. He told her she was stirring up trouble with her investigation. She corrected him that it was not current. Her father had been dead a long time. She asked outright whether he had ordered the killing. Cozone replied that if he had, he would never let her leave alive. He added that theoretically he could put a bullet in her head right there, load her onto one of his boats, and dump her at sea. The search would turn up nothing. Kat reminded him she was still breathing, so he had not brought her to kill her. He smiled with small peg teeth, his face unnaturally smooth, and said they would see how the conversation went. He patted the seat beside him. She sat. A shiver ran through her at the cloying scent of his cologne. Both chairs faced the ocean. For a moment neither spoke, the surf churning below. He remarked that a storm was coming. She answered that it sounded ominous. He told her to ask the question she had waited nearly 20 years to ask. She turned and studied his face. She asked whether he had her father killed. He kept his gaze on the water and said no. She asked if she was simply supposed to believe him. He mentioned he was from the old neighborhood, Farrington Street, near the car wash, and referenced the story that he had killed a kid in 5th grade. He shook his head and shared a secret. The hammer story was an urban myth. She told him she had spoken to someone whose brother had gone to school with him. He insisted it was untrue and admitted he liked the myths, had even helped spread some of them. Fear, he said, was a powerful tool. She asked if that was a confession. He held out his wrists as though waiting for cuffs. Kat listened as Coben claimed he had known her father and shared an understanding with him. He insisted he had played no part in the murder, explaining they had moved in the same circles. When she pressed him about killings tied to Flushing, he gave a careful half-admission that left her uneasy. He reminded her how, over the years, her aggressive pursuit of his operations had cost him money and forced several enterprises to shut down. Coben made it clear he wanted those days behind him and hoped this conversation would lead to a new understanding, much like the one he once claimed to have with her father. His eyes stayed fixed on the surf, a faint smile touching his lips as he spoke. Kat felt the weight of his words but remained wary. She asked why he was telling her all this only now. He took a slow sip of his drink before answering that things had changed. When she pushed for details, he revealed that a dear friend, Monty LeBurn, had recently passed away. She noted that LeBurn had confessed to the killing and stated Coben had nothing to do with it. Coben acknowledged the confession, but pointed out LeBurn had also denied his involvement in 2 other hits. When she challenged him on those, his face hardened slightly as he turned toward her, making it clear he would not discuss them. The unspoken message hung in the air. He admitted those 2, but not her father's death. Kat sensed his true aim was simply to get her off his back. Still, she listened as he declared the next part confidential. He took her back to the day of LeBurn's arrest. Worried at the time, Coben had reached out to his loyal employee despite the isolation. He promised generous compensation for LeBurn's family if the man stayed silent and loyal. The implied threat for disloyalty needed no words. LeBurn had later asked permission to confess to a 3rd homicide, even though he already faced life in prison. Coben admitted the arrangement had worked, but not exactly as planned. He twisted the ring on his finger, looking suddenly tired, and explained that part of their deal required absolute secrecy between them. He had honored it to show his men he kept his word. Now that LeBurn was dead, that agreement no longer bound him. Coben admitted he did not know who killed her father and insisted LeBurn had no involvement. When she asked why LeBurn confessed anyway, he said the man had been promised favors, better prison conditions, extra rations, help for his nephew. The nephew had not received a job but entry into the police academy. Coben claimed LeBurn never revealed who made those promises. As he finished, the sky opened and rain swept in from the ocean. Both rose and stepped back under the roof shelter. Coben told her Leslie would drive her to her car. Kat pressed for more, but he said he had already revealed too much. If she refused to believe him, they would simply continue as before. She reflected on his talk of understandings and agreements. With the rain hammering the roof, she raised her voice and asked if he knew Sugar. Coben seemed surprised she had heard the name. When she explained she wanted to speak with Sugar in case the woman knew something about her father's death, he considered it carefully before agreeing they could try to find her, on the condition that Kat leave his operations alone. She shook his offered hand reluctantly, the imagined weight of past blood making her skin crawl. He held on a moment longer and asked if she was truly sure she wanted to meet Sugar. Kat pulled away and confirmed she was. Coben gazed back at the churning waves and murmured that perhaps it was time to let all the secrets come out, no matter how destructive they might prove. When she asked what he meant, he turned without answering and headed inside. Leslie would drive her back and contact her once he had an address for Sugar. Titus pressed Dana with the same question over and over. As expected, she held firm to her story. She claimed no knowledge of Kat, had never seen her, and could not imagine why the detective would investigate anything connected to her disappearance. He believed her. Titus leaned back, rubbing his chin, while Dana stared back at him, a slim flicker of hope still in her eyes. Behind her, Reynaldo leaned against the door jamb. Titus briefly considered using her for another payout, but rejected the idea. Patience had always been his rule. No greed. It was time to cut the line. He figured Detective Kat Donovan had not yet told anyone about her investigation. Too little evidence. And she would never admit how she had discovered the crime by stalking a former boyfriend. He weighed the risks. Removing Dana would end it cleanly. She would be dead and buried with no clues left. Yet Kat had connected Gerard Remington's disappearance to Dana Phelps's and now carried a personal stake. She might not let go easily. Eliminating a cop was dangerous. But so was letting her live. He would run a full cost-benefit analysis later. First, another matter needed attention. Titus smiled at Dana and asked if she wanted tea. She nodded with what little strength she had and accepted. He told Dmitri to prepare it, then stood and promised to return soon. Dana insisted she was telling the truth. He reassured her not to worry. Titus joined Reynaldo by the door and stepped outside with him. "It was time," he said. Reynaldo nodded. Titus confirmed they both believed her but needed absolute certainty. When Reynaldo asked if he should not kill her, Titus clarified that he did, but to take his time. "Chaz called Julie Whites," a woman answered. He identified himself as Detective Faircloth from the New York Police Department and asked a few questions. She admitted talking to men online, but insisted it was her private business. She had no plans to go away with anyone and questioned why police would care. He thanked her and hung up. "One strike." He then dialed Martha Paquet's house, a woman answered. He asked for Martha. She identified herself as the sister, Sandy. Smiley Leslie dropped Kat back at Chaz's yellow Ferrari. Before she stepped out, Leslie promised to call once he had an address. He returned her gun, unloaded, she could tell by the weight, and her cell phone. She exited. They drove away. Kat's head still spun from Coben's words. The picture had become brutally clear. Stagger had visited Monty LeBurn right after the arrest without telling Suggs or Rinsky or anyone else. He had made a deal so LeBurn would take the fall for her father's murder. But why? The reason felt obvious now, too. The real question was what she could do. Confronting Stagger would only bring more lies or worse. She had to prove he was lying. The fingerprints from the murder scene were the key. Stagger had covered them up, yet if they belonged to him, they would have matched in the first search. Cops' prints were all on file. When a hit finally appeared, he had stepped in and claimed they belonged to a random homeless man. She called Suggs and asked about the old fingerprints. He had not looked yet, but had put in the request. The evidence was boxed in the warehouse and would take a few more days. She pressed him to hurry, stressing it mattered for her father. After a silence, he agreed and hung up. Kat glanced back toward the beach and remembered what she had been thinking before Leslie arrived. It's Kat. She had typed those words in the instant message to Jeff or Ron. She had sent the missing you video link first. He had responded as if he did not know her. Then she had written it. A chill ran through her body. She had given him her name. He had not known it beforehand, yet he had begun calling her Kat as though he already did. Something was wrong, very wrong, with Dana Phelps, Gerard Remington, and Jeff Raines, also known as Ron Coben. She could not prove it yet, but 3 people had disappeared. Or 2 at least. Gerard and Dana. Jeff's status remained uncertain. One way to find out. She slid into the Ferrari, started it, and drove away. She was not heading back to New York City. She was returning to Ron Coben's house. She would knock the door down if necessary to learn the truth. When Kat turned onto DeForest Street, the same 2 vehicles sat in the driveway. She pulled behind them and parked. As she reached for the door handle, her cell phone rang. It was Chaz. He reported that Martha Paquet had left the night before for a weekend getaway. No one had seen her since. Titus thanked Dana for her cooperation. She asked when she could go home. He told her tomorrow if everything went well. In the meantime, Reynaldo would take her to the guest quarters in the barn, where there was a shower and a bed. More comfortable. Dana thanked him, despite her shakes, and promised she would not say a word. He assured her he trusted her. The moment the door closed behind them, Dmitri reported a problem. They were getting emails. Once they had the passwords, he had set the system to forward every guest account so they could monitor and answer messages from worried family or friends. The emails came from Martha Paquet's sister. She had been calling the cell phone, too. The message said a New York City police detective had phoned asking where Martha was. The cop had sounded worried when told she had gone away with her boyfriend. Fury flashed through Titus. It was Kat. His internal cost-benefit decision had just tipped decisively. He grabbed his keys and headed for the door. He instructed Dmitri to email the sister back that she was fine, having a great time, and would be home tomorrow. Any further communications, call his cell. When asked where he was going, Titus answered, New York City. Kat pounded on the front door and peered through the pebbled glass. No movement. The old man had to be home. She had been here barely an hour earlier, and both cars were still there. She knocked again. No answer. The old man had told her to get off his property. So perhaps Ron or Jeff only rented. She could check records for the owner's name, but it would not help now. She circled the house, trying to see inside, but all shades were drawn. In the backyard, she found the old man on a chaise lounge, reading a paperback by Parnell Hall and gripping it tightly. She greeted him. He sat up, startled, and demanded what she was doing there. She explained she had knocked. He asked what she wanted. She pressed for Jeff's location. He claimed he knew no one by that name. She did not believe him and asked for Ron Coben. He repeated that the man was not there. Kat stepped closer, standing over him. She told him 2 women were missing. Both had met the man online. He insisted he did not understand. She refused to leave until he told her where Jeff was. She threatened to call the cops, the FBI, the media. His eyes widened. She leaned in close and warned that she would tell everyone Ron Coben used to be Jeff Raines. He stayed silent. She nearly reached for her gun, but stopped and shouted the question again. He told her to leave the man alone. Kat gasped at the voice. Her head turned toward the house. The screen door opened. Her knees buckled. She opened her mouth, but no sound came. Jeff stepped out and spread his arms. He was right there, Kat. Reynaldo pulled up to the barn with Dana beside him. Bo waited by the door, tail wagging furiously. The dog leapt forward as Reynaldo stepped out and dropped to one knee, fingers working behind the soft ears in familiar strokes. Bo barked with clear pleasure. The slam of the farmhouse screen door cut through the moment. Titus bounded down the porch steps and climbed quickly into the black SUV. Clem Sison, now handling the driving since Claude's departure, settled behind the wheel. The vehicle shot forward, tires spinning up a cloud of dirt that drifted across the yard. Reynaldo's mind sharpened with sudden unease. What had pulled Titus away so fast? Bo barked again, snapping his attention back. He had stopped scratching. Smiling, he resumed the affectionate rub. Bo's face relaxed into pure contentment. Dogs were simple like that. Every feeling laid bare, no guessing required. Dana stood motionless a few steps away, a faint smile touching her lips as she watched the interaction. Something about that look unsettled Reynaldo. He rose, pointed Bo toward the path leading to the underground boxes, and issued the command. The old dog whined in protest, but eventually turned and started away. Dana's smile dissolved as she tracked the dog's reluctant departure. She mentioned having a black lab named Chloe of her own and asked how old Bo was. Reynaldo offered no answer. From the barn entrance he could see the old Amish pruning saw hanging on the wall. Memory stirred unbidden. The slow, messy work of severing finger bones one by one on the man once held in Box 3. The blade had ripped and torn more than sliced, the screams grating until Titus grew irritated. Reynaldo had silenced them with a cloth gag sealed by duct tape, reviving the prisoner with buckets of cold water each time he passed out from the pain and the blade catching in cartilage. He turned to Dana now. Would you like some water? She accepted. He filled 2 buckets and set them on the tool table. Dana lifted one and drank directly from it. Reynaldo located a hand towel that would serve well enough as a gag, though duct tape was missing. With Titus gone, noise would not be an issue. Perhaps he would simply allow her to scream. Dana asked about the bed and the shower. Reynaldo pointed to the chair. Sit. She obeyed at once. He pulled rope from the bottom tool drawer. Knots had never been his strength, but enough wraps and constant proximity made them unnecessary. When she questioned the rope, he explained he needed to secure her while he prepared her bed, adding that he could not risk her running. She promised she would not. He began wrapping the rope around her chest. Tears started down Dana's face, yet she offered no resistance. Reynaldo felt an odd mix of satisfaction and letdown. He was preparing a second loop when a familiar whimper reached him. Bo stood just outside the barn door, eyes sorrowful. Reynaldo ordered him away. The dog stayed put, whimpering again. He repeated the command, promising to join him soon. Bo pawed the ground, gaze shifting toward his favorite spot inside the barn. Reynaldo understood. The dog craved both his bed and his master's company. The only thing that had truly upset him during the work on number 3 was being shut out, not the blood or the screams. Rising, Reynaldo moved to the door, gave Bo a quick ear scratch, and gently pushed him back. Sorry, boy, stay outside. As he began to close the door, Bo advanced once more. Sit, Reynaldo said sharply. The dog complied. His hand had barely closed on the door handle when something heavy smashed into the back of his skull. Pain exploded through his head like a struck bell. He dropped to his knees, vision swimming. Looking up, he saw Dana gripping the metal chair. She swung it again with a raw, guttural cry. Reynaldo ducked. The chair whistled past. Bo's alarmed barking filled the air. He lunged upward, seized the chair, and yanked it from her grasp. Dana bolted. Still on his knees, Reynaldo tried to stand, but dizziness slammed him back down. Bo was suddenly there, warm tongue licking his face, lending him strength. He forced himself upright, drew his gun, and staggered outside. A glance right. Nothing. Left. Still nothing. He pivoted toward the rear, just as Dana vanished into the tree line. Reynaldo raised a pistol, squeezed off a shot, and gave chase. Titus had always prided himself on caution. The scheme he viewed as his masterpiece had not arrived in a single flash of insight. It had grown through years of refining every prior hustle, prostitution rings, extortion, scams, identity theft, into something sharper and more elegant. It wove together desire, romance, and longing with cold modern efficiency, primitive drive wrapped in digital precision. It had felt flawless. Small-time operators settled for crude traps, online sex ads, quick meets, simple robberies for pocket change. Titus had demanded more. He built convincing fake profiles by scavenging abandoned social media accounts. Profiles created lightly populated with photos, then abandoned or deleted. Dmitri had helped locate the best candidates, mostly canceled accounts that left almost no footprint. Ron Cockman's page, for instance, had lasted barely 2 weeks before vanishing. Vanessa Moreau's bikini portfolio sat untouched on a casting site for 3 years, with no responses to inquiries. Both were effectively ghosts. That formed the foundation. Next came deeper verification, the kind any cautious suitor would perform. A fully invented identity would collapse under a simple search, but a real person rendered unreachable proved far harder to dismiss. Titus layered in extra research most people lacked the patience or resources for. Ron Cockman yielded almost nothing online, so the profile played it safe by using the name Jack. Vanessa Moreau turned out to be a professional alias for Nancy Josephson, now married with children and living quietly in England. The final key remained appearance, attractive enough to draw interest without raising suspicion. Titus had figured Vanessa would pose a problem from the start. Her pin-up model looks were simply too striking. Men would grow suspicious on sight. Yet his years running prostitution rings had taught him one constant. Men turned foolish around women, each convinced he was God's own gift to the opposite sex. Gerard Remington had even lectured the profile on how superior specimens his intellect paired with her beauty should naturally find each other, procreate, and improve the species. Ron Cockman, though, had been a rare and perfect discovery. Normally, Titus limited each stolen identity to a single target before deleting the entire profile. Ideal ghosts, real people with faint online traces that could not be located, were hard to find. Cockman offered the exact age and appearance he needed. Wealthy women distrusted anyone too young, assuming perverse motives or money hunts, and showed little interest in those too old. Cockman was a widower, which women loved, and looked reliably handsome in the old photos. Relaxed, confident, kind-eyed, with an easy smile that drew people in. Women fell hard for him. The rest of the setup had been straightforward. Titus placed the harvested images on multiple dating sites, keeping every profile clean and minimal. He had learned the tricks well, never lecherous, never overly sexual. His real talent lay in the slow seduction, listening closely, answering their specific needs, revealing personality through lightly self-deprecating remarks instead of empty claims. He never asked for personal details. Targets volunteered them anyway. Once he had a name or address, Dmitri ran a full background check for net worth and family ties. Anything under high 6 figures or heavy connections meant ending the flirtation at once. At any given time, he could juggle 10 identities, courting hundreds of marks. Most fell away naturally, too demanding, insisting on early coffee dates, or spotting cracks in less airtight profiles. Still, fresh targets arrived in a steady stream. Right now, 7 people were secured at the farm, 5 men and 2 women. Titus preferred men. A lone man vanishing drew almost no notice. They ran off, took up with someone new, moved money without raising alarms. Old-fashioned sexism worked in his favor. People noticed and questioned when a woman suddenly acted strangely with her finances. The system was precise. Keep them alive and productive for as long as profit flowed. bleed the accounts in ways that barely raised eyebrows. When usefulness ended, kill them cleanly and make the bodies disappear forever. He had operated the farm for 8 months now. His net stretched within a 10-hour drive, sweeping most of the East Coast from Maine to South Carolina and parts of the Midwest. Cleveland 5 hours away, Indianapolis 9, Chicago right at the limit. No two victims lived near each other or shared any connection. Gerard Remington, for example, had come from Hadley, Massachusetts. Dana Phelps from Greenwich, Connecticut. Online relationships deepened faster than he had expected. More than half the targets had engaged in sexting or online sex. Phone calls used disposable devices and a voice changer, sometimes with hired help, usually handled by Titus himself. Declarations of love always came before any face-to-face meeting was arranged. Getaways became routine. Gerard had bought an engagement ring and prepared a full proposal despite never seeing Vanessa in person. He was not the first. Titus had studied similar cases. The Notre Dame linebacker who fell in love online, believed a fabricated death from leukemia and a car crash, all without ever meeting the woman. Love blinded, but the desperate need to be loved blinded far more deeply. Gullibility and longing, Titus had concluded, were simply two sides of the same coin. Now the flawless operation had struck a serious snag, and Titus could blame only his own complacency. The moment Kat first contacted the Ron Kalkman profile on YouAreJustMyType.com, he should have shut everything down. He had not, for 3 reasons. 2 other strong prospects were nearly ready with that same identity. Abandoning them felt wasteful after so much work. He had failed to investigate her, assuming she was merely a lonely ex who would accept his polite, "leave the past behind" reply. And she had called him Jeff, leaving Titus unsure whether she had confused the face with another man or whether Ron had once used that name, which only made the profile harder to trace. Even with perfect hindsight, the question remained, how had Kat connected that single message to Dana Phelps, Gerard Remington, and Martha Paki? He needed the answer. He could not simply kill her. He had to take her alive, make her talk, gauge the exact threat. If she was closing in or had already shared details, the entire enterprise might be finished. In that case, he would terminate the rest of the captives, bury them, burn the farmhouse, and vanish with the money. Yet panic was just as dangerous. He would wait for facts. He would seize Kat Donovan and learn precisely what she knew. She too would have to disappear. Dead or missing left no witnesses and no clues, allowing enemies to operate freely carried far greater risk. Titus closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the seat. The drive to New York City would take roughly 3 hours. A nap would leave him rested and sharp for whatever came next. Kat stood frozen in the backyard of the ordinary Montauk house, the ground seeming to drop away beneath her. 18 years after Jeff had ended their engagement, he stood barely 10 feet away. For a long moment, neither spoke. She saw the raw mix of loss, hurt, and confusion on his face and wondered if he read the same on hers. Jeff finally addressed the old man instead of her. He asked for privacy. The old man closed his book and went inside. They kept their eyes locked on each other, 2 wary figures afraid that looking away even for a second would make the other vanish back into the dust of those 18 years. Tears glistened in Jeff's eyes. He told her it was so good to see her. She answered the same. Silence stretched. Then Kat realized what she had just said and laughed at herself for the weak reply. Jeff noted she used to be sharper with comebacks. She admitted she used to be better at a lot of things. He shook his head and told her she looked fantastic. She smiled and returned the compliment, then joked that it was becoming her default line. Jeff stepped toward her with arms open. Everything in Kat wanted to fall into that embrace, to feel him pull her close, kiss her, and let the years melt away. Instead, she stepped back and raised a hand to stop him. He paused, surprised, then nodded in understanding. He asked why she was there. She answered steadily that she was looking for 2 missing women. The words grounded her. She had not come to rekindle anything. He said he did not understand. Their names were Dana Phelps and Martha Packett. He claimed he had never heard of them. She had expected that answer. Once she realized she had been the first to say, "It's Kat," the rest had clicked into place. She asked if he had a laptop. He seemed confused, but went inside to get it. Alone, Kat dropped to her knees, her body giving out. She wanted to sink into the earth, forget the case, and simply cry over every what if. She forced herself up just before he returned. He handed her the laptop. They sat at the picnic table, him across from her. She could hear pain in his voice when he said her name. She asked him to wait, to let her finish this first. She opened the "You Are Just My Type" site. His profile was already gone. Someone was cleaning up. She pulled up the inactive Facebook page from the link Brandon had sent and turned the screen toward him. He squinted and asked if that was how she had found him. It had helped. He said he had deleted the account the moment he learned of it. She reminded him nothing online truly vanished. He mentioned she had seen his daughter that morning on the way to school. Kat nodded. The girl had clearly called him afterward. Jeff explained that a few years earlier, his daughter Melinda, worried he was lonely after her mother's death, had created the Facebook page as a surprise. He had deleted it immediately and then told her he had once been someone else. Kat met his eyes, still as piercing as ever, and asked why he had changed his name. He shifted the subject back to the missing women. She confirmed that was why she had come. Someone had used his identity in a catfish scheme. 2 women who fell for the fake profile were now missing. He insisted he had nothing to do with it. She told him she knew that now. He asked how she had gotten involved. She said she was a cop. She had joined the dating site herself, or rather a friend had, and spotted his profile. She had been the one who sent the "Missing You" video. He smiled, recognizing the John Waite song, and asked if she was single. She said yes. He started to ask if she had ever married. She said no. Tears welled in his eyes again. He explained he had gotten Melinda's mother pregnant during a dark, self-destructive time for both of them. He had pulled himself out. She had not. The old man inside was his former father-in-law. The 3 of them had lived together since the mother died when Melinda was 18 months old. Kat offered quiet sympathy. He said it was fine. He just wanted her to know. She replied it was not her business. He looked away, blinking, then said he wished he could help with the missing women but knew nothing. She believed him. Yet he pointed out she had still come all this way to find him. It had not been that far, and she had needed to be sure. He turned back to face her fully. God, he was still so handsome. He asked if she really had needed to be sure. The world tilted around her. Seeing his face, hearing his voice, it hit harder than she had expected. The old wound felt raw again. She still loved him. Damn it, she still loved him, and the realization made her feel weak and foolish. Jeff? Yes? Why did you leave me? The first bullet struck the tree 6 inches from Dana's head. Bark fragments stung her left eye. She dropped low and scrambled away on all 4s. The next 2 shots thudded somewhere above her. She had only one clear thought: put as much distance as possible between herself and the big juice head. He was the one who had locked her in the box, forced her to strip, and made her wear the jumpsuit with nothing but socks. No shoes. Yet here she was, running through the woods in stocking feet to escape the psycho. She did not care. Even before he had sealed her underground, Dana had realized she had been conned. At first, the worst part had been the humiliation of falling for a handful of photos and smooth words. How pathetic she had felt. But as conditions worsened, pride no longer mattered. Survival became everything. She had cooperated with Titus, hoping to seem broken enough to lower their guard, though in truth she had been badly cracked. She had no idea how many days she had spent in total darkness. No light, no clocks, just cold black stone and handfuls of rice. "Come out, Dana," the juice head called. "There's no need for this. We're going to let you go, remember?" She knew better. They would kill her. Maybe worse, judging by what the juice head had prepared. Titus had shown his face. So had the others. They could not let her live. Now that she was finally above ground in the open air, she felt strangely free. If she died, at least it would be on her terms. She kept running, pushing through exhaustion, weaving between trees and under branches. She was gaining distance when her foot came down hard on a stick. A sharp crack sounded. Pain lanced through her soul. She stifled a scream and stumbled sideways against a tree. Balancing on one leg, she cupped her injured foot. The stick had snapped, one jagged piece embedded deep in the bottom. She tried to pull it free, but it would not budge. The juice head was closing in. In panic, she broke off what she could and left the splinter in place. He shouted that 3 of them were coming. Even if they missed her, he still had her phone. He could text Brandon, pretending to be her, and send the stretch limo to take the boy to his mommy. She ducked lower, eyes squeezed shut, trying to block out the words. That had been Titus's worst threat. Harm to her son if she did not cooperate. "Your son will die in your box," the juice head yelled. "If he's lucky." Tears of fear and rage ran down Dana's cheeks. Part of her wanted to surrender, but she knew returning would not save Brandon. It would only make him an orphan. "Dana?" He was getting closer. Dana hobbled upright, wincing as her injured foot met the ground. She had always been a runner, the kind who never missed a daily jog. At the University of Wisconsin, she had competed in cross-country and met Jason Phelps, the love of her life. He used to tease her about chasing the runner's high while claiming his own addiction was to not running at all. Yet he had been proud, traveling to every marathon, waiting at the finish line with his face brightening each time she crossed. Even when cancer had left him too weak to stand, he had insisted she still run. Sitting bundled in a blanket, with his thinning legs, his dying eyes expectant for her final turn. She had not run a marathon since Jason died. She knew she never would again. Death, she had learned, was not merciful. It forced the living to keep surviving while it rammed home the brutal truth that life simply continued without the ones you lost. She tried to push faster. Her muscles and lungs were still strong, but the foot refused to cooperate. Every step drove a fresh spike of pain through her soul. The juice head was closing in. The woods stretched endlessly ahead. She could keep running, but the splinter would eventually stop her. She veered sideways, dropped behind a large rock, and held her breath. He was close now. She could hear him crashing through the underbrush. Running was no longer an option. She would have to stand her ground and fight. Kat asked him outright why he had left her. Jeff winced as if the question had struck him like a fist. She reached across the picnic table and took his hand. He welcomed the touch. No electric spark flared between them, only a quiet, familiar comfort that felt strangely right despite the years and the heartbreak. He apologized. She told him she did not want an apology. He knew. Their fingers laced together. Kat let the moment happen, embracing the connection with the man who had once shattered her heart. He said it had been a long time. 18 years, she reminded him. He agreed. When she asked if it still felt that long to him, he said no. They sat in silence as the sun broke through and warmed them. Kat almost mentioned their weekend in a Magansett, but saw no point. It felt foolish to sit here with the man who had given her a ring and then taken it away. Yet for the first time in years, she did not feel like a fool around him. She felt loved. She told him he was in hiding. He offered no reply. She asked if he was in witness protection. He said no. When she pressed for the truth, he simply answered that he had needed a change. She mentioned the bar fight in Cincinnati right after their breakup. A small smile touched his face. He asked how she knew. She said she did, and that it had marked the start of his self-destructive period. After the fight, he had changed his name. He looked down at their joined hands and asked why this still felt so natural. She pressed him again for the truth. He repeated that he had needed a change. When she asked if he really expected her to just leave and never see him again, he kept his eyes on their hands and told her he loved her. She answered that she loved him too. Foolish, honest. Their eyes met, and her world tilted once more. He said they could not go back. It did not work that way. Her phone buzzed. Jeff gently released her hand. The spell broke, coldness spreading up her arm. She stepped away and answered. It was Chaz. He told her Martha Packade had just emailed her sister saying everything was fine and that she and her boyfriend were at another inn having a wonderful time. Kat explained she was standing with the supposed boyfriend right now. It was all a catfish using a stolen identity. She left out her personal connection to Jeff to keep the water clear. Chaz asked what the hell was going on. She told him something very bad. She asked if he had reached the feds. He had, but they were staying quiet. He wondered if the catfish angle might help, yet pointed out there was almost no proof of any crime. People created fake profiles all the time just to seem more attractive. Kat countered that this went far beyond that. Hundreds of thousands of dollars had been moved to Swiss accounts. Chaz noted Martha's money had not been touched yet. She urged him to search for other missing adults over the past few months, especially those who had supposedly run off with new lovers but left texts or emails. Cross-reference with single sites. She believed there were more victims. He agreed to look but doubted the feds would act without stronger evidence. She suggested he set up an in-person meeting with Mike Kaiser, the assistant director in charge in New York. He asked if she was heading back now. She glanced behind her. Jeff stood waiting in jeans and a fitted black t-shirt. The sight, the sound, the emotions, all of it threatened to overwhelm her. She said yes, she would leave immediately. They skipped goodbyes, promises, or long hugs. It felt like enough and yet more unfinished than ever. She had come seeking answers and was leaving with even more questions. Jeff walked her to the car. He made a face at the bright yellow Ferrari. Despite everything, Kat laughed, he asked if it was hers. She teased, what if it was? He joked that he would wonder if she had grown a very small penis since they last saw each other. She threw her arms around him hard. He caught his balance and hugged her back. She pressed her face to his chest and sobbed, while his big hand cradled the back of her head. They held each other tighter, changing grips, desperate, until she pulled away all at once, climbed into the car, and drove off without looking back. The next 30 miles passed in a fog. She followed the GPS on autopilot until she forced herself to focus only on the case, the catfishing, the money transfers, the emails, the stolen license plate, the phone calls. Panic hardened in her chest. This could not wait for a face-to-face meeting. She worked her connections with urgent calls until she reached Mike Kaiser, the assistant director in charge of the FBI. He asked what he could do for her, mentioning they were already swamped with an incident at LaGuardia that morning and 2 major drug busts. She told him she had a case involving at least 3 missing people across 3 states, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and suspected many more victims. She asked if he had been briefed. He had. He knew her partner had tried to arrange a meeting, but they were overloaded with the LaGuardia situation, which might involve national security. She began to say that if these people were being held against their will, he cut in, noting she had no proof. After all, each supposed victim had been in touch with family or friends. Kat listened as the line stayed silent on the other end. No one was picking up. She suspected the emails and calls were being forced. Her superior pressed for the basis of that suspicion. She laid out the full picture, speaking quickly under his impatient demand. It began with the 2 women. Both had formed online connections with the same man, who turned out not to be the man at all. Someone had simply stolen his photos. She noted that such deception was common enough. Yet the pattern that followed was not. Both women had gone away with this same supposed partner, roughly a week apart. He challenged her, pointing out that multiple men could be sharing the identical fake profile. Kat hadn't considered that possibility. Still, she held her ground. Neither woman had returned from her trip. He countered that one had deliberately extended her stay, while the other had only departed the day before. Kat pushed forward. One of the women had wired a large sum of money and claimed she was relocating to Costa Rica. She had spoken to her son, yes, but Kat believed that conversation had been coerced. She brought up Gerard Remington next. He, too, had begun an online romance and then vanished after transferring funds to the same Swiss account. Her boss asked what she believed was truly happening. Kat explained that someone was targeting victims, possibly many more than these 3. The pattern suggested a lure, promises of a romantic getaway with a potential life partner. Once isolated, the targets were forced to cooperate. None had returned. Gerard had been unreachable for weeks. She hoped he was still alive, but her gut told her otherwise. He asked if she was claiming these people had all been kidnapped. She confirmed it. The perpetrator had operated with precision, stealing license plates, avoiding any traceable credit or ATM activity. With one exception, the victims had simply disappeared. He listened, then acknowledged the situation failed every basic smell test. Though tied up with the LaGuardia incident and short on manpower, he agreed to move on the 3 names. They would monitor accounts, pull credit and phone records, subpoena the single site for profile details, and explore Treasury's help on the suspicious activity reports. He doubted the website would post any warning it would hurt their profits, and criminals routinely hid behind VPNs. Still, they would try. Kat heard him run through the checklist and felt a sinking dread settle in her chest. None of it would be enough. The man behind this had been too efficient, even swapping plates on another Lincoln Town car. The feds would investigate, but it wouldn't be a priority. If they got lucky, they might uncover something. Eventually. What more could she do? When he finished, he told her he had to leave for his meeting. She thanked him for taking her seriously. He admitted he did believe her, but prayed she was wrong. She echoed the same desperate hope. They ended the call. Kat still had one move left. She dialed Brandon. He answered from somewhere in Manhattan. She told him she had identified the man her mother was supposed to have left with. She believed his initial fears had been correct. Something terrible had happened to his mother. He protested that he had spoken to her. She would have warned him if she were in trouble. Kat explained that fear for his safety or her own could have silenced her. He asked if that was what she thought had occurred. There was no point in softening it now. She confirmed she did. He reacted with quiet horror. She told him the FBI was now involved and would pursue every legal avenue. She stressed the word legal, making her intent unmistakable. He caught it immediately and asked if she was suggesting he hack the site again. She dropped any pretense? Yes. He was at a nearby coffee shop and needed better privacy and a stronger connection. She offered her apartment. He accepted. She promised to alert the doorman and said she was heading there too. He should call the moment he found anything. Who created the profiles, any additional ones, other contacts, everything. Bring in his friends if needed. He said he was on it. She hung up, phoned the doorman, then pressed harder on the accelerator. A creeping panic tightened in her chest. The deeper she dug, the more powerless she felt, both as a detective and as someone who cared. Her phone rang again. Block caller. She answered. It was Leslie, Cozone's thin man. His voice carried that same oily smile even over the line. She asked what he wanted. He told her he had located sugar. Juicehead was closing in. From behind the boulder, Dana Phelps frantically scanned the ground for anything she could use as a weapon. A rock, a sturdy branch, anything. Her fingers dug through the dirt, coming up with only small pebbles and brittle twigs. His shout echoed closer, the tone urgent. She considered the pebbles, maybe fling them mixed with dirt into his eyes for a momentary distraction. Then what? The idea felt ridiculous. She had managed a brief escape through surprise and a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength from years of training. But now, looking at the reality, he held the gun, the size, the stamina. He was well-fed and rested. She had been kept underground for who knew how long. She had no real chance. In this uneven fight, she possessed nothing like a slingshot. Only the faint hope of surprise remained. She crouched behind the boulder. When he passed, she could spring out, claw at his eyes, and groin with everything a desperate person had left. But even that felt futile now. His footsteps slowed, growing more deliberate. The last edge of surprise had slipped away. Nothing remained. Exhaustion weighed on every limb. Part of her wanted to simply stay hidden on the ground and let it end. He would probably kill her quickly, or he would drag her back to the barn for whatever brutal interrogation Titus had ordered about the police detective. Dana had told the truth. She had never heard of Kat Donovan. But truth held no value to these men. She was less than their dog to them, an object to be used or discarded as needed. Their pragmatism made them far more dangerous than mere cruelty. Juicehead's steps drew nearer. She tried to shift into a ready position, but her muscles refused to cooperate. She clung to the small comfort that this Catwoman had rattled Titus. He had sounded worried, rushing out after leaving her with Juicehead. Was the detective already on his trail? Could rescue be coming? He was fewer than 10 steps away. It didn't matter. She had nothing left. No strength, no weapon, no experience. 5 steps. Now or never. Mere seconds. Dana closed her eyes and chose never. She curled low, covering her head, and offered a silent prayer. Juicehead stopped right at the boulder. Her face pressed into the dirt as she braced for the impact. But it never came. Juicehead pushed onward through the branches, missing her completely. Dana stayed motionless against the earth, body rigid as the boulder itself. Minutes stretched, 5, maybe 10, before she lifted her head. He had vanished. She reversed course and started back toward the farmhouse. Leslie had supplied the address of a corner town house on Lorimer and Noble in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, near the Union Baptist Church. Kat drove past red brick rows and concrete stoops, then a crumbling building hawking Hawaiian tanning salon. The mismatch struck her as absurd. No parking spots anywhere, so she left the bright yellow Ferrari in front of a fire hydrant and climbed the stoop. She pressed the second-floor buzzer beside the peeling A. Parker tape and waited. A black man with a shaved head descended the stairs, wearing work gloves, blue cable company coveralls, and carrying a yellow hard hat under one arm. He stood in the open doorway and asked if he could help. Kat told him she was looking for Sugar. His eyes narrowed. He asked who she was. She gave her name. He studied her in silence, then asked what she wanted with Sugar. She explained it concerned her father. Sugar had known him once, and she only needed a few questions. He glanced up and down the block, spotted the Ferrari, but said nothing. He looked away again, buying time, clearly unsure. She reassured him she had come alone and wanted no trouble. He managed a small smile and invited her inside, holding the door wide. She stepped into the foyer and asked if Sugar was on the second floor. He said she would be. Then he added that he was Sugar. His name was Anthony Parker. Dana moved with painful slowness. 2 more men had joined the hunt, one carrying a rifle, the other a handgun. They coordinated with Reynaldo over hands-free devices, sweeping the woods in overlapping patterns that kept forcing her to freeze and change direction. The long underground confinement had strangely prepared her for this. Every joint and muscle throbbed, yet she refused to stop. She was past the point of tears. Hiding in place and waiting for rescue crossed her mind, but she dismissed it. Dehydration was already severe and worsening. The searchers refused to let her stay still. Once one came so close, she overheard Reynaldo say that if she wandered too far out, she would die before reaching anywhere useful. The words gave her direction. She had to circle back toward the farmhouse, not push deeper into empty woods. For an uncountable stretch of time, she crept forward in short, low bursts, zigzagging through thick trees, relying on sound more than sight. At last, a clearing appeared ahead. She commando crawled the final distance, then risked her feet. Dizziness slammed her. Pain spiked through her injured foot with every step. She dropped back to all fours. Minutes later, she broke through the last trees into the exact clearing where she had first entered the woods. The barn stood directly ahead. The farmhouse lay to the right. She could not remain exposed. She lunged for the barn. The foot turned her sprint into a lurching hop, but stopping meant death, so she kept going. She slammed against the barn wall and pressed flat, breathing hard. No one had seen her yet. She weighed her choices. The long driveway offered an exit but left her completely visible. Hiding until dark was possible, yet rescue felt distant and uncertain. Her exhausted mind settled on the driveway as the least bad risk. She had covered only 10 yards when the farmhouse front door opened. The computer guy, knit cap, tinted glasses, wild shirt, stepped onto the porch. Dana dove left into the barn and scrambled under the metal tool table. The rope Juicehead had intended for her still lay on the floor. The man did not enter. After a tense wait, she crawled out. Tools lined the wall. Saws, a wooden mallet, a sander, and an axe. She tried to stand. The head rush nearly blacked her out. She dropped to one knee, breathing slowly until the world steadied. Running the open road no longer felt possible. Juicehead and the others would return soon. She gripped the axe with both hands. It was heavier than expected, but solid. She peeked out the barn door. The computer guy stood smoking near the driveway, back turned. Hiding inside the barn offered nothing useful. The farmhouse kitchen lay straight ahead. Food, a computer, a phone, a chance to call for help. She crept across the open ground toward the kitchen door, fully exposed. Halfway there, the man dropped his cigarette, crushed it, and turned. Dana lowered her head and sprinted the last distance to the back of the house. Titus sat in the car near Columbus Avenue, uneasy about being back in the city at all. Even the polished Upper West Side felt like a magnet pulling at the life he had buried. Clem Sison crossed the street and slid behind the wheel. He had gone into Kat Donovan's building posing as a delivery needing her signature. The doorman said she was out. Titus disliked staying away from the farm this long, but Clem could not manage to grab a loan. The man was muscle and nothing more. As he weighed his next move, staring at the building entrance, Brandon Phelps walked through the front door. Titus froze in disbelief. Had Brandon orchestrated all of this? Or was the problem both of them? The kid had been trouble from the beginning with his endless homesick messages. Now here he was with an NYPD detective. His phone buzzed. "Reynaldo?" Titus answered. Reynaldo told him they had a problem. Number 6 was on the run. Kat sat squeezed between 2 crocheted Afghan blankets on the couch. Anthony Parker tossed his hard hat onto a spare chair, peeled off his work gloves one by one, and placed them deliberately on the coffee table. She let her gaze drift around the dim apartment. Only one weak lamp burned. Old wooden furniture filled the space. A console TV sat atop a bureau, and busy blue chinoiserie wallpaper showed egrets, trees, and water scenes. "This was my mother's place," he explained. She nodded. "She passed last year." "I'm sorry," Kat murmured, the automatic response all she could manage. Her whole body felt numb. Sugar Parker sat across from her. Late 50s or early 60s, average height and build, a pleasant but unremarkable face that carried nothing obviously feminine. When their eyes met, the intensity forced her to shift slightly away. "You can imagine my shock seeing you," he said. "I might have you beat there." "Fair enough. You didn't know I was a man." She shook her head. "Call it my personal crying game moment." He smiled. "You look like your father." "I hear that often." "You sound like him, too. He used humor to deflect. He made me laugh." "My father?" "Yes." "You and my father," she said, shaking her head in disbelief. "Yes." "I'm struggling to accept it." "I understand." "So you're saying my father was gay?" "I'm not labeling him." "But you two were together?" "We were, yes." She closed her eyes, fighting any visible reaction. "It's been almost 20 years, he said. "Why come now?" "I only just learned about you." "How?" She brushed the question aside. "Not important." "Don't be angry with him. He loved you. He loved all of you." "Including you," she snapped. "So full of love." "I know you're in shock. Would it help if I were a woman?" She stayed silent. "You have to understand what it was like for him. Just answer me. Was he gay or not? Does it matter? Would you think less of him?" She hesitated, flooded with questions, yet sensing the core issue might lie elsewhere. He lived a lie. "Yes." Parker tilted his head. "Imagine how horrible that was. He loved you, your brothers, even your mother. But the world he grew up in, he fought it until it consumed him. It doesn't make him less of a man, less of a cop, or less of the father you remember. What else could he do?" "He could have divorced my mother." He suggested it. The words stunned her. "What?" "For her sake." But she refused. "Wait, my mother knew?" "I don't know. With a secret that big, everyone ends up living the lie. He deceived you, but you also chose not to see. It poisons everything." "Yet he still offered divorce?" "For her benefit. But think of your neighborhood. Where would she go? Where could he go without the world knowing about us? Even today, it would be difficult. Back then, impossible. She couldn't argue. How long were you together? 14 years. The number hit hard. She had been a child when it started. 14 years? Yes. And you kept it completely secret? A shadow crossed his face. We tried. He had a place on Central Park West. We met there. Her stomach lurched. On 67th Street? Yes. Her current apartment. The betrayal kept deepening. Should it feel worse because it was a man? She had always considered herself open-minded. When she thought he had a mistress, she had felt hurt but accepting. Why was this different? Later I got a place in Red Hook, he continued. We went there too. We traveled together. He'd claim he was with friends or on a bender. And you cross-dressed? Yes, it made things easier for him. Being with someone who could pass as a woman felt less threatening than admitting he was with a man. She said nothing. I was in drag the night we met. He busted the club I worked. Beat me badly. Called me an abomination. There were tears in his eyes while he hit me. It was like he was punishing himself. She remained silent. He visited me in the hospital afterward. Claimed it was to keep me quiet, but we both knew better. It didn't happen quickly. He lived in constant pain. I know you want to hate him right now. I don't hate him, she said, in a voice that sounded foreign to her own ears. I feel sorry for him. People talk about gay rights, but what many of us truly want is the freedom to be authentic, to live honestly. Your father carried that weight his entire life. He feared exposure more than anything, yet he couldn't let me go. He lived terrified that someone would discover the truth. The realization clicked into place. But someone did find out, didn't they? Sugar nodded. It made sense now. Neighbors had seen them. To most, it looked like her father liked black prostitutes. To someone sharper, someone who could weaponize it, it meant leverage. Blackmail material. And understanding. A lowlife named Cozone gave me your address, Kat said. He found out about you two, didn't he? Yes. When? A month or two before your father's murder. She straightened, shifting fully into cop mode. My father was closing in on Cozone. They followed him, dug up dirt to stop the investigation. Sugar didn't need to confirm it. She could see the truth in his eyes. Sugar? His gaze lifted slowly to meet hers. Who killed my father? Number 6 is on the run, Reynaldo said. Titus gripped the phone tighter as fury surged through him. How the hell? He stopped, closed his eyes, and forced composure. Losing control meant losing everything. In a measured voice, he asked, Where is she now? She ran north behind the barn. The 3 of us are searching. North. Good. Endless forest lay that way. In her weakened state, she couldn't survive long out there. No one had ever escaped for more than a minute or two. The farm's isolation worked in their favor. North was forest, south nearly a mile to the main road, with fences on the other sides. Let her run, Titus ordered. Head back to the farm. Position Rick and Julio in case she circles back. Understood. How long has she been gone? A few minutes after you left. 3 hours. Keep me updated. Titus ended the call and leaned back, analyzing the situation coldly. The operation had already brought in over $6 million. How much was enough? Greed destroyed more men than anything else. Was this the end? Had the scheme finally run its course? He had always planned for this moment. No venture lasted forever. Too many missing people would eventually draw serious attention. He had tried to anticipate every risk, but continuing would be arrogant. He called the farmhouse. Dmitri answered after 4 rings. "Are you aware of the problem?" Titus asked. Reynaldo said Dana is loose. "Yes, pull up her phone data." Dmitri had already duplicated every new arrival's phone contents onto his computer before removing the batteries. "Dana Phelps," Dmitri confirmed. "What do you need?" "Her son's number. Mobile." Dmitri read it off. "Anything else?" "It may be time to shut down," Titus said. "Really?" "Yeah. Prep the self-destruct on the computers, but don't trigger it yet. I'm bringing the kid back." "Why?" "If she's still hiding, his screams will flush her out." "I don't understand," Sugar said. "I thought they caught your father's killer." "No. He only took the fall." Sugar rose and began pacing. Kat watched him. "Cozone learned about you two a couple of months before the murder, right?" "Yes." Tears glistened in Sugar's eyes. "Once the blackmail started, everything changed." "How?" "Your father ended it, said we were finished, that I disgusted him. The old rage returned. He hit me again. The anger was really at himself. When you live a lie—" "I get it," Kat cut in sharply. "I don't need the psychology lecture. He was a self-hating gay man trapped in a straight macho world." "You say that so coldly." Kat felt a lump rise in her throat and forced it back down. Later, when she had time to let everything sink in, the truth would break her heart. Knowing her father had carried that much pain without her ever seeing it would crush her. She would crawl into bed with a bottle and disappear until the storm passed. But not yet. Right now, she had to stay the cop he had raised and do whatever she could to help him. By finding who killed him. She pressed Sugar again on the identity of the murderer. He shook his head. If it wasn't Cozone, he had no idea. "When was the last time he saw him?" "The night he died." She reacted with surprise. She had thought they ended things. "They had," Sugar said. "But her father could never stay away." He stopped pacing, smiling through fresh tears at the memory. He had waited behind the nightclub with a dozen white roses. Sugar's favorite. Sunglasses on at first. When he removed them, his eyes were swollen and red from crying. It had been beautiful. That was the last time. And later that same night, he was murdered. Kat finished in her mind. Silence stretched between them. Sugar told her he had never gotten over the loss. Her father was the only man he had ever truly loved. Part of him still hated him, too. They could have run away, found a way. She and her brothers would have understood eventually. They could have been happy he had stayed all those years because that hope never died. As long as both of them were alive, they had foolishly believed they would figure it out. Sugar knelt and took both her hands in his. He wanted her to understand. He still missed him every single day. He would give anything, forgive anything, for even a few seconds more with him. Kat kept her emotional walls locked tight. "Block it for now. Just get through this." She asked once more who killed him. He didn't know. But Kat now believed she knew exactly who could give her the answer. She simply had to make him tell the truth at last. Standing outside the precinct, she dialed Stagger's cell. He said they had nothing left to discuss. She disagreed. She had just spoken with Sugar and believed there was still plenty to say. Silence. She asked where he was. She was heading to his office right now, unless it was another bad time. No, he sounded utterly exhausted. He thought it was a good time. When she arrived, Stagger sat at his desk with the photographs of his wife and kids placed in front of him like a shield. She confronted him hard, accusing him of lies and worse. He pushed back. Shouts and tears followed, but eventually he made several admissions. Yes, he had known about Sugar. Yes, he had promised Monty LeBurn favors in exchange for a simple confession. Yes, because he feared the affair would become public. He hadn't wanted that for her father, for his sake and for hers and the family's too. She asked what about his own sake. He gave a maybe yes, maybe no shrug. She said he should have told her. He didn't know how. So who killed him? What? Who killed her father? Stagger shook his head. She really didn't see it? No. Monty LeBurn killed him. Coben ordered it. She frowned. He was still pushing that story? Because it was true. Coben had no motive. He already had her father under control. No, Stagger said wearily. He didn't. But he knew about... Yes, he knew. For a while, Coben had her old man under his thumb. Stagger had watched her father back off the investigation, even allowed it because he had skin in the game too. Once Coben learned about Sugar, her father changed. He was trapped. Saw no way out until he just... had enough, Stagger guessed. Henry had lived with the deception for years without it affecting his job, but now, to protect his lies, he had to compromise his police work. Every man had a breaking point. That was his. So he told Coben to go to hell. He didn't care anymore. How did Coben react? How did she think? They stood in silence. So that was it. It was over, Kat. She didn't know what to say. Take a few more days, then come back to work. She wasn't being transferred? No. He wanted her to stay. Did she still want a new partner? She shook her head. No, she had been wrong about that. About what? About Chaz Faircloth. Stagger picked up his pen with a wry comment that Kat Donovan had just admitted she was wrong. Would wonders never cease? The kitchen door of the farmhouse was unlocked. Axe gripped in one hand, Dana eased the screen door open, slipped inside, and guided it shut with a soft click. She paused only a second to steady herself. Food. A giant box of Price Club granola bars sat on the table. Hunger clawed at her in a way she had never known. Common sense said find a phone first. She would. But the food was right there, impossible to resist. She stopped herself. Handled the task. No phone in the kitchen. No wires anywhere, now that she noticed. She had heard the generator roaring outside. Maybe that supplied the electricity. No landline? Didn't matter. She knew a computer with internet waited in the other room. That could bring help if she reached it. How long would the computer guy stay outside smoking? She had seen him crush his cigarette and start turning toward her. Was he lighting another? The front door opened. Damn! She scanned for a hiding spot. The kitchen was small and bare. Cupboards, table. Under the table offered no cover, no cloth. The small brown fridge reminded her of her college days in Wisconsin when she first met Jason. No room there. A door probably led to the cellar. She could duck down if there was time. Footsteps approached. Then a new thought. Screw hiding. A swinging door separated the kitchen from the living room where Titus had questioned her. If the computer guy entered, she would hear and see him coming. Unlike in the woods, she had the axe and the element of surprise. Yes, exhaustion dragged at her, and she craved those granola bars. But if he walked in now, she was ready. Footsteps drew closer. She slid behind the door, positioning for a clear swing while staying hidden until the last instant. The axe felt brutally heavy. Overhead chop risked a small target on the neck. Better to swing level like a baseball bat, aim for the center of the chest. Even a slight miss would do massive damage. The footsteps stopped right outside. The door began to creak open. Her arms shook from the strain, but she was set. Then a phone rang. The door paused. A hand released it, and the door swung shut again. She lowered the axe, breathing hard. Her eyes flicked back to the granola bars. He would be occupied for a few seconds. She snatched one and quietly unwrapped it. From the other room, she heard him answer. New plan. Grab a few bars, head to the cellar, hide with the axe and food, rest, regain strength, set up to ambush anyone coming. Her jumpsuit had pockets. Finally a break. Still chewing, she stuffed 5 or 10 bars inside. The box held 60. No one would notice a few missing. She reached for the cellar door when she heard him say Reynaldo told him Dana was on the run. She froze, listening. More typing, then he spoke again. Dana Phelps. He had it up. What did Titus need? Her hand stayed on the door. More typing. Here it is, Titus. Brandon Phelps. Mobile or school number. Dana jammed her hand over her mouth to stifle the scream. Dana's hand dropped back to the axe handle. She heard the computer guy hand Titus her son's cell phone number. No, not Brandon. Horror surged through her. She edged closer to the kitchen door, straining to catch every word, desperate to understand why they wanted Brandon's number. But the truth hit her with brutal clarity. They were coming for her son. Conscious thought vanished. There would be no more hiding, no more protecting herself. Only one imperative burned in her mind: save Brandon. The moment the computer guy hung up, Dana burst from the kitchen and charged straight at him. He jumped back, mouth opening to scream for help. She moved with terrifying speed and strength she never knew she had. The axe was already swinging. He sat too low for a chest strike. The blade slammed straight into his mouth, shattering teeth and tearing through lips. Blood sprayed across her face, nearly blinding her. He toppled backward off the chair, crashing to the floor. She yanked the axe free with a wet, sucking pop. Without hesitation, she raised the blade high and brought it down again, cleaving his face in two. The edge sliced cleanly through the back of his skull. His tinted glasses split and fell aside. Dana dropped the axe and fumbled for the phone on the desk. Only then did she notice the front door standing open. The old dog stood there, tail wagging, watching her. She pressed a finger to her lips and tried to smile, willing the dog to stay calm. Bo's tail stopped. He began to bark. Reynaldo moved carefully through the woods when he heard the bark. He recognized it instantly. This was no friendly greeting. This was fear and panic. Bo! Gun already in hand, he sprinted back toward the farmhouse, the other 2 men close behind. Brandon had just settled onto a bar stool in Kat's apartment when a blocked call reached his phone. His friends were already on Skype, ready to hack into the dating site from campus while he worked remotely. He answered. The unfamiliar voice told him he had 2 minutes to go downstairs, turn right, and get into the black SUV waiting on the corner of Columbus Avenue. His mother was in the back seat. If he wasn't there in exactly 2 minutes, she would die. Brandon didn't wait. He bolted for the door, bypassed the elevator, and tumbled down 6 flights of stairs. He burst onto 67th Street and sprinted right, nearly colliding with a man in a suit. He spotted the black SUV at the corner. As he drew near, his phone rang again. Another blocked number. He answered while still running. A dog barked in the background. Then he heard his mother's voice. She warned him not to get in the car. She screamed for him to run. He tried to stop and back away, but hands shot out from the SUV and grabbed his shirt. His phone dropped as the man dragged him toward the vehicle. Kat welcomed the quiet walk across the park, using the time to clear her head and reflect on her father. His drinking, his rage, his disappearances, all of it now made a sad kind of sense. He had hidden his true self until the facade became his prison. But that pain was in the past. To honor him, she had to be the best cop she could be, and find a way to bring down Coben. Her phone buzzed. It was Chaz. He reported 11 missing adults across 4 states, including Dana Phelps, Gerard Remington, and Martha Packett. All had recently met someone online. The news sent a chill through her. She told him to forward it to the feds and hung up as she stepped onto 67th Street. That was when she saw the commotion at the Columbus Avenue corner. Brandon was struggling as someone tried to pull him into the back of an SUV. She drew her gun and broke into a sprint. Bo ran a few steps into the house, sliding slightly on the bloody floor, and kept barking at Dana. She knew what it meant. Reynaldo would hear his dog's distress and come running. Her first instinct was to hide, but she pushed it aside. A strange calm settled over her. She still had one goal: save her son. No portable phone was in sight, only the landline on the desk. She would have to stay right there in plain view. So be it. She snatched up the receiver with shaking hands and dialed Brandon's number. Footsteps pounded across the porch. Bo stopped barking and trotted toward the door. No time left. When Brandon answered, she spoke quickly. "Brandon, listen to me." She heard his surprised gasp and his words that he was almost at the car. "No." Reynaldo shouted for Bo again. "Don't get in the car," she urged. "Run, Brandon. Just run." Kat raced down the block, gun drawn. In the distance, she saw Brandon fighting hard, almost breaking free. A pedestrian moved in to help, but the SUV driver stepped out holding a gun. Pedestrian screamed. Kat shouted, "Freeze!" But her voice was lost in the chaos. The bystanders backed off. The driver moved around the vehicle and slammed the gun down hard on Brandon's head. The struggle ended instantly. Brandon fell into the back seat as the door slammed shut. Kat saw the driver sprint around to his own door. She closed the distance fast, finger already tightening on the trigger, but raw instinct made her hold fire. Too many civilians on the sidewalk, and whoever waited in the back with Brandon could be armed. The black SUV shot forward and cut left onto Columbus Avenue. She spotted a man stepping out of a gray Ford Fusion, flashed her badge, and told him she was commandeering the vehicle. He started to protest. She showed him the gun. "Hands up!" He surrendered the keys. A minute later, she was wheeling down 67th Street in pursuit. She called Chaz, gave him the SUV's direction, turning right on Broadway, the plate number, and a quick rundown of what had just happened. He warned that someone on the street had probably already dialed 911. She ordered him to keep every marked squad car clear so the kidnappers wouldn't spook, then told him to get the FBI airborne with a chopper while she stayed on their tail. Brandon sat dazed in the back of the speeding SUV, head still ringing from the blow. Titus leveled a gun at him and spoke his name. Brandon demanded to know where his mother was. Titus promised he would see her soon enough, but warned him to stay perfectly still. Any wrong move, and she would die immediately. Brandon nodded and didn't move. The car crossed the George Washington Bridge. They pulled off at the Teaneck Marriott right beside Route 95. Clem switched the plates with another black SUV parked in a back lot, using a small battery-powered screwdriver that finished the job in seconds. They rolled back onto the New Jersey Turnpike and continued south toward the farm. Kat asked Chaz if the chopper was up yet. He said 5 more minutes. Then she saw the SUV swing into the Marriott lot. She took the ramp, stayed 2 cars back, and eased forward until she had a clear angle without being seen. The driver got out. She weighed rushing them right then, but held position. She still couldn't see Brandon in the back, and the risk was too high. A minute later, she was back on the phone with Chaz. They had swapped plates and were heading south again onto the New Jersey Turnpike. Reynaldo ran flat out through the woods toward Bo's bark. If that woman had touched one hair on his dog, he wanted her to die slowly. He burst into the clearing, legs pumping, and leapt the porch steps. Bo had gone quiet. The dog trotted out to meet him. Reynaldo dropped to his knees in relief and pulled Bo into his arms. The dog licked his face. Then he noticed the blood on Bo's paws. He checked every pad, front, back, no wounds. The dog wagged his tail, clearly fine. Relief washed through him, followed by a colder question. Whose blood was it? Gun drawn, he pressed his back to the door frame, turned low into the house, and scanned for movement. None. On the floor lay the ruined remains of what had once been Dimitri. Rage ignited inside him. She had done that. She must have grabbed a weapon from the barn. No other way she could have spilled that much blood. Bloody footprints led straight to the kitchen door. He keyed his walkie-talkie and called Julio at the back of the house. No blood there. Good. He told Julio to keep his gun trained on the kitchen door. She might be armed. Still staring at those prints, Reynaldo pictured the kitchen layout in his mind. Table, chairs, cupboards, no place to hide. Her only chance would be to ambush him the second he stepped through. Without warning, he shoved the door open hard with both hands. Behind the copper-roof Curbs boathouse in Central Park, Jeff sat beside Aqua. Aqua remained cross-legged, eyes closed, thumbs and middle fingers circled, hands resting near his knees. He had dosed himself with medication that morning for a few precious minutes of clarity, even though he hated how it left him feeling lifeless and underwater. Jeff told him she had found him. Aqua asked whether he still loved her. Jeff answered that he always had. Aqua pressed further. Did he believe she still loved him? Jeff admitted it was not that simple. They talked about the 18 years that had passed, the choice he had made long ago, the daughter that choice had given him, and whether this was how their story had always been meant to unfold. Aqua reminded him that love could overcome more than most people thought. Jeff remarked on the string of familiar cliches. Aqua warned that the medication's grip was already slipping. In moments, he would crash back into panic and the old suicidal thoughts. He urged Jeff not to repeat the same mistake, running away again and crushing both their hearts. Einstein had called that kind of repetition the definition of insanity. So what was Jeff going to do this time? Reynaldo didn't step straight through the swinging door. She might be waiting just inside, axe ready. He shoved it hard from a step back instead. The door flew open, slammed against the wall, and swung shut again. No movement, no cry, no flinch. Only more bloody footprints. Gun raised, he entered the kitchen and swept left, then right, empty. The tracks led straight to the cellar door. Of course. She was trapped. The only other way out was the padlocked storm doors outside. His phone buzzed. Titus? Reynaldo answered and reported he had her cornered in the basement. Titus said they were heading back and ordered Dimitri to start wiping the computer files. Dimitri is dead, Reynaldo told him. Dana killed him with the axe. Silence stretched on the line. Then Titus mentioned the gasoline stored in the barn. A lot of it. He told Reynaldo to start spreading it through the house. They were burning the entire operation to the ground. Reynaldo didn't like it. This place had been home for him and Bo, but the bitch had ruined everything. Anger flared hotter than before. Kat trailed the black SUV for over 2 hours down the New Jersey Turnpike, then on to the Pennsylvania Turnpike north of Philadelphia. The FBI chopper followed at a safe distance. She stayed in constant contact with the agents, but they had nothing new. The original plates were stolen too. The dating site was stalling behind a subpoena wall. Chaz had possible leads on 2 more victims, but nothing confirmed yet. As miles slipped by, her thoughts drifted despite herself. Sugar's words echoed. How much he would sacrifice or forgive for just a few more seconds with her father. The love had been real. Maybe her father had known real passion and happiness with him, stripped of old prejudice. She found herself hoping he had. She wondered what her father would do if he could suddenly appear beside her, now knowing death had given him a second chance at honesty. Would he have told her mother everything? Would he have chosen to live authentically with Sugar? She hoped so, for both of them. And then the deeper present-day question rose. If her father were here, and she told him she had seen Jeff again, that she believed they still had a chance, what would he tell her to do? The answer felt obvious now. None of the reasons Jeff had run or changed his name would matter. Death taught what really counted. You would forgive anything, give anything, for one more second. When this was over, she would drive back to Montauk and tell Jeff how she felt. The sun sank, painting the sky deep purple. Ahead, the SUV finally exited onto Route 222. Kat followed. It couldn't be much farther now. Brandon asked once too often what they wanted with his mother. Titus cracked him across the mouth with the gun butt. Teeth broke. Blood poured. Brandon tore off his T-shirt and pressed it to the wound, then stayed silent. Titus checked his watch on Route 222. Less than 40 minutes out. He calculated the fire's size, visibility, and how long local firefighters would take to respond, especially if he called claiming it was under control. At least an hour. That would be enough. He phoned Reynaldo. Had he spread the gasoline? Yes. Was she still trapped in the basement? Yes. Rick and Julio were posted outside. Reynaldo knew what had to be done. Titus told him to handle it, then burn the place to the ground and finish cleaning up the evidence. Reynaldo hung up. Bo stood safely by the barn. That was what mattered. Rick waited in front of the house. Reynaldo walked up, knife hidden in his hand, and stabbed him deep in the heart. Rick dropped dead without a sound. Reynaldo lit a match and dropped it on the front steps. Flames raced across the gasoline in a fast blue line. He circled to the back. Julio stood guard. Reynaldo raised his gun and shot him in the head. Another match hit the back steps. Flames exploded upward in a bright wave. He stepped back to watch both exits. No other way out. Dana would burn alive inside. The fire roared through the house, devouring everything. Reynaldo waited for her screams, for a flaming figure to burst out in agony. None came. He tossed both bodies into the blaze so the dead could take the fall if anything remained identifiable. Still no screams. No movement at the doors. The blaze reached full fury. He wondered if smoke or flames had killed her first. Either way, she was dead. There was no escape. Yet as he turned from the burning wreckage, a quiet unease settled over him. Dana saw the flames licking up the farmhouse walls and knew she had only seconds. She hurried down the familiar dirt path, mind racing for the one place Reynaldo would never think to look. Back among the boxes. The bloody paw prints on Bo had bought her those precious extra seconds. Enough time to drop the phone, strip off her socks, toss them down the cellar stairs, and sprint barefoot into the woods before Julio appeared. Now the fire told her they were erasing every trace. She reached the clearing as darkness swallowed the trees. Inside Reynaldo's small tent, she found only a sleeping bag, a flashlight, and the axe still in her grip. No phone, no better weapon. She moved across the flat grass, feeling for the camouflage doors. The first padlock opened under 2 hard axe blows. A sobbing woman stared up at her from the hole. Dana whispered she was there to save her, not harm her. The woman, Martha, climbed out on her own. Dana crawled 10 more yards, broke a second lock, and helped a weeping man too weak to stand. She cracked open a third and a fourth without pausing. Headlights swept the drive behind her. Someone had arrived. Clem swung the gates open and drove the SUV halfway up the long lane before Titus spotted the flames. He smiled. The fire was far enough from the road that no one would call it in yet. Plenty of time to finish and vanish. Reynaldo dragged the body toward the blaze ahead. Clem muttered in surprise. Titus calmly pressed the gun to the back of Clem's head and fired once. Clem slumped over the wheel. This had started with just him and Reynaldo. It would end the same way. Brandon cried out. Titus swung the barrel toward the boy's chest and ordered him out. Brandon stumbled into the open. Reynaldo waited. The 3 of them stood watching the fire consume the house. Titus asked if the mother was dead. Reynaldo said he thought so. Brandon lunged with a raw, broken scream. Reynaldo dropped him with a savage punch to the gut. Titus aimed at the boy's head and pressed Reynaldo on his doubt. Bo's frantic barking cut through the night, the old dog staring down the path toward the boxes. Titus handed Reynaldo the flashlight and told him to move down the trail, gun ready, and shoot the woman the instant she showed herself. Brandon yelled a warning to his mother. Titus shoved the barrel into the boy's mouth to silence him, then shouted into the darkness that he had her son. "Come out, or the boy would suffer." Silence answered. Titus warned again, then yanked the gun free and fired into Brandon's knee. The boy's scream tore across the clearing. Kat stayed on the road, phone glued to her ear with the FBI, refusing to slow and tip off the SUV. She gave them the location, pulled off 100 yards short, and left the engine running. Attic Kaiser praised the work but ordered her to hold position. His team would arrive in 15 or 20 minutes with enough manpower to take everyone safely. Kat argued there wasn't time. Brandon was inside. Kaiser reminded her of hostages and procedure. She hung up before he could finish, silenced the phone, and slipped into the trees. She scaled the fence away from any cameras, using her phone's dim light to pick through the thick woods. Flames glowed ahead. She moved tree to tree, staying hidden, when she heard the man threaten Brandon again. Then the gunshot cracked and Brandon screamed. Protocol vanished. Kat broke from cover onto the open drive and sprinted flat out, gun already in her hand. Dana had just pried open another box when Brandon's desperate shout reached her. "Stay away! Run!" She froze. Titus's voice followed, calm and lethal. He had her son. "Come out, or he suffers." Her body shook so hard she nearly dropped the heavy door. Martha stepped beside her, took the door, and let it fall shut. Dana started for the path. Martha grabbed her, whispering not to listen. He was playing games. He would kill them both the moment she appeared. Dana tried to pull free. Martha cupped her face, forced eye contact, and told her name was Martha. They had to finish opening the rest of the boxes. Dana protested that he had her son. She could trade herself. Titus's voice sliced the night again. Now he would shoot the other knee. Dana's own scream tangled with her son's. Before she could break away, Martha tackled her to the ground and held her there with surprising strength. "He'll kill you both," she breathed in Dana's ear. "For your boy's sake, stay down." Dana bucked and fought, but Martha didn't let go. Titus called out once more, promising the second knee. Kat was still 20 yards short when the man raised his gun toward Brandon again. She yelled, "Freeze!" without breaking stride. He turned, looked momentarily confused, then swung the barrel toward her. Kat dove sideways. He tracked her. His finger tightened on the trigger. until Brandon grabbed his leg from the ground. The man glanced down, annoyed, and aimed at the boy instead. Kat was already lined up. She didn't shout another warning. She fired. The man's body jerked backward and fell. Reynaldo stood midway along the path, the screams hitting him from both directions. Behind him rose the raw cries of the boy he had just shot. Ahead came the deeper, tormented wail of a mother paying for her attempt to flee. Now he knew exactly where she was. The boxes. He would not let her slip away again. He charged down into the familiar clearing that had been his home for months. Darkness pressed in, but his flashlight cut through it as he swept the beam left and right. Dana Phelps lay on the ground 20 yards away, another woman, number 8, pinned on top of her. He asked for no explanations. He offered no warning. He simply lifted his gun and took aim. Before he could fire, a guttural shout erupted. Someone slammed onto his back. Reynaldo staggered, the flashlight falling from his grip while he clung desperately to the weapon. He clawed wildly behind him. Another assailant snatched the light and smashed it into his nose. Pain exploded. His eyes watered instantly. He roared and tried to throw the attacker off. It failed. An arm locked around his thick neck and began to crush. They swarmed him from every side. Teeth sank into his leg. He twisted and lost balance, crashing hard to the earth. Bodies piled on. Someone on his chest, others pinning his arms. Panic flooded him. They felt like demons rising from the dark or from the boxes. He still held the gun. Reynaldo fought to raise it, to blast them all away, but hands kept his arm pinned. They were relentless, 4, maybe 5 of them, attacking like zombies. With a desperate surge, he pulled the trigger. Bullets thudded harmlessly into the dirt. The sudden shock loosened the grip on his arm. One final chance. He wrenched free with everything he had and swung the gun upward. In the moonlight, he saw Dana Phelps rise above him, axe already descending. Time stretched. "Far off," Bo barked. Then silence swallowed everything. In the days that followed, investigators uncovered 31 bodies at the farm. 22 men, 9 women. The oldest was 76, the youngest 43. Most had died from gunshot wounds to the head. Many showed signs of malnutrition. Some bore additional severe injuries, including severed limbs. The media unleashed grim headlines, but none captured the raw horror of the place. The case passed from Kat to the FBI. She accepted it without protest. 7 survivors, including Dana Phelps, were rescued and released from the hospital within 2 days. Brandon Phelps alone required surgery. The bullet had shattered his kneecap. All the perpetrators were dead except one. Titus Monroe survived Kat's shot. He lay in critical condition in a medically induced coma on a respirator. Kat felt uncertain how to feel about his survival. Weeks later, Kat drove to Dana and Brandon's home in Greenwich, Connecticut. Brandon hobbled out on crutches to meet her. They embraced tightly for a long moment. Dana waited on the lawn, waving, still strikingly beautiful though thinner, her blonde hair in a ponytail. Her poise now radiated hard-won strength. Dana tossed a tennis ball for her 2 dogs, a black lab named Chloe and an old chocolate lab named Bo. Kat approached, recalling how quick she had once been to judge. She had been wrong. "I'm surprised," she told Dana. "Why?" "I would have thought the dog would stir painful memories." Dana answered that Bo's only fault had been loving the wrong person, tossing the ball again with a faint smile. "Who couldn't relate?" Kat smiled in agreement. Bo raced after the ball, retrieved it, and carried it to Brandon. The man leaned on one crutch, patted the dog's head, and Bo barked eagerly for another throw. Dana shaded her eyes. "I'm glad you came, Kat." "Me too." They watched Brandon with the dogs. Dana noted he would always limp. The doctors had been clear. Kat expressed regret. Dana shrugged. Brandon seemed at peace with it, even proud. "He's a hero," Kat said. If he hadn't hacked the site and realized Dana was in danger, she left the rest unsaid. Dana turned to her. "What about you? I want the whole story." Kat agreed, but admitted she wasn't sure it was truly over. The day after the farm fell, Kat returned to her apartment on 67th Street and found Jeff waiting on the stoop. He had been there, he claimed, for 18 years. Then he pleaded for her forgiveness. She stopped him. How could she explain? She would have forgiven anything. Having him back was all that mattered. They stood together as if 18 years had been pulled tight and stitched closed. Kat still had questions, yet they no longer burned. Jeff began sharing fragments of what had happened. Family trouble in Cincinnati, his belief that she wouldn't wait, a foolish fight at a bar that forced him into hiding, a new identity, and then life simply pulling him away. She sensed he held parts back, but she let him reveal them slowly. The truth felt better than she had imagined. Both had learned the same quiet lesson. Cherish what you value, because happiness is fragile. Protect it fiercely. Everything else was background noise. Their separate pains now seemed necessary, as if only by falling apart could they reach this better place together. "And here we are," she said, kissing him with the same tenderness as that long-ago moment on the beach. Every kiss felt that way now. She took a leave from the force. Stagger approved. She rented a place near Jeff's house in Montauk. They spent every possible moment together, though she kept her own space at first. Jeff's daughter Melinda warmed quickly once she saw how happy her father was. Even Jeff's former father-in-law welcomed her. It all felt right. Stacy visited one weekend. While Jeff grilled and the women sipped wine watching the sunset, Stacy smiled and reminded Kat she had been right about the fairy tale. Kat nodded. It was even better than that. A month later, Kat lay on his bed, body still warm and humming with pleasure, when the fairy tale shattered. She hugged the pillow and smiled lazily as Jeff sang in the shower, the same off-key song that had become their private earworm. Her phone rang. She answered. "Kat, it's Bobby Suggs." Kat heard Suggs' voice on the line, the old family friend who had worked her father's homicide. He asked if she had a minute. She told him she did. He reminded her she had asked him to chase down those old fingerprints from the murder scene. Kat sat up slowly. He explained it had been a nightmare to recover them. The warehouse had lost the originals, and he suspected Stagger had discarded the results. He'd been forced to run the prints again. "Did you find them?" she asked. Suggs said he had a name, though he didn't know what it meant. The shower had gone quiet. "What's the name?" she pressed. He told her. The phone slid from her fingers and landed on the bed. She stared at it, while Suggs kept talking somewhere far away, the words no longer reaching her. Lost in the sudden stillness, she turned toward the bathroom door. Jeff stood there in nothing but a towel around his waist. Even now, even after this final betrayal, she could not stop noticing how beautiful he still looked. She ended the call. "You heard?" "Enough," he answered. She waited, then said his name. He admitted he had not meant to kill her father. Kat closed her eyes as the words struck like a physical blow. He simply stood there and let her absorb it. She spoke at the club the night her father died. He confirmed he knew the place. She realized it had been Aqua's club. He agreed. She asked what had happened. Jeff explained that her father had entered the club with Sugar. Aqua had seen him, though he never shared the details. But Aqua had spotted him, and her father had spotted Aqua too. Kat remembered how her father had always disapproved whenever he saw her with Aqua at O'Malley's. Jeff continued. Her father had lost control, called Stagger, and demanded they track the man down. It was late, 2 or 3 in the morning. Jeff had been in the laundry room downstairs. When he came back up, her father had already broken in and was beating Aqua savagely. Aqua's face was ruined, eyes swollen shut. Her father straddled him, refusing to stop. Jeff had shouted for him to quit, but her father kept going. Jeff had feared Aqua was already dead. Kat recalled now that Aqua had been hospitalized after that night, not just for psychiatric care, but for the beating itself. He had recovered physically, yet his mind had never been the same. That was why Aqua had always blamed himself for the breakup, why he had tried to repay some imagined debt by protecting Jeff, even attacking Brandon. Jeff went on. He had jumped in to stop it. They fought. Her father knocked him down, stood up, and kicked him in the stomach. Jeff grabbed the boot. Her father reached for his holster. Aqua, regaining consciousness, tackled him. Jeff still held the boot. He remembered her telling him her father always kept a throw-down gun there. Her father reached for the holster again. Jeff warned him to stop. He didn't. So Jeff pulled the spare gun from the boot. Kat sat motionless. Stagger had heard the shot. Her father had posted him as lookout. He rushed in, panicked. Their careers, their freedom, everything was on the line. No one would believe their story, he said. They would all go to prison. So they covered it up. Jeff had tried to pretend nothing had changed. Despite everything, a faint smile touched Kat's lips. "You're not like my dad, are you?" He asked what she meant. She told him her father could live with lies. Jeff could not. He stayed silent. She understood now. That was why he had left her. He could not tell her the truth, and he could not live with the lie beside her every day. He had fled into what he once called his self-destructive phase. The bar fight, the fingerprints finally matching the homicide file. Stagger had warned him he needed to disappear. Stagger had helped him become Ron Cockman. "So you ended up living a lie anyway," she said. Jeff insisted it was only a different name. "But now you are living one," she answered. He said nothing. She asked what his plan had been these past weeks, now that they were together again. At first, he said he had only wanted to be with her. Nothing else mattered. She understood, but hearing it hurt. Later, he admitted, he had begun to wonder whether it would be better to live the lie with her or the truth without her. She swallowed hard. "Did you ever decide?" "No," he said. "But now I'll never have to. The truth is out. The lies are gone." She asked if it could really be that simple. He told her nothing between them had ever been simple. He moved to the bed and sat beside her without reaching for her. She did not move closer. They remained like that, staring at the wall while the weight of every secret, every year of pain, every drop of blood washed over them. At last his hand drifted toward hers. She closed a small distance and covered it with her own. They stayed frozen that way for a long time, barely breathing, afraid to break the fragile contact. Somewhere, maybe a car radio passing outside, maybe only inside her head, Kat heard the faint echo of someone singing, "I ain't missing you at all." The end. Thank you for staying with us until the very end, for giving this story the space to breathe, twist, and linger in your thoughts long after the final page. Harlan Coben found the spark for missing you in something disarmingly ordinary. watching friends in midlife, newly single, turning to dating apps in search of connection. He wondered what might happen if the past didn't stay buried, if the person who vanished years ago suddenly appeared as a perfect match. He layered in the haunting 1980 song by John Waite, turning the title itself into a quiet promise of secrets and second chances. Coben writes the way he always has, chronologically rewriting each day, relentlessly asking what if until the story refuses to let go. Set in 2014, at the height of the online dating boom, the novel captured a moment when the internet began to feel both intimate and dangerously anonymous. Its themes run deep: the weight of unfinished pasts, the lies we tell to protect ourselves, and how a single digital thread can unravel an entire life. Coben later returned to these same uneasy questions in books like The Stranger and Stay Close, each one sharpening his signature gift for ordinary people caught in extraordinary secrets. In January 2025, Netflix brought the story to the screen as a 5-part miniseries. The adaptation moved the action from New York to Manchester, England, giving it a cooler, grittier texture, while staying fiercely loyal to the novel's emotional core and jaw-dropping twists. Some characters were reimagined. Kat's partner became Nia instead of Chaz, and Aqua's portrayal added new layers of representation. Yet the heart of the mystery, the devastating revelations, and the final gut punch remained intact. Rosalind Eleazar gave Kat a quiet steel and raw vulnerability that made every decision feel painfully real. Ashley Walters brought haunted charm to Josh, and Richard Armitage, appearing in his 4th Coben adaptation, added that unmistakable edge of menace and melancholy. Directors Naimer Rasht and Isher Sahota wove the story with a visual tension that turned familiar streets into places of suspicion. Behind the scenes, the production leaned into real British locations: Manchester pubs, windswept farms, and Liverpool's Sefton Park, while Harlan Coben himself slipped in for a sly blink-and-you'll-miss-it cameo. And every episode title, like the book itself, nods to a 1980s song, a small wink to the soundtrack of longing that inspired the whole tale. Here's one fun discovery most people miss. The very first line of the novel quietly echoes the John Waite song in a way that only clicks on a second read. Proof that Coben plants his clues long before you even realize you're being led. If this retelling stirred something in you, the original novel still holds depths the screen could only hint at. The written word lets you sit inside Kat's thoughts, feel every heartbeat of doubt, and uncover secrets the adaptation had to streamline. Pick it up. You'll see why Coben's stories refuse to fade. If this journey meant something to you, a simple like helps more stories like this find their way home. Subscribe if you'd like to travel through more hidden lives and buried truths together. And in the comments, tell me, what twist stayed with you longest? Did the ending surprise you as much as it surprised Kat? All thoughts are welcome. This space is yours. If the story moved you, share it with someone who needs a reminder that the past is never quite finished with us. In the quiet after a story like this, we're left with the same gentle truth that the book whispers. Some missing pieces find their way back, and some are better left unseen. Until our next tale, thank you for listening.